Good afternoon. Round 7, Tennis West State League competition sponsored by Goods Property Services. Big match up today. We're going to see top of the tables, Hensman Park come up against Cottesloe Tennis Club in what is to be an absolute showbuster, blockbuster and showstopper. My name is Brett Patten. I'm sitting alongside Rob Kennedy, who is the head of tennis for Tennis West, also a former touring pro and also a former coach. So we're in very good company. No Tommy George today, the High Performance Tennis Academy. He's on leave as we speak, but we say a big congratulations and a good afternoon to Tommy George. I want to welcome Robbie Kennedy to the broadcast for the second time this year. First time up against Dalkeith, but today's matchup, Hensman Park up against Cottesloe. What are you expecting from today's big matchup? Top of the table, 1 versus 2, Robbie.
Firstly, thank you so much for having me, and big shoes to fill with Tommy George not with us here today. But I tell you what, I've been lucky and blessed to get this matchup. Just looking already out on the court at the matchups and seeing what we're lined up with today. I'm very excited for what we're going to see. It's a hot one out here today as well, and I think I was having a chat with Will Hann when we were walking into the courts today, and he said this is going to be one of those ones which is going to be a long day out on court. There's no easy matches today, and I think he's right in what we're about to see. So I'm going to jump straight off the bat and say I'm very excited to watch Will versus Burton out here. I think it's going to be an absolute mouth-watering match-up to see. You know, are they doing a little something with their lineups there?
Potentially so.
Potentially so, but I mean, we're lucky to see this matchup. Matthew Burton, from what I've heard, he's been playing some incredible tennis. You can see in his records leading into today, he's had some great matches. But Will Hann as well, being undefeated this season. I think the pressure is on these two to get the day started and maybe get that one up on the other team.
Absolutely.
Go through it.
Absolutely. And the lineup for today for Hensman Park, Ethan Cook's coming in at number 1 for Hensman Park. Matty Burton, as Robbie Kennedy just made mention, he's coming in at number 2. We've got Austin Voss at 3, and Evan Manso, the captain for Hensman Park Tennis Club, he's coming in at number 4. He's his first singles match, traditionally a doubles player, and a very good doubles player, Evan Manso. For the Cottesloe team, Scott Jones, the number 1 player, the best player in WA as it currently stands in the local competition. WA Open winner in December last year. Will Hann, as you made mention, Will Hann is in the article for the West Australian today. We've got Sam English coming in at 3 and Max Weir at number 4. This is a blockbuster, as we made mention, for a matchup 1 versus 2. It is, you know, the two big clubs really in the men's competition this season vying for it. Hensman Park, of course, dual winners, back-to-back winners last year, looking to go the three-peat, and of course Cottesloe Tennis Club looking and vying to be the winners this year. I'm expecting some fireworks out here today, Robbie Kennedy. Both clubs very passionate players out on court. It is a hot day, 36 degrees expected temperature today. There may be a heat rule invoked. If that's the case, 37 degrees, players will need to come off the court until the temperature drops below 37 degrees. But as it currently stands, we're probably sitting around 33, so we've still got a few degrees to play with, Robbie.
Yeah, and I think that's going to play a big part today. It's going to be able to see who can handle the conditions the best. There's no wind to speak of at the moment, so it's definitely going to be sweaty and hot out on that court. It's quite warm here in the box where we're sitting as we're watching, but we're in a much more comfortable position than they are. We harped a lot on the number 2s, but I think we've got to be getting excited for the number 1 match. I'm very excited to see Scott Jones step out on the court. He's having an incredible year, as you said, number 1 player in the state at the moment. We did say a little bit about the lineup, so that said, that's nothing to discredit Ethan Cook, coming off a 3K Ripper tournament win. So he's obviously in some fantastic form, and hopefully he can go and put some pressure on Scott, and who knows what can happen when 1v1 get out on a court.
Absolutely. Round 7 of the Goods Property Services Tennis West State League men's competition, 1 versus 2, Hensman Park up against Cottesloe, being played at Hensman here. This is the 3rd time we've actually broadcast from Hensman Park. Beautiful location here in the middle of South Perth. If anyone wants to come down, come on in. It's free, of course. The bar is open. The people are friendly. Come and see the best players going around playing this wonderful game of tennis. And again, you know, we'll keep you up to date with all the other scores going across the State League men's and women's competitions. Of course, there's some great women's matchups going across this afternoon, and looking forward to bringing you all the results as the day plays out. But again, we're going to be focusing on court number 1 and court number 2. Court number 1, the number 2 singles players in Matthew Burton from Hensman Park up against Will Hann, and Evan Manso up against Max Weir. Now, what can you tell us about the number 2 court with Evan Manso up against Max Weir from Cottesloe? Max Weir, he's a junior who's really started to step up this year. Big, tall kid, very big game, and against the bit of a journeyman in Evan Manso. I mean, this shapes up to be a really exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup. You can see Max is out there. It looks like he's grown another 6 inches since I last saw him. He's very tall in stature, and hopefully takes advantage of that big serve. But Evan Manso might be his first singles match. He's very fit.
Yep.
I know he works hard on his endurance and he works on his fitness, and as I said, that's going to play a big part. If he can get the points to go long enough and fit into the way that he wants to play, I think he might be able to get on top there. But again, big ask. But I think that's right. Hopefully, sort of time seeing him out there pumping some serves. forward to seeing that match as well.
Absolutely. My name is Brett Patten, sitting alongside Rob Kennedy for today's broadcast. Just with the heat today, Robbie, you being a former player, what can we expect with these? I mean, it's a dry day, it's a very humid day, it's a hot day, particularly on hard courts. I mean, what sort of conditions do the players need to be in to absorb that heat and really play the match they want to play throughout the afternoon?
Yeah, we've got to make sure we're ready for a day like this. If you come in today and you're not fit enough for the task, you're going to be trying to shorten up those points, and if you're shortening up those points, you're not playing the right shot at the right time. So if they're not coming in prepared, they haven't been hydrated before today, it's going to show. Obviously, we've got the super tyres a third, so that does play a little bit of a difference. They know they're not going any further than that sort of 2 sets of a super tyre. But at the same time, you're going to see the guys wanting to play the points or at least have the match speed on their terms. So you might get some out there that want to speed it up. You might get some out there that we start seeing a bit slower and really extending between points as well. Possibly if they're seeing someone struggle out there, to leave them out on court a little bit longer. So we will see who's done the work, and it'll show maybe their shot selection and also just their time between points as well.
And that's a good leading into the start of this match. All matches played best of 3 sets. Third set will be a super tiebreaker, and that is first to 10 points in both singles and doubles, as we're just waiting for Will Hann to move into position against Matty Burton. Really excited for this particular matchup. Great pedigree family, the Burtons. Good article in the West Australian today with Will Hann. You can hear the crowd just starting to fire up for the start of this match. And of course, Matthew Burton, part of the winning Hensman Park State League side last year, and his sister Hayley was also the captain of the Hensman Park Women's State League side, who won the competition last year. Great pedigree. Looking forward to this match. Will Hann just getting ready. And that's the style we'll expect from Will. Big lefty serve. I mean, you're a left-handed player, Robbie, and the advantages of a left-hander, particularly to the ad court with that serve, I mean, that's got to play its part today.
Absolutely. Favourable to us fellow lefties. We've got he's going to use that swing. He's going to look to stick it into the body as well. And that first one there, just a little team down the tee serve. I think Matty wasn't too happy with it. He's kind of in the slot, but we're going to see it very, very well.
Matthew Burton from Hensman Park, closest to the camera, returning serve. Will Hann, Cottesloe. A terrific first 6 rounds, left-hander. Both contrasting styles, and we'll get that feel early in this match. Matty Burton is a counter-puncher, back of the court, does come forward when he needs to, but we'll see a more aggressive style of play from Will Hann. He does like to serve and volley, and anything short, you will see Will Hann move forward.
It's interesting, maybe Matt was looking for that tip. The return was quite short, so maybe looking to get down his feet if he was serving volley, but Will staying back on that one, getting around, typical left-handed, looking for that serve +1 kind of attack.
No linesman, no ball kids, so all players will be calling their own lines. There is a referee, Jill Sheridan. She'll be adjudicating on the day, but all courts, Will Hann serving. Again, coming out smoking. 3 first serves right into the slot, and again, that is right into the strength of Matty Burton. He does like that backhand wing, but just missed timing, just getting used to the pace the ball's coming down.
Yeah, early days. He's not really going to give away too many free balls like that. Just let him tip up. Will Hann, just looking for that roll and the slice. Hasn't do too much with it just yet, but I'm sure Matty will get into it.
Of course, Will does have a brother, Tom. He does play. He's over in college at the moment. Academic scholarship in the US. Yeah, nice first game from Will Hann. That'll fill him full of confidence as they're looking to change ends, grabbing the towels, moving around. You can see Matt Burton in frame at the moment.
So there was that change of pace. Went the flatter one that time down the tee to Matt's forehand. It was a good return, but Will keeping that nice depth and just catching Matthew Burton off a little bit with that depth. And yeah, a nice easy serve.
That's what you want to start the match. Yeah, absolutely. We just want to thank Goods Property Services for sponsoring the Men's and Women's State League competition. So we skip across to court number 2, watching Evan Manso closest to the camera. Returning serve against big serving Max Weir from Cottesloe. Max has had a breakout season this year. Hasn't lost a match in the Men's State League, and he's been a real surprise packet. Burton serving. Will Hann closest to the camera from Cottesloe. Just overplaying that back end. Caught himself about 2.5 metres behind the baseline. The balls are flying. I mean, in the hotter conditions, the balls will generally fly through the court. And that's when you need to put a little bit more spin on the ball rather than hitting through the ball, Rob. Ball coming back on the court, just moving that away, avoiding any chance of injury. Went after that forehand, and we'll see that, the aggressive style of Will Hann, just overplaying that forehand. Seen a lot of consistency on those first serves to start the match. It's very unusual. Come out very positive, both players. And again, the ball just flying off the racket of Will Hann. Just, it looks like he's using the Onyx racket. Strings seem a little bit loose. I think he's going to change rackets as we speak. He's recognised the fact that you're getting too much of a trampoline effect. So if we talk to that, that the looser the strings, Robbie, the more trampoline effect, so you get more power. Tighter strings, you get more control. So he wanted, in these conditions, he wants those strings to be a little bit tighter.
Absolutely. If you're not feeling comfortable out there, a good racket change is sometimes what you need. Get something a little bit tighter and feel comfortable with what you're holding.
One game apiece. Will Hann serving, closest to the camera from Cottesloe. Beautiful forehand down the line. That's the talent that Will Hann possesses, and that huge weapon off that forehand wing. We're starting to see the styles here. Matty Burton counter-punching, and Will really trying to take the game on.
I'll tell you right now, though, if Matty's going to keep this up, he's really attacking in the middle, but if he's too short on that ball, you can see Will is just going to absolutely get around to that forehand. He's now played two different lines. He's gone out wide with the off forehand, and he has gone inside in as well. So Matty's going to have to find that depth soon, or there's going to be some trouble out there.
Oh, that's very cunning. You see that sliding left serve? We spoke about the opening stage of this match. That left-handed serve, swinging serve to the ad court to a right-hander, it can be just devastating for the returner.
He's definitely playing left-handed 101 tennis out there at the moment. He's using that line serve, got that short ball, looking to attack off at that time, taking the pace off with the drop shot. But it's the depth of his serve at the moment. His depth compared to Matty's, it's very much deeper with a lot of pressure on that here, so he'll be looking to keep that up.
Long. Oh, beautiful constructed point. We saw the ability for Matty to move forward, and he recognised beautiful deep backhand, had the opportunity to move in, and did. Very smart player, Matthew Burton.
That's the return he's going to be looking for. It actually wasn't a bad kick. We saw the bounce from here, a high got up on that. Put it back deep. He went for a bit flatter on that backhand. Really pushed Will out wide. Actually went out to his forehand instead of just playing down the middle. Open up the court. It's a fantastic play and something that he's going to be looking for.
Words of Rob Kennedy, head of tennis for Tennis West, former touring pro, former coach. We're in very good hands today. No Tom George, High Performance Academy manager. Bringing you all the Goods Property Service State League results from right across this afternoon. First let. Might talk to some of the rule changes up to this point. Get your insights into where you think the game should change. There's that left-handed, devastating left-handed sliding serve again from Will Hann. What are your thoughts around, every sport seems to go into, they like to quicken the sport up or make it more attractive to, to participants and kids. Is there anything in the game of tennis do you think they need to do? They've tried the fast four. What do you think they need to do? They need to play less? They need to kick lets as they are, Robbie. I'll be interested after this point. Right on the money again. Good deep serve from Will Hann. 2-1. Will Hann changes ends.
You can tell right there he had about 5k extra on those last two serves. But yeah, in regards to rules, for me the first one that comes to mind obviously being an ex-college player, we always played lets. Is it one for kicking it out? Is it two to just the rule if it goes in, play it? It's very easy to say I heard something and I'm not questioning anyone's sportsmanship, but maybe it's just a way to one, speed up the game, but two, take that controversy out of the game as well. I don't mind seeing that. I wouldn't mind it. I don't think it's the end of the world. The last thing we want is controversy out on the court. It does speed it up a little bit to get everybody playing. I think tennis is in a good place at the moment. I don't mind that without a big, the third set super tie. There are questions each way and the other, but yeah, I think we want to make this on Saturday. We want people to play. We want people to come and watch as well.
Watching Evan Manso here, serving furthest from the camera from Hensman Park, the captain of the men's state league team in Hensman, currently leading 1 game to love. An early break against Weir from Cottesloe. They're both counter punches. Evan Manso, his first singles match for the state league season. Off to a good start. No, lovely touch. Oh, we see Weir just fall there. He seems to be okay. Nice bit of sportsmanship shown as we sneak back across to court number 1, Matthew Burton serving, trailing 2 games to 1. Matty Burton generally plays that number 1 spot, but Hensman Park have changed their order around today. First serve let. Good tactic. Do you like those tactics to change your orders around, Rob?
I'm a big fan of tactics in the game. I think that's why we play team sport. It's a big tactic. So I've got my take on that.
Beautiful point. Just that 1-2 punch. And that's what the men's game is built on at the moment. That big serve and then leaning in on that big forehand.
Yeah, he's got his depth back, which is nice. He's attacking that ball. He's put it down wide a couple of times to Will's forehand and been happy to come in and follow that ball, which is good to see. But yeah, tactics are great. Make sure no one's got an idea of exactly who they're going to play. And against a team like this, sometimes you just got to throw a little bit of something different at them. And Scotty might have been prepared for someone. Will might have been prepared for someone. Now they've got someone else to look at. They've got to think on their feet straight away.
Overplaying that form, but the right play again. He's looking to be the aggressor and really take the game up to Matt, particularly off that forehand wing. He's not holding back Will Hann.
Yeah, I don't mind that he's going for it. He's in a position to do so. That said, he's missed 2 off forehands now, so maybe he's probably going to pull it back just a little bit and see what he can do with the next ball. But I don't mind him having a crack. The ball's already hit.
Again, nice serve, just jamming up Will Hann on that backhand wing. Both boys just filling each other out at the moment. Hot conditions out here. Of course, if we get to 37 degrees, the match will need to be stopped until the temperature drops below 37 degrees. The heat rule has been in play for the last 15 years in the Men's and Women's State League in WA. And given the extreme heat that we have over here in WA, particularly on hard courts through summer, it's definitely the right play, Rob.
Oh, 100%. You've got to put player safety first. It's always first and foremost of any competition, so I don't have a problem with this rule at all.
Will Hann serving, nice deep serve, catching the baseline. Games are on serve here in the number 2 singles between Will Hann and Matty Burton. Of course, Matty Burton closest to the camera from Cottesloe from Hensman Park Tennis Club. Will Burton just striding back. Tall, powerful left-hander. My name is Brett Patten, sitting alongside Rob Kennedy, head of tennis for Tennis West, bringing you the broadcast for the Goods Property Services Men's and Women's State League right across this afternoon. Beautiful sunny day out here, about 33 degrees temperature-wise. Again, that swinging serve out to the ad court by Will Hann to the to the right-handed backhand of Matty Burton. It does, particularly at the right hand with two-handed backhand, when you're swinging that ball away, they have to let go of that top hand, use the one hand, which they're not familiar with. So it's such an effective play.
The great thing about it is you can make a read on it as well based on what happens with their returner, whether that hand comes off, whether you know you've pushed them out a little bit wider, whether you've caught them off with the speed as well, and it allows you to really move to what that next shot needs to be. It's going to be in Matt's head right now, because if you let Will just sit on that serve, Will knows he can come back to it at any point in a difficult situation, so he's going to want to get on top of it very soon. That said, I've seen him, put some really good deep returns back, but we can't let him get on top of that. He's got to get on top of that slice serve for sure.
Absolutely. Two matches being played at the moment. Will Hann from Cottesloe up against Matthew Burton from Hensman Park, and of course Evan Manso, the captain of Hensman Park, up against Max Weir from Cottesloe on court number 2. We're seeing Matty Burton just come into frame, getting ready to serve, currently trailing 3-2, Robbie.
Yeah, I think this is one of those games now where Will's really going to want to step up, put a bit of pressure on him. He's had a few holds quite easily. He's held his serve quite comfortably, so now he's going to really want to put that pressure on with the return of serve, get them back in play as deep as possible, and look to get around, hit that forehand, and have those options of whether he's going inside in or inside out. And I think he's really thinking right now. It's all about making returns, making Matty play, and let's see what he can set up from there.
Burton serving, currently trailing 2-3. Beautifully constructed point. That's more into Matt's wheelhouse, though, isn't it? That's the style of game he wants to play, keeping it away from the big offensive weapon of Will on that forehand wing.
Absolutely. You could see that he's playing into the safe zones there. Will couldn't do too much with it, really playing into those safe zones. But then all of a sudden when the opportunity came, pushed him out wider to that forehand again, got it a bit flatter down to Will's backhand. But I think that's definitely the pace and where Matt's going to want to put these balls and make Will, have to make the decisions. Does he want to get around and attack on a forehand, which maybe the ball's not there to be played? So I think that's going to be the tactic we're going to see from Matt, and it's going to make Will think a little bit more of what he's going to do.
15 love. Very generous on that call. I thought the ball was probably half a foot long on that first serve, but Will Hann played the ball. 30 love. On serve, just feeling each other out again.
Maybe that's why you didn't like the linesman. It was very flush on the line just there, Brett Patten. I saw it very good, and a good call by Will.
By the Hawkeye. Beautiful running forehand, just overplaying, but I like that attacking style from Matty Burton. What do you make about the Hawkeye nowadays? A lot of the tournaments around the world are going to the Hawkeye system. They're losing the tradition of the linesman. What's your thinking around that? Do you like the theatre with the linesman, or do you prefer to have the Hawkeye so players really got no one to challenge?
If we're getting the call right, I'm with that. So if the call is right, then that's what we want. So as much as you did love the old let's call it up and have a look and chant it out, that was always fun to see. But again, we talk about speed of play. I don't mind the Hawkeye, and I was very impressed at the last AO with how it worked. But still having the chair umpire in there, I think chair umpire is absolutely key and tradition to the game for sure.
see Will Hann really trying to get around to hit it on that forehand side. That is clearly his bigger weapon, and he was being pushed to the backhand corner, but his footwork, his conditioning, getting around and playing that off forehand really started to dominate that point.
I think we noticed on that one as well, he actually got that ball a little bit higher. So it bounced up quite high to Matt Burton there at the back, maybe hoping that Matty will have to drag it down a little bit lower and end up being a little bit shorter, which will allow him to get around and play that ball, not let him just hit flat through that ball like he wants to.
Matty Burton serving, Hensman Park. Both teams wearing the white shirts. Just taking the pace off that ball. I did like that tactic to try to bring Matty Burton forward, but just didn't execute well.
Yeah, there was a lot of change of pace in that point just there, and I don't think the slice is a bad option just to change up, especially Matty. You can tell when it's in his hit zone, he's striking that ball so well. So just to change it up, get it up out of his hit zone, that one there maybe to get lower than his hit zone, just to mix it up and change the pace. But you can see, we talked about the conditions, he's going to find it hard to get around to that forehand, especially in this heat as the fatigue kicks in. So he's going to have to do something, and maybe that slice there is to sort of just change it up for him.
Holding serve, 3 games apiece into this all-important 7th game. Will Hann serving from Cottesloe. Down the tee, catching top of the tape. First serve again. Beautiful serve again, just jamming up Matty Burton. Some of the better left-handers that have come out of WA over recent years. Robbie Kennedy, yourself, obviously Will Hann, Gary Pempathy, Casey Delacqua, Roger Grant, great left-hander.
I definitely don't belong in that list, but you missed out Brenton Bacon.
Brenton Bacon,
he's got to be listening as well, so he'd be filthy if we don't mention him. He's definitely had my number many a time. So yeah, a few lefties coming out of WA, and
beautiful serve down the tee, lovely rhythm on Will Hann's serve. Yeah, it's interesting to play the left-hander. Shane Smedley, part of our broadcast team, was also one of the great WA left-handers.
I think being a left-hander is the only thing that gets me in comparison on that list, but it's impressive. I must admit, yeah, it was an advantage. It always was an advantage, and I never liked playing lefties myself, so yeah.
They were playing the forehand, but you can see just working the middle corridor, Will Hann, until he gets the forehand that he's after, and then he can really hit that off forehand to take Matty Burton out of his comfort zone. Yeah, Matty served well though. He's 40 love up.
Matty will be upset at that one. That's the ball. It's in your slot. He'll want to put that one away, and he missed it by quite a bit. So
40 love. You can see both boys going to the towel. Matty just popped the string, so just had a bit of a breather. Working very hard.
That would suggest why he missed it by so much. So I'll take that comment back. Nice
swinging serve. Just calling it wide. Second serve wide. Yeah, lovely play. Love that aggressive attacking play. Certainly we don't see enough of that style of play. Getting that short ball moving forward. A lot of players nowadays, they're too reliant on their ground strokes and trying to hit a passing shot. But gee whiz, the flashiness, the spectacle, you know, the athletes moving forward, it's just it's wonderful to watch.
Absolutely. I'm loving watching Will play at the moment. It's tennis 101. It's baseline, safe zones down the corridor, sort of starting to move your opponent. When you get that short ball, pounce on it. He's utilising the speed off his serve well. He's using that swing, using that kicker well, mixing up some paces. But it's going to be interesting to see if this one's going to open up or not. We're on serve still.
Indeed, as we're watching Max Weir from Cottesloe serving. Back on serve, currently trailing 1 game to 2. Seven Manso from Hensman Park. Now they're playing that backhand. Some of the spectators at Hensman Park just witnessing this match. Tim Weir, the father of Max, he's floating around under a tree, and of course Dave Culley, the coach at Cottesloe Tennis Club, he's down here watching all the charges go around. 1 versus 2 in the Goods Property Services Round 7 Tennis West State League competition. It's action-packed. It's jammed with talent this year, and it's a wonderful, very close competition.
Speaking of which, I think we see Ashley Burton behind the court as well, watching his son Matt play as well. So it's great to see.
Great generations in the game
absolutely.
of tennis.
It's what we love. It's a family sport.
Watching Will Hann just walk back out onto court, leading 4-3, holding serve without too much challenge at this stage. All courts, all matches played with 3 balls. The balls they're using this year, Dunlop, part of the AO Summer of Tennis. How much difference do the balls make as far as the branding of the ball?
Absolutely. They make a huge difference. I don't know, that might be me, that's my opinion. Absolutely made a huge difference. Back in the day, Slazengers, and then all of a sudden you get handed a Wilson. It made a big difference. And on the day, if they handed you a ball that you weren't a fan of, I don't know, psychologically it did things to me, but you could definitely tell the difference between particular balls, and plays a huge part. From everything that I've heard, the Dunlops have been well received, and playing really well out on the court.
I mean, Slazenger was the traditional ball of tennis for many years, played at the All England Lawn Tennis Club, Wimbledon. Played here throughout this summer of tennis, back in the 70s and 80s. A lot more balls out there in the market at the moment. Yeah, beautiful rally, and Will Hann just acknowledging the big backhand on that occasion with a nice little fist pump. That's the first time we've seen him gear himself up. Currently leading 4-3, all important 8th game here in this very first match of the Goods Property Service Round 7 Tennis West State League competition. Matty Burton closest to the camera, serving from Hensman Park. One of the real form players throughout the last 2 seasons. Oh, if you don't mind, just the running forehand winner down the line from Will Hann. Outstanding, curling that ball around. A bit like Rafael Nadal, that left-hander.
Unbelievable forehand on the run there. I was sitting there, I was nearly just about to say what a great point by Matt, which it was. He got everything he wanted there, but Will's just chased that one down, wrapped it around, and caught the line there. So you couldn't ask for a much better shot and a showcase as we expected today.
Yeah, 8th game, love 30. Opportunity here for Will Hann. Overplaying that first serve. There's the opportunity he wanted. He got the second serve. He opened the shoulders up, trying to hit the off forehand, just overplaying. He'll be ruining that opportunity. Still finds himself up at 15-30, but I love 40. That would have given him 3 cracks at a break of serve this deep in the first set.
Yeah, hopefully he's just going to let that one go and move on. He didn't even look really like he was doing that much with it. Had a lot of spin and a lot of height, but he's going to have to forget it and move on.
First serve, Matty Burton serving. Again, got the shot he was looking for, waited patiently, just overplaying that forehand, 30 all.
He's got to go back to that mindset of that earlier point where he had 3 inside-out forehands, which he got around. He put 2 nicely just out wide. Then he went inside in. He's going to be ruining those last 2 balls because he's in the spot that he wants to be. It also allows Matt to think, keep putting the ball back, play the way that he wants to. Will's just got to continue to break that mould, and he's going to be upset at those last 2 points.
We've spoken often about the technology changes in the game, Robbie, and we'll touch on that in a moment. The way it's changed, the way the game is played over the last 2 decades. 30 all. Overplaying, you can see the quicker conditions out here. The balls are flying through the air, and again, just mistiming that backhand from Will Hann. I mean, how have you found the technology change, particularly since you're a junior? You would have come through maybe the aluminium stage or the graphite stage. The strings were the old style cat guts. But nowadays, you know, the lighter frames, the strings are more grittier. And again, well held, 4 games apiece there.
Yeah, it wasn't in the aluminium phase, but graphite
you
phase
certainly
for
up
sure.
for the wood phase.
Yeah,
though,
no, absolutely. I don't mind picking up a wood racket as well, mate. They're lovely to hit with. But even just the build of players as well, the size, the strength, attributing also to the technologies as well. Is just the way the game's changed. We haven't seen a genuine serve and volley out on the court today. They're just, you know, strong, powerful shots, and the technologies are a credit to that.
We're sneaking across to court number 2. Max Weir, closest to the camera for Cottesloe. Tall, rangy athlete, having a breakout year in the men's state league competition this year against Evan Manso, serving from Hensman Park, the captain of the Hensman Park State League team. One day out here. Overplaying that forehand from Evan Manso. Very tight affair on serve between Manso and Max Weir. Weir and Manso just waiting. Max Weir ready to serve. Just taking their time. Actually looking at the adjoining court. This wonderful rally, that 30-stroke rally. Max Weir ready to serve. Big serve, gee whiz.
Just missed it wide.
Very Ivo Karlovic about Max Weir at the moment. Tall, rangy player, hitting the ball from a great height.
It's not much better than watching a tall guy just make a serve look so easy, and he's got that kind of style.
Beautiful cross-court forehand. Yeah, you're right, Robbie. There's some easy power too, just leaning into it, moving the body weight through the shot. It's more body weight than arm, and I think that's what players got to recognise. To get pace, you don't need to swing your racket or your arm quick. It's just that nice fluid body weight moving into the serve, a bit like a golf swing. You don't need to stroke the ball as hard as you can or try to hit it as hard as you can. It's just using the momentum, using that body weight, and we're seeing that out here, particularly with Max Weir on the first and second serves.
I think mix that with the technology, as we talked about just before as well. Let the racket do its work. You know, we're right here on the baseline. We're watching him just lean into that court. Good knee bend. Look at that.
Yeah, beautiful. Easy power again as Evan Manso goes back to the back court. And this will be a test for Evan Manso. I mean, his first singles for this season.
So you're on this one.
Up against a hardened singles player in Max Weir from Cottesloe.
Yes, but I need to get you on the screen. Okay, so you go, give me your hands up, and then I'll fix that one.
Max Weir.
It's a battery. No, it's not battery. It's heat.
Tall
yes,
athlete.
yes, battery, correct.
Second year in state league for Max Weir. Sister at college under a nice college tennis program. Yes, that big 1-2 punch, the big first serve followed up with the off forehand. Just love that. You know, we'll stay with this court. Just a few technical issues on court number 1. We'll keep you updated with the score. Will Hann currently leading 5-4. Just held serve, putting the pressure on Matthew Burton as they change ends. I'm watching Max Weir just come out, looking to get a refresh, a refill of his water bottle. I mean, we've been 40 minutes into both matches, into this first set. And a lot of water being drunken. That's what they need, Robbie, hydration.
Yeah, as we see James Connolly going out for a little bit of coaching out on the court to Evan. One of the rules that I really love about the state grade competition is having a bit of coaching, being able to step out on court. Any idea what you think you might be saying to him?
Oh, look, you're trying to pump him up in the sense that you've got to make it a little bit more returns, get a bit more depth on your return, put the pressure back on Max. Max is winning too many free points, particularly off that first serve. He's just got to maybe stand back a little bit, give Max a different look at the returning position. I think if he can get into the rally, keep it away from Max Weir's forehand, because he's just winning so many cheap points. First serve, big forehand. Just moving probably out of court, moving into the forehand wing to open up the backhand, which is not the strength of Max Weir. So there'll be a few discussions regarding that, just making sure he's getting good depth, making it more consistent, and a few tactical adjustments to his game.
Yeah, nothing better than a high-performance coach coming out on the court who's also a team member of yours to just encourage you a little bit more, let you know that things are okay, recognising Max is playing some good tennis at the moment, but I think Evan will be upset, and we talked about it before the matches. He doesn't want to give away those 3 points. If he's in the rally, don't give it away. That's your strength. You've got to make Max work for every point.
Words from Rob Kennedy, head of Tennis North at Tennis West. How are you enjoying the role? Enjoying the role?
Yeah, loving the role. I think we've all made mention it's been a crazy start to the summer of tennis, which we love. It's one of those jobs that when we're doing a good job, we're busier and busier as clubs are calling on us. So a Christmas break will be nice. Not that we get much of a break in tennis, especially in summer, but loving the role and, yeah, really proud of the team and the efforts that they're doing. And I'm sure it's well received by everybody out there.
As we come back to the top court, technical issues have been rectified thanks to Tomio Yamazaki and Scotty Walsh. Watching Will Hann currently leading 5-4 on serve against Matthew Burton, serving furthest from the camera. Both players putting on an absolute ball striking clinic out here today. Weather conditions quite hot and humid. Overplaying. Overplaying the backhand down the line, but I do like that play. Just trying to take Matthew out of his comfort zone, open up the big forehand.
I give him credit. He hasn't shied away from going for the lines and making Matthew Burton move and then hopefully opening up that short ball for him. But he is getting to the point now that he's getting a little bit frustrated at giving away a point. He doesn't want to do that now.
That first serve. Will Hann closest to the camera from Cottesloe, leading 5-4. Misplaying that backhand.
We know what separates the good players from the great players is, yes, they have to have their weapons and their strengths, but it's also not giving away the free points as well. So Will's at that point right now where he's going, you know what, I've got to make Matt beat me, and if not, I'm going to make sure I get that ball that I want. So he's gonna get frustrated if he misses these balls, but I give him the credit that he's sticking to his game plan.
Good idea, just moving that ball off the court. Overplaying, you can see the frustration on the face of Will Hann, overplaying that return to serve again. Just, particularly if that backhand wing, he just doesn't seem to be getting enough spin and control. He's overplaying it on many occasions.
Yeah, I think he got really fooled by the change of pace there. I think even we did here. Really took a lot off that second serve and it caught him off guard. That's the ball he wanted. He went that inside in, got the depth that he wanted, and opened up for his forehand. So he's really filthied himself there. But he's got to look at it and go, you know what? I had opportunities again. That's 2 games that I've had opportunities to break. Let's forget about it. Make sure we hold serve. What are we doing with our systems right now? And then we'll worry about the next break of serve when it comes.
Words from Rob Kennedy, head of Tennis North, Tennis West, former touring pro, former coach. Shout out to Tom George, who can't be with us today. Tommy George, High Performance Academy manager. No doubt be tuning into the West Australian Live feed of the Goods Property Services.
So 5-all now. Who do you see taking this first set?
I mean, he just loves that counter-punching style. But again, look, I think it's going to come down to who just holds their nerves at this late stage of the first set, Rob. It's 5 games apiece. Right into the hitting zone there of Matty. He would generally make that 9 out of 10 times. But the nervousness, the pressure at this stage, the first set, it's a telling match. This one, they've changed their order around because I think they're better off having Matt against Will than Matt against Scotty Jones. So it's a must-win match for them. So, look, I like the hitting through the court of Will. At this stage, I think I'm leaning towards Will Hann. Going the tee on that option. Has been going to the swinging serve out to the ad court. Just changing it up a little bit. He's a smart player, Will Hann. He'll understand the nuances of how he's been playing and trying to change it up. There's that swinging serve again. Got the ball he was after. But again, when we talk about pressure in certain situations, again, during a normal game, maybe 2 or 3, or he would have made that shot.
Absolutely. I think you're spot on with who's going to take this set. We're at the point where it's who makes the least amount of errors is clearly going to take this set. It's not quite set up by who's going to take the advantage, who's going to get to the net, who's winning the points. It's who doesn't lose the points at the moment. So they have to keep applying that pressure. But you're spot on. I think Will's using his brain, and anyone who knows the game can see the little nuances that he's changing at the moment.
Will Hann serving, closest to the camera. Gee whiz, I thought he made a tactical error there. He really should have put that forehand away. Tried to drop it short, did drop it short. Benny Burton, good wheels, ran it down, but a good stretch volley from Will Hann to close it out. I
think, like you said before, if this was 2-2 or 3-3, if he is going the drop shot, that would have been a lot shorter, but he's just put a bit more there. But I think the boys need to start to realise when they've been getting to the net, I think more times than not, other than that one forehand we saw down the line, the person in the net's been winning the point. So I would like to see someone take that change.
Lovely play. Gee, I like that sign. Spot on to what you were just talking about, Robbie. The aggressor, the person who's prepared to take the match on, move forward, has again come out victor in that point.
I was waiting for Will to turn and give me a smile. I think maybe we're too close to the court, and he's heard me there and gone straight for a serve volley. But as we saw, well played. But to Matthew's credit, made him really earn it at the net too. There were a couple of smashes there, made him play that drop volley. He found his nerve to get that tighter one and keep it in low on that drop volley. So a great point.
Yeah, great hands around the net too, Will Hann. That low backhand volley just got him out of trouble on the third point. On the third stroke of that point, it was terrific hands. Again, down the tee.
How about yourself?
You serve.
You and I played similar. I like to come into the net. I know you were a net player yourself. In these kind of situations, I loved getting to the net. I felt safe there. I felt, you know what? If you're going to beat me, beat me. But if I'm going to be here at the net, I'm not going to give too much away. I loved getting to the net, and I think seeing Will do that in that game shows his force and shows he's confident to get there as well.
Absolutely. So boys change ends, 6 games to 5 to Will Hann. Match is 48 minutes old. Very hot, humid conditions out here. As we're watching Max Weir serving from Cottesloe up against Evan Manso from Hensman Park. Again, we spoke to Max Weir's easy power off that first and second serve. Just leans the body into it. Tall athlete. That's a beautiful cross-court backhand winner. You can hear the crowd appreciating such is the talent of young Maxi Weir. And we're seeing him just get down on the haunches a little bit. The heat and the conditions out here are starting to take its toll. It's going to play a part in this match. There's no doubt about that.
I'm finding it interesting. Evan really closing in on that second serve return. I was thinking maybe you sit back, start to put the ball a bit higher. Max is in some quality form. You know, obviously we've had quite a focus here on this front court, but I think every time we've cut across, he is putting that forehand away with ease.
Yep, Maxi Weir winning the first set 6 games to 1.
It's quite a nice crowd forming here today, Brett, and I urge anyone who's listening, we've still got Scott Jones and Ethan Cook to come up. It's a beautiful day here at Hensman Park Tennis Club, so anyone who's in the area, please, as much as I'm sure you're loving listening along, come down and watch some great live tennis.
Here at Hensman Park Tennis Club, well said. Robbie Kennedy, Head of Tennis for Tennis West. My name is Brett Patten, bringing you the broadcast for the Goods Property Group Round 7 Men's State League competition. Hensman Park sitting on top of the ladder against Cottesloe, the number 2 ranked side. Max Weir serving from Cott.
Scott Jones has just walked out and had a bit of a chat with Will as they cross hands, so maybe Scotty Jones has seen something and just given him maybe a little bit of advice. The last 2 return games for Will, I think he's actually been in the position to possibly take the break. Hasn't had the break point as of yet, but I think a couple of love 30s and a couple of opportunities where he just gave it away. So looking for him to make those returns early and really put the pressure on a young Matt Burton.
All athletes are really taking their time just to get themselves set here. They're taking extended breaks, standing at the back of the court where there's a bit of shade. Although there's not much shade out here on the centre court, Robbie. It's bathed in sunshine. Trying conditions. Matthew Burton serving, down 5 games to 6. Again, what I like about Matty is really working over that backhand wing of Will, and Will's really have to work his condition to get around and try to hit his favoured shot, which is the forehand, and overplaying it on that occasion. This is going to come down to the best conditioned athlete, I think, out here today, because of the the trying conditions. It is really hot out there on court.
He's definitely trying to say, you know what, you want to get around, you're going to have to make sure you get around.
Oh, gee whiz. Just catching the top of the tape, Matty Burton. He got the point he was after, he got the stroke he was after. He was taking Will Hann right out of court, making him work.
I'd love a step count. Will out here is working extremely hard. So
10,000 steps at the moment.
Yeah, he's gonna want to really take this game soon, because I think he's working a lot harder than Matthew is out at the moment. That's nothing against Matt. He's just in composure in the right spot. Will, as we said, is really looking to get around that forehand, which, as we know, takes a lot more movement and a lot more effort.
Yeah, 15 points all. Just overplaying first serve. Deep into this first set. They're looking to play two on that ball. Ball was coming across the court. Will pointed to the ball. Said, no, that's going to interfere with today's play. So I need to play two on that. Back to 15 points apiece.
Matty's going to hate that one because he's hit a cracker of a ball down the line, but it was pretty clear. Will did call it quite early. It was deep in the court. It's not like it was a short ball. So although Matt won't be a fan, it was definitely the right call and an okay call.
No doubt about that. Very fair play, Will. And again, if the ball's coming across and taking your eye off you playing the actual point, of course you've got to call two.
100%.
15 all, 5 games to 6. I love that change up, that slice backhand deep to the backhand wing of Matty Burton. Just set that forehand up for Will Hann. That's what I think he's got to do if he's to have a chance of closing out this settlement. It's 5-6 up, 15-30. He did have chances at the last rotation at that furthest from the camera end. But again, he needs to make good quality return the serve, put the pressure right on Matty Burton here.
Yeah, he used that slice earlier in the set, and he actually worked well, and he missed one, and then he's kind of gone away from him. We talked about it as he did it. We were still happy for him to use that shot, so it's good to see that he's brought it back. Probably a great time to change that pace up as well.
And you can see Matty just taking a little extended time here, knows the importance of this very point. Again, beautiful play, and Will Hann fist pumps, and Matty Burton a little frustrated with that backhand. That is his go-to. He does hit that backhand really, really well, but such was the pace of shot, the depth of shot, just caught him off guard. 15-40, 2 set points for Will Hann from Cottesloe.
I think it's also that change ratio. So when he's getting around to that forehand, inside out, he's going inside out, 3-to-1 ratio. And there's that one, just that little one to remind you, I can go inside in as well.
Just turning defence into offence there. Beautiful deep shots from Will Hann, but Matty turned that backhand deep and just moved forward again. Gives himself another opportunity to close his first set out, 30-40. But gee, I did like that aggressive play by Matty. You can see he's really starting to struggle at the back of the court. He's going to the towel. He's going to stand in the shade just to give himself a few extra seconds. Take a little bit more time.
I think they're both finding their range. There were some deep balls. I nearly forgot I had a bit of a job to do here. I got enthralled by that point just with the way that they were striking the ball. So they're definitely finding their range. That little half second, but he knows Will's taking his time, so I think he's making sure he takes his time as well.
Lovely deep serve, and you can hear that from Matty just giving the come on. Telling point there, was down 2 break points and 2 set points. Back on parity now, juice, 5 games to 6. I mean, talk about character building. To get back to juice when you're down 2 set points, momentum's in Matty's favour now. And again, beautiful swinging serve. It is interesting momentum. When it comes, you just got to ride it.
I think especially on your serve. Now, he's used that slice, which has a bit of pace behind it. Let's be clear about that as well. But he's used that slice and he's hit that line now 3 times with that serve. So he's definitely feeling his rhythm. And I think that's a little bit why Will's taking his time even a little bit here. Maybe hopefully throw him off that rhythm, get back to where he wants to be. But the composure of Matt Burton is very impressive out here. He's happy for Will to walk around and do his thing, step up when he's ready and execute the play that he wants to.
Game point, Matty Burton. Closest to the camera, serving from Hensman Park. Big serve again. Gee whiz, he dug deep. What's that got to do to Will Hann? Knowing that he had 2 set point opportunities, now it's back to a tiebreaker. I mean, who comes into this tiebreaker with the momentum?
It's always nice coming off a win and holding your serve. But more importantly, Matt's found his range. Those last 4 serves were incredible. He's used the slider that time. They're changing out with the flat one. He's found his depth. He's found his pace. So I think he's feeling comfortable going into this tie-break now. And no doubt that's going to be in the back of Will's mind. He's going to take that half second. If he can get that first point though here, that changes everything.
Start of the tiebreaker. Hann serving. Overplaying the first. Serving into a slight breeze, furthest from the camera. Beautiful play, Matty Burton, the aggressive player there, really flatten that backhand out to give him some advantage moving forward, hitting the overhead winner. 1 point to love, I should say. A nice mini break, Robbie.
I'm loving his change. I think if we look back to the start of the set where he was playing down that middle corridor, he was hitting a lot flatter, a lot lower. He's now given that middle corridor a little bit more height. Still not disregarded his flatter, heavier ball out to the corners. But I'm loving his change. I'm loving his depth. He's making Will think about it a little bit differently in a very crucial time. So a great time to change it up and a great time to find your rhythm.
Matty Burton serving. We'll keep you updated with the Goods Property Services Men's State League results from around the grounds. Love that aggressive play, and we saw him lean in on that forehand, and again, little fist pump, getting that mini break back on serve. 1 point apiece. The intensity's gone up. Boys are really going after their shots here in this tiebreaker.
This is some great tennis. They've done a little bit of a change to our special comments here. We talked earlier about who was going to not give it away. They've both found their rhythm. They're starting to hit some winners. They're starting to get to that ball that they want. It's really impressive. I can't speak too highly of the match that we're watching right now, and it's hard not to get stuck in just watching it and not speaking about it.
We'll give you some results from around the grounds. Some of the other matches being played in the Goods Property Services Men's State League. UWA up against Mount Lawley at UWA, and Royal Kings Park up against Alexander Park. Give you those results following this tiebreak. Nice holder serve there. 2 games, 2 points to 1, I should say. Very tropical day in this broadcast booth. We're getting treated to drinks from Hensman Park. We're being looked after by there's some air conditioners just keeping us cool. You're sweating more in here than you would out on court, Robbie.
And that's saying something, mate, because I was very much known for a bit of sweat out on the court, a little bit of a Kennedy trait, feeling the heat. And I was walking into the match, I said earlier, speaking of Will, and saying, yeah, these are the days I'm pretty happy not to be out on the court. When you see a quality of match like this as well, I'm definitely happy to not be out on the court.
I prefer to play on grass court on a day like this.
Absolutely.
Don't have that heat from coming from beneath your feet. 1-2. Beautiful overhead. Great athleticism from Will Hann. 2 points apiece. Great move again. The net players being the most successful, particularly in this first set, Robbie. And what you made mention about 30 minutes ago was both players got to recognise that when they do come to the net, they're winning literally 100% of the points.
I think Will definitely looks more at home, a little bit more comfortable there. But we saw in the play before with a couple of points ago with Matt moving towards the net as well. I think, like anything, you've got to find the right ball. They're not in a position to force it. But, yeah, seeing them come in, take that advantage and put the pressure on the other player. As we said, the balls are humming through very quickly. It does put a lot of pressure on the other player to try and pass.
2 points all. First set tiebreaker. Hann serving from Cottesloe.
move.
Beautiful forehand. Just catching Will Hann off guard. Goes up another mini break, 3 points to 2.
It was one of the first times I've really seen Matt move around that kicker. He didn't quite stick it into his backhand there, so he had time to get around, get to that forehand and play a great shot and a great return and put the pressure straight on the Will.
This season, he's 1-1 in tiebreakers, Matty Burton. This is the 3rd tiebreaker he's played. Overplaying, 4 points to 2 as they change ends. Got the ascendancy now. The momentum is all in Matty Burton's favour. Do you think he'd know his tiebreak record? Both players, would they think coming into a tiebreaker they know their tiebreak record and that would play in their favour if they had a sort of up in their head count?
It's a question I'd love to ask him because I tell you what, it will tell you what kind of player they are. Are you the kind of player that really looks back on your stats and knows your win-loss ratio about certain players? I've really enjoyed the social media presence of our state grade competition this year because you've had a few guys comment, hold on, I haven't lost to this guy before. What are you trying to hype up here? So it's always interesting to see who knows which, where, what, why and when. So asking him knowing his tiebreaker record, possibly. I always felt comfortable going into a tiebreaker, but that was just a bit of a serve thing for me. But depends who you're playing against and how you feel going into the match at the same time. But yeah, I'd like to know, does he know his record and is he feeling good about it?
Well, he's certainly up in the score count, 4 points to 2. So we're watching Will Hann change ends. I think the end closest to the camera is probably the more preferred end, not looking into the sun for a left-hander. His first set is over 63 minutes. Overplaying, you could see the depth of shot again from Matty Burton, just keeping Will Hann on the back foot and went for too much off that backhand wing, overplaying. 5 points to 2.
He's definitely found his depth. He's definitely found his rhythm. This is one of those moments where you look back earlier in a set and you go, I really wish I got one of those breaks because we could tell, Matty Burton was 1 or 2 inches away from just, finding this groove that we know he's performed and had those fantastic results this season, and he's really starting to show it now with the 5-2 lead.
The frustration from Will Hann must be creeping, given that he had 2 set points on Matty Burton's last service game. Now he finds himself down. A couple of mini breaks in this first set tiebreaker, 2 points to 5. Interesting to see how he can dig himself out of this little hole.
This was one of those moments if you're a non-tennis person and you look at a 2-5 and you go, wow, it's such a big lead, how can you lose from here? But for a tennis person, you go, if I just get this 1 point here and I can get the next one after that, it's 1 mini break and you're back in it. So it's still an okay position. I feel I'm going to see him go wide here and go back to that tennis 101.
Matty was looking for it too. Matty was leaning in on that backhand slider. Nice serve, 3 points to 5.
He really mixes his serves up well. Yes, that was the wide one, but that was the wide one with a bit of pace. He didn't take much off it. He put it out there, said, you know what, if you're going to make this back, let's see what you got. But 3-5, and this is the one I told you about. You get this point here, pressure's right back on Matt.
Let first serve. A long first set, both players. Been out on court over an hour, 65 minutes into the tiebreaker in this first set. All important second singles match here. The Goods Property Service round 7 Tennis West State League competition between Hensman and Cottesloe. Top of the table clash. 3-5. Will Hann serving. Beautiful dipping little backhand from Matty Burton, just forcing the rush. Low backhand volley long from Will Hann. 3 set points here from Matt Burton. He's turned the tables here. Was facing 2 set points only a matter of 10 or so minutes ago. Now he's got 3 set points.
Interesting to see he's gone since I was talking about the 3-to-1 ratio, he's really changed to the inside in. I think that's 3 times in a row now he's actually gone inside in. Early on, we definitely saw him prefer to go the inside out. It's a tricky shot, especially when it's below the net. Sometimes you just want to push it out there, but maybe a bit wary of Matt's forehand.
There it is, the opening set, 7 games to 6 for Hensman Park's Matthew Burton. Faced 2 set points of his own, wins it on his very first set point as we watch the boys change ends. Getting a nice first set after 65 minutes on court. Matty Burton, number 2 singles player here today for Hensman Park. Great first set. Both players left it all out on court. We see Matty Burton just getting to get off court, just have a bit of a toilet break.
Yeah, we can't blame them for going for a break, but what a first set.
What a
Incredible.
first set.
I really enjoyed that one. I think for anybody out there watching, young player, you know, experienced player, sometimes you might not be the better player on the court to start with, but if you can just hang in and hope you find your rhythm, it just shows what can happen. So we gave Will the slight edge there, came out with probably found his serve rhythm, found his return a little bit quicker, had some opportunities there to possibly break, but Matt Burton, to his credit, just dug away, stayed in the match, and when his opportunity came, he found the rhythm at the right time, and a credit to him with changing up the pace and the deep balls.
Absolutely, and takes his tiebreak record in this season's Goods Property Service State League to 2 wins and 1 loss in the tiebreakers, Matty Burton. Give some updates of the other matches being played right across the State League competition this afternoon. Men's competition, Kings Park up against Alexander Park as it currently stands. Ashwin Sharma from Alexander Park got the first set against Jaron Stafford, 6 games to 4, leads 1 game to love. And Lucas Katsamanis from Alexander Park got the first set against John Peachy, 7 points to 5. UWA against Mount Lawley as it currently stands. Tim Grave from UWA got the first set against Addy Mann, 6 games to 1. And Ethan Farley got the first set against Jasper Patterson from UWA, 6 games to love. Other matches being played in that same tie. Jury to Black is up 1 love against Mirko Murdoch. And Ethan Reid is up 6 games to 1 against Reese McDougall. Of course, the Goods Property Services Women's State League results as they currently stand. Alexander Park playing Peppermint Grove at Alexander Park. Peyton Duckett, one of the form players in the women's competition this year for Alexander Park, got the first set 6 games to love against Gay Leon from Peppermint Grove. Emma Black got a 6-1, 5-love lead against Katie O'Shea, and that's a real turn up because Katie O'Shea's had an outstanding season so far. And the other matches being played, Cottesloe versus Hensman. Ella Nurkic up 6-1 and 2-3 against Zeng Zhang from Cottesloe. Juan Yum up a set 7-5 against Jessica Pasillo from Cottesloe. And the other match being played, the Goods Property Services Women's State League. Greenwood up against Royal Kings Park. Megan Kaufman up a set and 2-1 against Tuck. Yelly Kelleher is up a set and 2-1 against Natasha Karma-Pesky. Brooke Campbell from Kings Park is up a set and 4-1 against Laura Polzani. And Amy Finlay is up a set and 1 love against Kings Park's Sally Partington. So all the momentum with Kings Park at the moment in that match. Watching the boys just take a little bit of extended time here. Matthew Burton just toweling off at the change of ends. Will Hann off court, just having a refresher because the conditions are so brutal out here on court. Umpire just giving both athletes a little bit of extra time just to drop the body temperature, get a bit of hydration. We'll keep you across the scores on the other court between Max Weir and Evan Manso. Max Weir won the first set 6 games to 1, is currently trailing 2 games to 1 in the second set. Again, beautiful conditions out here, albeit a little bit extreme, a little bit hot, not a lot of breeze, a little bit of a, as you're watching on camera, probably left to right, Robbie Kennedy, but both these matches, I mean, they're being played in extended times and taking a lot of energy out of all these athletes.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see if anyone's come down with a sub for doubles. We've seen James Connolly walking around, whether he's just playing a coaching role today or possibly step in for the doubles. It'd be one of those great days to do so, not for just a tactical purpose, but also just the conditions as well. You come off a big grind, especially if you're playing in the number 1 or number 3 match. Maybe straight after that, doubles might not be your go. But yeah, I'm intrigued to see how that goes.
As an athlete, Robbie, knowing that the day was going to be very tropical, quite hot, what do you do to prepare? Do you prepare the night before? Do you get some hydration into you? Try to drink, 2, 3, 4 litres of water before you're coming into this match?
Yeah, no, it was all about the night before for me. Definitely making sure you get the Powerades in. And then on the day, I try to not go too heavy on the day. It was definitely the night before. The last thing I wanted to do was get too much in me before I played. I felt a bit heavy, but the night before definitely, and then be sipping away in the mornings. You always want to get a good feed in the night before as well. I was very superstitious.
The carbs?
You know what? I wasn't superstitious with what I had the night before. Yeah, no, definitely not pizza and beer. Definitely not pizza and beer. But yeah, I try to depend on the match, mate. Try to not take it too seriously. But you want to eat something healthy, but get something in you that was going to get you through the next day.
Words from Rob Kennedy, head of tennis north, tennis west. Hope you enjoyed today's broadcast. Matty Burton, closer to the camera, serving after winning the first set, 7 games to 5.
I think the other tricky one for me was being a coach as well through a lot of my playing days here in WA was, you know, I had to coach that morning as well. So on court from about, 7 in the morning. I did enjoy always being the first match of the day because it then allowed me to possibly have, something light to eat while I watched the next match. So, yeah, it was a really big one for me to make sure I was ready, especially if it was a hot day.
Matches to follow. Looking forward to the current WA Open winner, Scotty Jones, up against Ethan Cook. That's going to be an absolute blockbuster as we're watching terrific athletes out here. Some of the WA's very best male athletes out on court here this afternoon. Of course, we're being broadcast from Hensman Park Tennis Club, one of the premier state league tennis clubs right across Australia. Indeed, right across Australia. Matty Burton serving. Beautiful cross-court backhand. What do you want to see from Will Hann, given that he's lost the first set, had chances to close the first set out? He's giving the same game right now to Matty Burton. What do you think needs to change with Will Hann's game?
Yeah, I nearly wanted to start speaking halfway through the point. I really like that he's gone back to that inside-out forehand. I think that worked well for him pushing wide. As the match went on in that first set, he started going more back to the inside-in. So I want to see him pushing out wide, not be afraid to go to that forehand. At the same time, I want to see him get into the net. I'd love to see a count of his net point wins. If he got to the net, I think he won more times than not. And I think he looks comfortable there. So I'd like to see him, stay strong on his return, trust his serve, look to come in off that inside-out forehand.
The only point he'd actually lost serving and volleying was during that tiebreaker too. So that would have given him a bit of a jolt. Playing that backhand. Gee, we've seen a lot of errors come by that backhand wing, just overplaying Willie Hann. A good steady game from Matty Burton.
I feel like he's ahead of it. He looks like he's getting a bit ahead of that backhand, and it's getting right up above his shoulder. And he looks a little bit ahead of it as he's hitting it. It looks like he's in two minds of like he's always looking to get around for that ball. Oh no, there it is, and he's just sort of rushing a little bit on it.
Beautiful running forehand down the line. Nice holder serve for Matthew Burton as he kicks off this second set in fine form. 1 game to love after winning the first set, 7 games to 5. As a player, once you win that first set, would you rather serve to start the second, or would you rather return, give yourself a bit of breather?
Oh, I think you always want that serve first. I always would like that serve first. You always feel comfortable. You want to be confident in holding serve. You want to be that 1 point ahead. I think being ahead is definitely key. I enjoyed it. At any point, you've got the time to catch your breath, take your time, reset. Sometimes you can catch the other person off guard as well. I think they're just going to ease back into it and get an easy hold and then really switch on for that next break.
A couple of the rule changes over the last 10 years. Players nowadays at the start of their first and second sets, and indeed third, fourth and fifth in the Grand Slam, is you don't sit down after the first game. You just go straight around, where before you'd play 1 game, sit down, go back out and play 2 games. Nowadays, start of every set, you play 3 games without taking a break. What do you think about that change of rule?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I think get moving into it. I think we've talked about it a lot, tennis being that mano v mano, 1v1 kind of atmosphere. You want to get into the game. You've had a nice break. You've had a change, after the set, had that little bit of a break there. There's been too much controversy about toilet breaks and what that does in the pro game especially. I think here, why add another long break at one love? Let's get through it. Let's get the first 3 games in, and then we can have the breaks from there.
Interesting you mentioned that. Stefanos Tsitsipas was under fire for the extended toilet breaks after every set to change momentum, and the ATP have come out and had a rule change regarding toilet breaks now, as we see Will Hann serving closest to the camera. They've suggested there's only 1 toilet break per set. I think there was some argument and some concern around the length of time that Stefanos Tsitsipas was taking during his toilet breaks.
I think it's going to be one of those ones that's very interesting from a players' association standpoint of telling them when they can and can't go to the toilet. Obviously, there's questions of what's going on at that time, but where do you draw the line? What does that look like? And obviously, the ATP have made that decision. I think it's going to be good for the fans, and I think it sort of breaks that controversy a little bit. But it'd be interesting to see what happens when that moment comes and somebody really needs that break.
Will Hann serving. Carry on with that toilet break conversation post this point. Just disappointed overplaying that forehand then. Players going to the toilet for these toilet breaks. I mean, for 10-minute break, what are you doing in the toilet for 10 minutes, Robbie Kennedy?
Yeah, no,
are you just calming down? Are you getting the heart rate down? Are you doing the business? I mean, what do you used to do when you go to the toilet?
Well, I think that's where the controversies come into it, isn't it? There's got to be a time limit. We know the average, but again, we're getting to like these personal sides of it, which is odd, especially if somebody's actually doing the right thing.
That point we love. Great hands around the net, Will Hann. He's got to take advantage of that, continually move forward and be the aggressor. Hasn't lost too many from that position. Doing the right thing in the toilet. So you're talking about the ones and twos. Is that the right thing, Robbie?
If that's where we're going to go with the conversation, absolutely. That's what a toilet break is for. Shout out to Peter Schoolgate. I'm sure he's listening. He was a teammate of mine and a bit of competition there as well. Loved the toilet break after a split set.
He'd have a half-an-hour shower, wouldn't he?
Yeah, mate. He came out looking like he had 2 showers in a bath at the same time. But
high performance coach from Tennis West, former coach at Claremont Tennis Club. Overplaying that forehand, Matty Burton, and of course Peter Schoolgate, father of Tristan Schoolgate, one of the shining stars in the men's game coming out of Australia at the moment. Part of the Davis Cup squad last year when they played in Adelaide against Brazil. What a great experience for young Tristan Schoolgate, grown up with a racket in his hand. I remember you and I were playing State League down at Claremont and watching this 8, 9-year-old kid and Tristan just get out there and hit a ball around. All of a sudden now he finds himself inside top 600, 700 in the world and making a career out of tennis.
Definitely shows our age when you see him doing what he's doing now, but yeah, it's wonderful to see.
Bit of breeze here, you can see just
I think
the shirts blowing around here from Will Hann.
Yeah, the wind's definitely picked up a bit. We're looking across at the trees now over across the course, and that wind's definitely picked up. How much of a difference that making to them at the moment, maybe we'll wait and see, but you can definitely feel it. Just slightly mishitting that backhand there. We haven't seen too many of them from Matthew Burton. He's definitely found his rhythm from about halfway through that first set to now. So that one's a bit off-putting, and hopefully he can just sort of move on from there.
As we go across to court 2, watching Max Weir from Cottesloe up a set and 5-2, looking to serve this match out for Cottesloe to get Cottesloe off to a nice flying start here in the number 4 singles spot.
I think he was actually down 2-1 in this set as well, so he's definitely found that form that he was hitting. We could see him across the court here playing a fantastic first set, so he's clearly found that rhythm again and looking to close out the match.
Easy power, Max Weir serving. Again, just snatching at that first serve. Evan Manso overplaying that forehand, just snatching at it too. No backswing or follow through for Evan Manso. Again, this is his first singles match for the Goods Property Services round 7 Tennis West State League. So he's coming just a little bit rusty playing singles. Prefers the doubles, Evan Manso. Max Weir, that serve. Currently leading 5 games to 2. After winning the first set 6 games to 1. Big serve again, easy power. Catching the top of the tape.
One of those interesting ones where you see the ball slightly roll across, but I can tell you right now, Evan was not going to give Max a first serve back, that was for sure, and to Max's credit, he didn't call it either, so they played it out, but I'm pretty sure Evan was happy that it didn't come a couple more inches onto that court.
I would have called it. In my day, give them nothing, Robbie. Max Max Weir serving. Set and 5-2 up. Has struggled finding a first serve in this game. Overplaying that lob. I do like that tactic though from Evan Manso. Just the short ball, forcing Max Weir in. Tried the backhand lob a la Leighton Hewitt, but overplaying it. Such an important tactic and a stroke, that lob. Being able to hit that lob religiously like Leighton Hewitt, that was almost his preferred shot. Trying to pass opponents at the net, just go over the top of them.
Absolutely, and when you can do it well, it's an absolute weapon. I think some people look at it as a defensive shot, but if you can play that attacking lob, it's an absolute weapon to have in your kit bag.
Speaking of weapons, that big first serve, and we can see Max Weir closing out that match against the captain of Hensman Park, Evan Manso, 6-1, 6-2, and a touch over 82 minutes as we sneak back across to court number 1. Matty Burton and Will Hann. Good start there for Cottesloe. Max Weir on a real tear this year, yet to lose a match at state league level. Gives the Cottesloe a 1 rubber to love lead against top of the table Hensman Park. Matty Burton just taking his time.
I haven't watched Max Weir play for a while, but that was an impressive match out there. And Evan Manso is no easy beat, and that was he just put him to the sword and just played an incredible match from what I saw. Weapons all round, using that serve and that forehand to credit.
Max Weir has had some good wins this year. Beat Ben Dellinger and Josh Bowen, Reece McDougall, Lim, and he's really just setting himself up to have a very, very promising career. Late bloomer, but his game has stood the test of time.
Long there, really great point. Looking to see get him around and got into that forehand there. Went the inside in again, but more squeezed into his body. And Matty just putting it long. In regards to Max Weir, I mean, we talked heavily about whenever you look at a team and as a commentator, we think, you know, who's going to be the team to beat this year? And you very easily get sucked into just looking at the 1s and 2s. But when you've got a number 4 that's doing what Max is doing out there and winning all their matches, it's an absolute anchor to the team that you can have that someone that's reliable to win those matches.
Yep, you need great depth in this competition. You know, your best players won't necessarily be able to carry a state league team. We've seen that for the best part of 30 years. You need good depth. And we're seeing that, particularly, as you may mention, Max Weir having those wins throughout this first 7 rounds here in the Men's State League does give the rest of the team a real lift. They can go into their match with a bit of confidence that it's not all riding on them to win. You know, you've got your teammates that are doing the heavy lifting. And Max Weir, again, undefeated so far throughout this Goods Property Services Men's State League competition.
Yeah, I don't care who you have at number 1, no matter what, each week they're going to have a tough match and you don't know which way it's going to go. But when you have that confidence in your number 4 to do what they're going to do, it really does lift you as a player and just give you that little bit more confidence that as a team, they've got my back and we're going to have some success today and have a bit of fun doing it.
Big serve from Matty Weir. Matt Burton, I should say, serving, Hensman Park. Gets another big serve down the tee. Just finding his range out here. 2 aces in a row.
I think there's a little bit of breeze behind him now. Maybe they're looking to change that pace and use that breeze a little bit more, flattening it out. He's been rolling it in a little bit more and using that slice, but in that case, he's really flattened out a couple. And using that slight breeze, I do say slightly, very loosely, because it's still quite warm and quite calm out here.
Yeah, beautiful play point there, Matty Burton. You can see just opening the court up with that big off forehand, capturing that game. Currently leading 2-1 against Will Hann in the second set after leading and winning that first set 7-6. I'm looking across at court number 2. Court number 2 at the moment. We're seeing a couple of big hitters, a couple of big lads in the game at the moment. Austin Voss from Hensman Park up against Sam English. Both boys have to be about 6'4", 6'5" in the old language, Robbie Kennedy. You talked about the size of players in the men's game and women's game seem to be getting taller and taller, and we've seen some really tall athletes in today's time.
It's the levers as well. You just sort of look at them tall in stature, and they're strong boys out there. And you and I aren't short, but I'm pretty happy to stay here, seated where we are, because they might put us a little bit to shame out there. But it's the levers and how they use them. And I think back in the day, we used to look at someone tall and think they don't have the mobility. But now you start to see, you know, the average tennis player, the height they are. I think we all saw that photo from the ATP Cup tie that just happened, and the tournament that we had. And Djokovic was the shortest out of all of them by a mile, and he's 6'3". So definitely the game and the way it's changing, it's clear to see.
Yeah, gone are the days when athletes who are 5'7", 5'8", like Kenny Roseville and the great Rod Laver were dominating the men's game. It is. Athletes are getting taller, getting stronger. And of course, technology plays a big part in the way it's changed the game. Serve and volley, you don't see a lot of that anymore. It's really from the baseline. Big first serve, big forehand cuts the ball, and the court movement. I think the athletes on the main tour, men's and women's, are some of the greatest athletes across all sports, Robbie.
Yeah, because you have to be all-rounded. You can't just be fixated on one strength. And I think when we see the mobility, their fitness, their endurance, their speed, they're working on not only their fast twitch muscles, but also working on their endurance. You have to have it all. And it is an absolute pleasure to watch them move around the court. They move so gracefully. I think we just went up to the Geraldton Forum recently, and somebody mentioned the word very ballet-like. And it's true. Just that talent to see them in the way they float around the court, they move with speed, and they can do it for a long time as well, which is always a credit to them as well.
I'll just touch on that. Geraldton up there for the red ball competition. Went up there for a Midwest Forum, talking to all the clubs, talking about what good tennis communities look like, good club culture, and also culminating in a red ball competition at the Geraldton Tennis Club. You had 220 kids. You had Natalie Lama, the coach at Geraldton Tennis Club, and Jaron Kretschmann, the coach at Tarcoola, down there on the court with a lot of helpers. Yourself leading that, Robbie. What a successful day, an outing, an activation that was. You must have been very happy with the participation levels coming out of Geraldton.
Absolutely. There's been a massive push for tennis in the regions, not only just the regions, but also just getting out to our clubs from a club development standpoint, but also from a classroom to clubhouse connection standpoint, from the schools to the club, to the coaches, and making sure that we're connecting every piece. So really loved going out and having a forum. We had about 30 plus volunteers. They're really keen to talk about tennis in the Midwest. And then, as you said, 220 kids for a red ball competition. It's a credit to our schools team and the work that they're doing to get those kids there, and then that connection piece to the clubs.
Will Hann serving, jamming up Maddie Burton. Beautiful body serve, swinging into the right hip there of Maddie Burton. Maddie Burton currently leads by a set 2-1 in this #2 singles match of the Goods Property Services, round 7, men's state league competition. What are you whispering to Will Hann's ear? More serve and volley?
Yeah, I still want to see him coming into the net, absolutely. I think Matt's really found his rhythm at the back, and I think he's starting to get on top of him now at the back of the court, so I think Will's got to change it up a little bit. Not much, just a little bit. Doesn't have to force it.
Beautiful swinging serve to the ad court, and Maddie Burton's calling that good. Will Hann just talking to himself, giving himself a bit of a G up.
I think Will was just wanting to confirm that it definitely was in. I tell you what, that took off. For a hard court, that really took off.
Didn't it? Yeah, it sure did. Probably into the teeth of the wind too. The ball didn't hold up, but he's gone to that serve, and Maddie's looking for that swinging serve out to the backhand court, so he's sitting on that return. So you'd like to think that Will might want to change it up, go down heavy down the tee, particularly to the ad court. Beautiful play. I like that play. Just light on his feet, getting around, opening up the shoulders, the big forehand. That's what he was dictating, certainly in the early stages of that first set, where he had 2 set points, and again just started this set a little bit sluggish, but now he's starting to up his game and up the ante against Maddie Burton from Hensman.
He got himself in the right position there, which is great, like having to work hard to get into that position as well, but he got himself there, he trusted himself, he picked the play that he wanted to, and he really executed and went nice and strong through that ball.
Boys just taking a little extra time, and it's hot out here. The match is 90 minutes old. Drying conditions. Over playing the first serve. Will Hann from Cottesloe serving. Beautiful. Again, wrong footing, Maddie Burton. He's just got to look to keep moving around, hitting that big forehand and taking the opportunities when they present. Again, Matty doesn't give a lot, but when he starts to hit the ball short, that's when Will Hann really got to start taking his chances and pouncing on it. 2 games apiece here.
As I said earlier, I don't think he has to force it. I think he's got to still trust himself. We enjoyed seeing him go after his shots in the early parts of that first set. I think he's got to back himself. He is still hitting a nice clean ball, but you know, Matt's put that pressure on him and knowing that ball's coming back a lot more now.
Again, the win-loss ratios at the net for the attacking player is really in the favour of the aggressive player, the net rusher. So the boys need to recognise that. They need to understand that every time they are moving forward, they're winning 90-95% of the points. And I don't think, for me, that they're using that tactic enough.
No, I agree. I think their counter-argument will be we're picking the right ball and that's why, and we're not forcing it. But at the same time, there's been some opportunities to come in. There's been some opportunities to put some pressure on that player, and let's see what they're going to do. You can definitely start to see the fatigue on their faces a little bit more. The temperature's getting to them.
Lovely touch there, beautiful. And Matty just looking at that baseline, catching the back end of the line. Oh, you're suggesting they need to go to the Hawkeye, Robbie?
He was tight, and to his credit, he's called that ball in. I think he even had a little glance over to us to see what we were thinking, which we're not going to point that out, but it was very tight. So to his credit, good call. When in doubt, call it in. But nah, you can't. It rhymes, but it's not the right thing. But no, to his credit,
correct.
Good call, good sportsmanship. He's having a look at it, but he's got to move on now.
Overplaying that forehand, gee whiz, he's had that shot on his racket all day, and just again overplaying, trying to be the aggressor, taking it up to his Hensman Park opponent, Matthew Burton. Burton serving closer to the camera. You're right, the temperature I think has just dropped a little bit. It's still quite tropical out here. A little bit more breeze around, it'll cool the players down. Gee, I love that. Flattened out that forehand. Hit that absolutely out of the screws.
Yeah, that's big. That's great. I mean, again, he trusts himself when he gets in position, and I think he's shown himself that if he slightly undercommits, that's when he's hitting it long. He's just not committing to it enough. But in that way, that was just a wow shot right there. Here's my question to you. Will's definitely starting to take a little bit of time between points as the returner. Where do you sit on speed of play? Should you be with the server, or do you have that allowance to take a bit of time?
Good serve, swinging wide. And it's a great argument. You look at the quicker players like a Nick Kyrgios, and you know, he likes to get up to serve and serve straight away, where players like a Rafael Nadal, they like to control the tempo and dictate really when they're serving and receiving. They go through their rituals, and he does take, you know, his 24 seconds every time. And I know there's been arguments from Nick every time he does play Rafa about how he's got to play to his tempo when he's serving, not to his own tempo. I think it's got to be a balance. I think, you know, that the rule is that you play to the tempo of the server, but I don't think, particularly with Nick, he just gets up there and rolls the arm over. He doesn't waste any time at all, and that's more gamesmanship than anything, I would have thought. And like I said, Rafa likes to go through his rituals, but I still think you need to give players time to get ready. Love that cross-court forehand again. The big come on from Matty Burton as he just stretched the backhand wing of Will Hann. Will Hann kicking the ball down. That's only the second point he's lost at net, but I do like that tactic. I think he's still got to go to the well and keep trying to move forward and be the aggressor.
Yeah, I think he'll be disappointed in that volley there. I think he got himself in the right spot, probably just went through the motion a little bit. He's probably hit it a little bit too deep, so all Matty had to do was take a couple of steps across. The ball was still there in his slot, so hopefully he doesn't overthink that one and continues to come in and get the ball in that right spot of the net.
Beautiful play, Matty Burton. Just great consistency and directional play, moving Will Hann left to right. Holds his serve, leading 3 games to 2 after capturing the first set 7 games to 6. Court number 2 in today's play. We're seeing Austin Voss from Hensman Park, I should say. Comes in at the number 3 singles against Cottesloe's Sam English. Closest to the camera, you see Austin Voss. Tall player. Both players 6'4", 6'5" in the old scale. This is going to be an intriguing match. Austin Voss has been in great form, particularly here in State League and also with the AMTs. Been dominating at doubles level with his good mate Ethan Cook. And Sam English has had a breakout year this year too in State League, dominating in the number 3 and number 4 positions across this Goods Property Service State League competition. Round number 7. Hope you're enjoying today's broadcast, brought by Scotty's Media. Scotty Walsh, Tomio Yamazaki. My name's Brett Patten, sitting alongside head of tennis, former pro, former coach Robbie Kennedy, giving you update right across this afternoon's play with all the other men's and women's State League competitions.
I think we saw Austin Voss just lose his shocky there. He's had to call out for another dampener.
Big first serve, Austin Voss, and we'll see that throughout the day with these 2 players. Just rangy, tall players, like we saw with Max Weir from Cottesloe. The ball coming down from a great height. Certainly favours the servers. These conditions, they're quick, and a lot of breeze around, a little bit hot, so the ball will move through the air quite quickly.
Always very jealous when I see a serve like that. We talked about it while we were watching Max Weir. Just to have that ease of serve and just that absolute weapon that, you know, when you step up to your serve, to have that behind you just gives you that little bit of confidence. Not that, not a play on words here, but just stand that little bit taller as well as you step up to the baseline. But yeah, it is beautiful seeing, and we're seeing it more and more with the next generation of players coming through.
Serving. The net stick has just fallen over. Technically, they should fix that up before continuing on with the point. Beautiful half volley on the backhand wing from Austin Voss. Austin's just pointing to the referee to say, can you come out and insert the single stick for us? It's just fallen over. Jill Sheridan is here today. She's manning the ship for all the officials, as they do a wonderful job, the officials, referees, men's and women's State League competition and across all the tournaments and leagues.
Absolute stalwart of the competition, Jill Sheridan, around in our day, and she does a fantastic job and brings a great character to the game as well.
Beautiful half volley, but again, that backhand passing shot from Matty Burton proving pivotal. I'd like to think that Will Hann will start attacking off that forehand wing because the backhand is so devastating from Matthew Burton.
Yeah, it's one thing I've noticed, and I was just sort of thinking about it then, he's really gone to that backhand a lot today, and Matt's really found his rhythm. It'd be interesting to see if he changed it up, look to Matty's forehand a little bit. Obviously, you've got to pick the right ball, and maybe there's a reason why he's doing it, but Matt's definitely executing on that backhand side at the moment. Just had a look over my shoulder. We've got the godfather of tennis, Rob Kildare, is here, and he just had a cheeky chat to Scott Jones before his match. Wonder what he's telling him.
Saying that you got a fair bit longer to wait. Rob Kildare, one of the great characters of WA tennis for over 60 years. Beautiful deep response. Playing that wide, that's it. Moving Matthew away from that centre corridor. He's really been dictating the directional play, Matty Burton. The ball's sort of mid-court, centre, third of the court, and he's just been able to dictate to Will Hann, moving him right or left, because to your point only moments ago, I think the step count is probably greater on Will's end than it is in Matty's end.
Absolutely. It's one of those things. It's not saying that he's not working hard, but it's just his composure and his poise at the back of the court. He puts himself in the right positions. He trusts himself with where the ball is hit to execute the next shot.
do like that shot. Short cross court, taking the depth out of it to work Matty Burton closer to the net. I like that combination from Will Hann.
I still question every time. I feel like Will's listening to us when he comes back to this back corner. A couple of times there he went to the forehand on that point, actually got the short ball that he wanted, and then, as you said, took a little bit of the pace off as well, changed it up a bit, and it was a good change up to see from Will.
Well, when you listen to the super coach Rob Kennedy, just giving some great advice out here. My name is Brett Patten, of course, sitting alongside Head of Tennis North for Tennis West, Rob Kennedy. Hope you're enjoying today's broadcast, brought to you through the live stream of the West Australian newspaper. I'll give you the update right across the good property services, men's and women's state league competition. Some other matches being played right around today. Will Hann serving. And that backhand wing again, attacking that backhand side again, opening up the shoulders. Matty Burton, the nice passing shot down the line. You can hear Will Hann just talking about it, saying keep it away from the backhand wing. He's starting to get it. He's got to attack on that forehand side from Matty Burton, because I don't think he's missed a backhand passing shot yet, Robbie.
Yeah, no, it was actually going to be one of the first times I said, you know, he sort of came in off a 50-50 ball, and I didn't mind it. He actually got himself in the right position. As he walked past here, he's a bit down on himself. He didn't really step into that volley. And as you said, I think he's got to start questioning where he starts to put the next one, because the backhand passing shot at the moment looks pretty strong from Matt.
Certainly the stronger wing for Matty Burton, backhand side. Rarely misses. There's the double fault. That's the scoreboard pressure. First double fault we've seen from Will Hann today, but again, it's amazing what a little bit of scoreboard pressure, a little bit of intensity, and some players either rise to the challenge and some players start to struggle under those pressure situations. We'd like to think that Will can hit his way out of this. Doesn't want to go down in straight sets.
I've used the word a couple of times in this match, that composure and that poise, but I'm likening Matt Burton very much to the James Newton who we watched a couple of weeks ago out at Dalkeith. They just look like they're in control, even if they're not winning the match, where, you know, they just seem to just back themselves and trust their game, which is a credit to our high performance coaches in WA.
Lovely. There we see it. He got away with one there, but I do like that aggressive play from Will Hann, moving forward, giving Matty Burton a different look. And again, the error came off the forehand wing.
It did. I'm sorry, I'm chuckling along. I'm not sure what that move was called to the net. Is it called the starfish or something?
Yeah,
just
could be.
Make himself look large at the net. But as you said, the error came on the forehand wing. And I think Will's going to start thinking about that a little bit. You know what? Either I'm going to cover the backhand down the line, and let's see if you've got something else, or I'm going to make you beat me off the other side.
Yeah, smart play, Will Hann. Just changing up the look for Matty Burton. Again, lovely play. Well done. Smart play from Will Hann, moving forward. Great hands around the net, making short work of that. And again, that would quicken the points up, short the points up. Not using as much energy out as you would standing at the back of the court, hitting 10, 11, 12 balls. Yeah, changing that play.
There's no doubt Will looks comfortable at the net. I know his question may be a couple, but I want to see him keep coming in. If I'm Scotty Jones or someone coming to that sideline right now to have a chat, right now getting to that net is working for him. Yes, pick the right ball. Yes, wait for the right time, but look to get in.
Unfortunately, just opening the shoulders up, going down the line. Still, I'd like to think he'd start to move forward again on about shot 3 or 4, just to give Matty Burton something different to look at, Robbie.
I just don't think he needs that ball. Like, how many times have we had Matt Burton hit a clean winner from the back of the court with Will at the back of the court? So he's been pushed out to that forehand side. He's looked to really drive it down the line. Get that ball back deep, make Matt play another ball, wait for your short ball, and then look to come in from there. Like, I don't mind him going for his shots, and he's shown that he can do it. But right now, put the pressure right on Matt.
Words from Rob Kennedy. Big serve down the tee. Just missing. Beautiful forehand down the line. Just hitting it right into that hitting zone for Matty Burton. He does love to lean on that ball down the line, particularly off the forehand wing. And again, I don't think Willie's giving enough different looks for Matt at this stage.
Oh, that's just a quality shot. Sometimes you got to tip your cap to that one, but I think you're right. That change has got to come now. I think it's very clear from that 5-4 moment in the first set that things have definitely swung. And yeah, it's time for Will to sort of maybe change it up a little bit.
Again, snatching at that first serve. Trying to go swinging wide again. Beautiful day here at Hensman Park Tennis Club. Solid crowd here, big crowd, cheering on the top two teams in the men's competition. Yeah, lovely swinging left-handed serve, and again, just ratifying it with a little fist pump. He understands the importance of holding serve here, putting the pressure back on Matthew Burton. Doesn't want to find himself behind on the score count.
This is one of those ones where I'm really interested if he can just take a little bit of a breath, get this game. I'm interested now to see the difference in those first two sets. Now Matt will have to be thinking, oh, I've missed an opportunity here, where we know Will had to think that way a little bit in the first set.
Just wide again. Coming off the forehand wing. I like that play. That jammed Matty Burton up. He had to move away and try to hit sort of the inside out forehand. Game point opportunity now for Will Hann. Get it back on parity. Currently Matty Burton leads by 7 games to 6 and 3 games to 2 on serve in this second set. Pivotal number 2 singles match here at the top of the table clash between Cottesloe Tennis Club and Hensman Park. Again, the fist pump too over to his teammates, and they get up and celebrate with him. Good hold of serve, 3 games apiece. Will Hann got out of jail on that occasion, putting the pressure again right back on Matthew Burton.
Again, we're right on that baseline there. That was a great call by Will. It caught the back of the line. He played it extremely well. What was interesting was you could see that he wasn't planning on coming to the net, but once Matty changed to that slice backhand, I'm coming in, which is something that I like to see. Your balls become a better shot than you want. Catch them off guard if they want to take the pace off, and you come from there.
Will went for the towel, was looking to change ends, but realised it's actually an even game, 3 games apiece. Matty Burton to serve. Match is nearly 110 minutes old. Must be taking some energy out of both of these athletes. Finely tuned athletes, good athletes, but again, hot conditions.
Intrigued to see how Matty Burton plays this game. You know, he's had some opportunities just then, and now he's got to step up and hold serve again.
Missing that backhand wide from Will Hann. Game style of Matty Burton, very reminiscent of Daniel Medvedev. Just a ball machine. Lean, long levers, doesn't make too many errors. Sort of bores his opponents to death in a lot of ways. Just keeps making them play another shot and another shot and another shot. Serving. 3 games apiece in the second set. Matty Burton from Hensman Park, 15 love up. Overplaying that, just catching the top of the frame.
I can assure you we're not bored watching this match, and that's definitely not what you're alluding to, but what you're saying is spot on. And sometimes when you're down Will's end playing against somebody like this, you're like, what do I have to do? What do I have to do? And sometimes you come out of that game plan A so quickly because you just see this guy making ball after ball after ball and just not looking like he has any weaknesses, and it can play on your mind, and you try to hit that one ball a little bit early. So I think you're spot on with the compliment.
Certainly those players were the ones I got frustrated with the most. Those players who just are so consistent. You had to make something happen. You had to win the match. They were never going to lose the match, and that's what we see with Matty Burton. He's not losing the match here. So it's up to Will to see what he can do to change his game style around, to start winning the ascendancy.
And I think that's the difference in the generations. This is very much where if my game plan A wasn't working against someone like that, I'm looking to serve volley. Just change it up.
Beautiful. That's the aggressive play. Moving forward, giving Matty Burton another look. Good tactics here. 15-30 opportunity here. Just gets his nose in front again. That scoreboard pressure, but we've seen Matty just come out and just shut the opportunity down for Will Hann at every turn.
It's really nice seeing the subtle and the contrast in the way these two are playing. Will's definitely looking to show that assertiveness, and then obviously you've got Matt at the other end showing that counter puncher. So it's going to be really interesting to see which way comes out on top.
Overplaying that forehand. Again, scoreboard pressure. Will Hann, opportunity here. Needs to make one of these opportunities count.
No doubt in his mind as he's walking back right now, you can't help but think about that. You can't help but tell yourself, come on, pick the right ball. It also starts with this first one. Let's get this return back, and then we'll see what happens from there.
There it is, the breaker serve, the first break. You see Matty Burton frustrated with himself, but good breaker serve from Will Hann to find himself up 4-3 with a break in the second set after losing the first set 7-6 as we skip across to court number 2. Sam English furthest from the camera from Cottesloe serving against Austin Voss on serve at the moment, 2-1. Voss closest to the camera. Both players, tall, rangy athletes, heavy hitters, big serves. Overplaying that first serve, Sam English. And the blue courts of Hensman Park Tennis Club, situated in the leafy suburb of South Perth. Ooh. Beautiful backhand down the line and the receiving fist pump as well. He loves to get up and about, Austin Voss. That's very collegiate. Used to do a lot of that during your days coming back from college.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you have that, especially when you're in an atmosphere like this, you're playing with the team and you like getting your team behind you as well. I used to play with a guy named Scott Utley as well. They just love your teammates getting up in you. And if you weren't up with him, he'd tell you about it. But yeah, no, I love getting your teammates involved. A good fist pump, as we saw from Will Hann on the same first court, looking straight down the eye of his teammates. Come on, let's get up together.
English serving, double fault. A bit of scoreboard pressure. You mentioned Scotty Utley. What a great, colourful character Scotty was. Played for North Beach for many, many years. Playing a lot of the ITF over 30s tour now. Australian over 35s champion of some 5 or 6 years ago. One of the real great characters of WA tennis. Loves his tennis, loves getting in the face of his opponents and geeing up his partners.
Yeah, very, very passionate guy. Enjoyed winning a couple of pennants with him. He was a great teammate, and you knew he'd always be in your corner. Speaking of which, we've got the Seniors State Championships coming up in December. Over 30 this year. Just a reminder, anyone 30 plus, it's time to sign up and get involved in a state championship.
Being played at Netherlands Tennis Club in Dalkeith. Wonderful opportunity to get amongst your peers, your own age group, enjoying this wonderful game of tennis. Yeah, I like that play. Chip and charge. Beautiful return of serve. Just blocked the ball back and came in high backhand volley. As we get back across to court number 1, Will Hann serving with a break, leading 4-3. Ebbs and flows this match. He had 2 break points in the opening and 2 set points in the opening set. Finds himself up a breaker serve here. Beautiful play, Matty Burton. Just read that forehand down the line. Had the open court to hit it into Hann, but chose the forehand, and so would the viewer eye, because that's where we're telling him to hit the ball. Such as the deadly backhand passing shot of Matty Burton, but just couldn't consolidate.
I'll tell you what, though, I think, and I'm pretty sure Wills would be thinking about it right now, there's a couple now of these high backhand volleys that he's just putting deep. Now, for anyone that's wondering what's wrong with a deep volley sometimes, you've only got to take those 2 steps across and that ball's right there in your zone. Sometimes you've got to find a way to take that pace off, get it a little bit wider, or all Matty's doing is 2 steps across, bang, he's going to execute that ball, and he's too good to miss that shot.
Words from Rob Kennedy, head of Tennis North, Tennis West. Former touring player, former coach. Shout out to Tom George, who's not part of the broadcast today, and Shane Smedley. No overplaying. Again, break a serve is not a break until you hold, Rob Kennedy. So, love 30 here. All the hard work in that 7th game to break Matty Burton. He finds himself in a little bit of a hole here on the scoreboard. Does Will Hann from Cottesloe.
Stealing one of my favourite quotes. I don't think I could tell you how many times I've said that in my head after a break. And it's so true, though. It really is not a break until you hold. And I can tell now Will's taking a couple of seconds here really just to think about it, because he's not far away from just getting this back.
No, missing that little touch drop shot. Love 43 breakback points for Matty Burton. Get the scoreboard back on parity. All before Will Hann right here at the moment. All the hard work to get that break now. Has to go to plan B to see if he can't get back on parity. 1 point at a time. What would we have to tell himself? Is it 1 point at a time? Don't want to think too far ahead, Robbie.
Well, I was just thinking, it's really interesting this is about tennis. He actually hasn't done anything too wrong with his game plan. It's just been that final execution. So I'd kind of stick to what it is and hope the execution turns around.
There's that off forehand. He loves going to that off forehand in those situations. 15-40, gets one back. You're right. I think game plan's been good. The execution has just failed him. And Matty's played a superb game.
I mean, if we break this game down, he's had 2 times where he's been at the net and had a volley to play where he hasn't quite executed well. He's had a forehand that he's missed long, but as we know, as we've just seen in that point that's just happened, he can make that forehand and he's going to stick to the game plan. So I wouldn't overthink it. Just hope your skill comes back in and you make sure you execute on the next point. Definitely taking his time, which I like to see, because he's not that far away from making sure. And if he can hold here, it's going to go a long way to winning this match.
Missing that one wide. Second serve, 15-40. Overplaying. You can see Matty not happy with that return of serve. Took an air swing at his shoe then. Luckily he missed, and what I've done an injury to his ankle. 30-40, 2 points back. Again, we saw the ascendancy change in the first set when Matty Burton faced 2 set points. Managed to get his way out of that serving game and then winning the tiebreaker. Can we see that here with Will Hann currently up a break, but down a break point chance?
I reckon this is one of the biggest points in the match right here.
Just overplaying that forehand, not by much, but the scoreboard back at even 4 games apiece after really clawing out an exceptional break of serve only a matter of 7 or 8 minutes ago. But again, momentum swings, Robbie.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, though, if you're Will Hann's coach right now, you're loving his confidence. The shot was there to be played. You've hit it many times throughout this match, and you've had another opportunity to do so, and you've just slightly missed. It's a game of millimetres, and we know that, but you've got to tell yourself it's still on serve here now.
Overplaying that, about a 1.5 foot long. You're right. It's the execution that's probably failed him over the last 7 or 8 minutes, particularly in that last service game. You're right, he's 4 games apiece. He's not behind on the score count. He's got to hold his head. No, overplaying again. Nice first serve there from Matthew Burton.
This is what I was talking about with that being one of the biggest points, because I'm not saying Will has completely dropped off, but as a teammate right now, you've got to tell him, come on, you're still in this match, and this is going to be massive for us if you can turn this around. To Matthew's credit, he's just stepping up, continually just putting that pressure on and on and on and on, and Will's got to find a way to turn this around now.
Petty love. Again, overplaying his favoured preferred off forehand. Just has not found the rhythm throughout the last game and a half.
He is looking a little bit tired out there now. He looks like he's rushing and sort of whipping that forehand a little bit now.
2 hours old, this particular match in this heat. He's going to the tower quite often.
Could be one of those ones where he's looking at this now going, love 40, all right, I'll have a swing. 40 love, I should say. Having a little bit of a swing and let's see what happens. Let's move on.
Beautiful play. I like that style of play. Down love 40, to your point, just throws caution to the wind, moving forward, trying something a little bit different. The chip charge, beautiful hands around the net.
I wonder if that'll change something in his mindset. Yes, there was you say no pressure on that point in the situation of the game that we're in, but he's done something different that we haven't seen the whole match, and he actually executed it perfectly. So I wonder whether that's going to change his mindset a little bit. Do I look to come in a bit more? Do I really make Matt force the issue? I guess we'll see as we go through.
Just seeing Matty take a little bit of extended time here, just trying to catch a little bit of the shadow that our commentary booth is throwing over the court. Just get some relief from that hot sun. Beautiful. Again, wrong footing Matty Burton. Back to the forehand wing. He's had some great success wrong footing Matty over the last 3 or 4 games. 40-30, still a game point.
Oh, thank you, young man. My pleasure. You can see me struggling over here.
Lovely, opening the shoulders up, beautifully received by the crowd here too. Very generous crowd at Hensman Park Tennis Club. Backhand down the line, back to deuce. Again, geez, we've seen some momentum changes in the last 15 minutes here in this #2 singles match between Matty Burton and Will Hann.
Isn't it just amazing what a little bit of love 40 does? Just gives you that bit more confidence to go, you know what, I'm going to swing, I'm going to trust my shots. But it's been the balance. The balance on these shots have been incredible. And so now we have a different situation. Now you're like, well, actually, I'm back in this now. So hopefully he backs his confidence here, and because no doubt Matt's going to make him earn it.
Swinging serve, calling it wide. Well, Matty's not agreeing. He's saying no, it was a little wide. He's just having a look across at us, seeing if we saw anything. We couldn't tell from where we're at. Our vantage point doesn't give us that opportunity. He's accepting the call. Second serve at deuce. Very critical time of this second set. Beautiful forehand again. A little bit of frustration creeping in. That's 5 points in a row for Will Hann. Again, gives him an opportunity to get another break. 4 games apiece. Matty Burton just frustrated with that last couple of points that he's played.
We talked about the mental poise that he's had, and we compared it similar to Jimmy Newton that we watched a little while ago, a couple of weeks ago. This is going to be one of those moments right now where you've just got to let go. So we'll learn a lot about Matthew Burton with what he does in these next couple of points. He's got to let it go. He's clearly not happy with it. A few shakes of the head behind the court as well, behind that ball. Let's see what he can do.
And there it is. Breaker serve. 5 games to 4 from Will Hann. Beautifully dug in, finding himself down love 40 and got his way right back to holding Matty Burton accountable to dropping his serve, and gives him a chance to serve for this second set.
I'll tell you what Matty will be nervous about now is Will's actually found a bit of rhythm on that backhand, didn't he? So from love 40 down, from 40 love up in that serving game, so Will Hann's gone about 4 backhand winners and just smooth connection. So he's been looking for that connection throughout this match. To add that to what he's been doing on his forehand, this exactly could be that exact same point that we had in the first set of just finding the rhythm at the right time.
Yeah, ebbs and flows in this match has been quite outstanding. And across to court #2, we're seeing Austin Voss claiming the first set against Sam English, 6 games to 1. All important matches out here. Cottesloe currently leading on the scorecard 1 rubber to love after the win from Max Weir against Evan Manso. Hensman Park in that second court with Austin Voss looking to square the ledger. And this first singles is anyone's guess right now, Robbie.
Well, they're. It looks like they're setting up for exactly what we wanted, which is the number one match going out there, and probably being very crucial to whether it's going to be an absolute tie before the doubles or it could be a 3-1 swing. So, thank you to Court 2 for the great matches they're playing as well, but really setting up for the importance of the number ones and the number twos, and the crowd is definitely picking up for this next match.
It's just taking a little bit of extended time. Courtside, Sam English is having a chat to Scotty Jones, just imparting some wisdom there after losing the first 6 games to 1.
From what you know of Scotty Jones, mate, is this a little bit of his nervous energy before a match? He's walking out, he's a great teamsman, so let's not put that away. But going out doing a bit of coaching there, a bit of coaching here, do you think that helps him sort of get into his match and his mindset rather than just sit and watch?
Yeah, I think it does. I think it gets him match ready, and he's a great coach. He's a terrific student of the game, Scotty Jones, so he'd have some great wisdom that he'd be imparting to Sam English right now. And I think that'll just get his head right as well, rather than sitting back and just watching, throwing yourself into it, investing some energy. He'll be cherry ripe when he steps onto court post this second set and potentially third set between Matty Burton and Will Hann. Will Hann serving for this second set, 5 games to 4. 2 service breaks so far. He gave one straight back in his last service game. Let's just see if he can hold this out, force it to a super tiebreaker third set where it becomes Russian roulette, anyone's business. Beautiful forehand. Again, didn't do enough for that return of serve, Matty Burton, but the serve really just forced him to put it mid-court, open the shoulders up. He's gone to that off forehand many occasions this afternoon, Will Hann. Just play to your strengths now, Robbie.
Oh, absolutely. You trust yourself. You trust what's been working. This is one of those moments where you go, all right, what's my strength and actually what's been working in this match as well. I'm going to stick to that. I'm going to back it at the same time. Don't second guess yourself on a ball toss or anything like that. Trust yourself. Go with what works.
15 love. Forcing that long. Ball just bouncing back, just holding up play from a few moments. Will Hann just stepping back, getting set for a second serve. Good again, solid play from Matthew Burton, just forcing that one extra shot from Will Hann, overplaying the backhand deep. He really is a bumper board out there, Matty. Once he puts his mind to it, he just says, I'm not going to miss. And he generally doesn't.
Yeah, no, I'm really impressed by the way that he's played in this match. As you say, ebbs and flows throughout it, but he's kept his composure throughout this whole match. You know, obviously he might be a little bit flustered by what happened with the call in the last game, but he seems to have really just shrugged it off, straight back into his game. Very robotic, as you said, very Medvedev-like.
Daniel Medvedev, number 2 men's player in the world. High compliment. Overplaying, just long.
Don't mind this little bit of gamesmanship from the younger fella. You know,
holding
it's
it up.
the right thing. You can move the ball, but you can tell there's a little bit of something to it, which I love to see.
Just making Will serve and wait. Overplaying that forehand cross court is a beautiful attacking forehand down the line from Matty Burton. Just force the pace, flatten the forehand out, taking some time away from Will.
Do we see the 7 volley soon? I think Matt's getting the better of him actually at the back of the court, and I don't think Wills wants to grind it out with him. If he's using that little bit of a breeze to keep that ball deep here for Will, I think Will's got to start to look for some other options right now, because if he gets into this game plan, I'm swinging it towards Matt's favour.
Yeah, I'll be looking T-serve here and moving forward, hitting a high quality first volley. And
I'll have a bit of fun with you. I'll go wide.
Going wide. Read that well. Overplaying that forehand, just forcing the error. 15-40. Chance again for Matty Burton to get this score count back on parity in the second set.
That's the one I'm talking about. Will doesn't want to get into that game. You know, to Matt's credit, he's playing it fantastically. A little bit higher on the ball when necessary. When he can, he steps in and flattens it out a bit more, but he's making sure Will going, you know what, you want to crack that forehand? Crack it from behind the baseline.
2 break points. Lovely, went behind. Beautiful high backhand. Not an easy shot by any stretch. Made that look incredibly easy, particularly at that time.
Well, I think that's the first time that backhand volley's actually gone towards that corner. We were talking about it before. He's kind of gone the deep volley cross court. Matty's moved across and played that forehand. So definitely caught Matt off guard. He got in behind it, which was a great volley. Took a little bit of pace off it as well.
30-40, still another break point opportunity for Matty Burton.
You can see the ball's fluffing up a little bit now, aren't they? They're not getting as many real stings on that first serve. So we'll see what he does here with this one.
I think you're right. I think you go wide again here. He's going T. Called it wrong. Went to the body. And you're right, the ball's fluffing up, not travelling through the air as quick as they were in the first set. Set and a half. 30-40, second serve. Let. Overplaying. Just that backhand too long, and you can hear what that meant to Matty Burton with a big come on. Back on parity, 5 games apiece. Both boys have dropped 2 serves in a row. And again, a little momentum shift here in favour of the Hensman Park number 2 and Matthew Burton.
Doesn't it show you what a little bit of support can do as well? He's got his family clearly there in his back corner, just in his ear a little bit, giving that little bit of support, especially for a young player. Just to have that support behind you, you just sort of lift a little bit more, and all of a sudden it's not so hot anymore out on that court. I loved playing when the family came down and watched me, and it always just gave you that little bit of something that you're playing for, and especially when your club members are there as well. I think when you're playing state grade or Divi 1 for a club, to know that your club is actually behind you, coming down and supporting you, you just stand a little bit taller and enjoy your match a little bit more.
Words from Rob Kennedy, head of Tennis North from Tennis West. Hope you're enjoying today's Goods Property Services round 7 of the WA State League competition. I like that. Just floated that backhand deep and then captured the short ball cross court. 15 points apiece. Just a matter of both players keeping composed under this very high pressured situation.
Will likes to stay in his box a little bit here, as he hasn't really, not too much to his teammates, not too much to the crowd. I don't know whether it's a bit of fatigue, but you can see he's really thinking about what he's trying to do out there.
What I'd like to see is just probably a little bit more foot movement out here from Will Hann. Just seems to be flat-footed and trying to swing from the hip. Just wasn't in the right position to go after that deep backhand from Matty Burton.
No, I think you're spot on. We're very comfortable here in our commentary box, and it's been quite warm out there, and you can see that fatigue. We talked heavily about the foot count or the step count for Will over maybe a Matt to start with. Maybe that's starting to catch up a little bit now. Just another reason that's showing us why that super tiebreak for a third is the right decision as we head to 3:15 in the afternoon now.
Long match, one of the longest of the season. 2 hours and 15 minutes old. At the business end of the second set, of course, if it goes to third set, it is a super tiebreaker, which is first to 10 points. Both players starting to fatigue out here. Again, that's the fatigue setting in, trying to go for the forehand outright winner instead of sort of playing for the percentage.
I reckon it's both ways. You're 100% correct. That fatigue is definitely setting in, but we've talked about it heavily today. Just the perceived pressure that Matty Burton's been putting on by just making ball after ball. His depth has got better as it's gone on, so Will having to feel like he has to do something special.
Overplaying that forehand again. Changes ends. Currently leading 6 games to 5 after winning the first set 7 games to 6. Matthew Burton got a real pep in his step as he changes ends. He's going to sit down, hoping it's to sit down for the last time. And Will Hann just moving into position now as he's going to take some time to just set himself. All important 12th game. This second set. As we skip across to court number 2. You see Austin Voss sitting down, just doing a regrip, such as the humidity out there, just changing grip because of the moisture and probably tearing that grip up. Currently leads by a set. And he's down 2 games to 1 at the start of this second set.
It's been hard to take the eyes off this front court that's in front of us, but every time that I have happened to glance over, Austin's playing some incredible tennis. I think we talked a lot about Max Weir and the way that he was playing, but Austin Voss has looked very comfortable out on the court. It looks like he's got control of the court and control of his game as well, which, you know, when you can see a player that just feels confident in what they're doing, you just see a little bit of a difference, a little bit of a pep in their step, and just looks like they're just in a good place every time they're hitting the ball.
Just coming out, ready to return serve. Austin Voss closest to the camera from Hensman Park Tennis Club. Big wristband, a la Ivan Lendl, covering, I should say, about 2/3 of his forearm.
I think that's an arm sleeve on quite a few other people, isn't it? It's just a sweatband for him, but
the shooter's sleeve.
Yeah, absolutely.
Moving back to court number 1, the closing stages of this second set between Will Hann and Matthew Burton. Matty Burton closest to the camera, currently leads by a set and 6 games to 5. Held his serve for the first time in 3 attempts only moments ago. Will Hann serving to stay in this match. Smart play, good aggressive attacking play, taking it right up to Matty Burton. Just didn't execute the backhand lob, caught the base of the racket, the frame, just dropped it short. Nice easy put away for Will Hann.
There's that serve volley that I'm talking about, nice little change up. It's interesting that they use it with the wind behind. I don't know about you, but I enjoyed serving volleying into the wind because to pass you was very tough with the wind behind, to not flatten it long. Sometimes hitting into a breeze, you feel like you can let go a little bit more on your return and have a crack at it.
Catching the top of the tape, going for the off forehand again. Just didn't get set, didn't get in the right position. Probably 2 front on. 15 points apiece. 6 games to 5 to Matty Burton after winning the first set 7 games to 6. Number 2 Hensman Park athlete. We're going to close this match out in straight sets. A bit of work to be done yet. Match is 2 hours and 20 minutes old. Hensman Park currently sitting on top of the Goods Property Services State League ladder. Cottesloe sitting second. Boys exchanging words. Will thinks it was dead on. Matty called it wide. Matty's given him the serve. Great sportsmanship from Matty Burton, 30-15. There's been too many disputes this afternoon. Played in great spirits out here between these 2 good athletes.
I can tell you, we've had a couple back here as well where they've been tired, even some of them may be out that have been called in, so it's good to see.
Beautiful lob. Lovely forehand lob from Matty Burton. 30 points apiece, 2 points away from closing this match out in straight sets. A lot of work to be done from Will Hann.
I'll tell you what, I've got a feeling Will Hann will look back on this match and he'll be able to do so with you know, the recording of this live stream. There's that backhand volley again that he's just put at 3/4 court. He's gonna dread that a little bit. He's either got to get it wider and take the pace off, or like he did a couple of games before, get behind him with it. He's put himself in the right spot though, so we'll wonder what he does next.
Beautiful passing shot, bringing up his first match point. Matty Burton with a cross-court forehand, just pure, straight out of the screws. Great opportunity to close this match out and give Hensman Park a rubber victory in the second singles match after Evan Manso lost in the fourth singles position. Cottesloe currently leading on the scorecard, 1 rubber to love. Match point here in the number 2 singles for Matthew Burton against Will Hann from Cottesloe. Oh, there it is. Just finishing out the second set off the forehand error from Will Hann, as Will Hann looks across and congratulates Matty Burton. Played in great spirits. Matty Burton, the Hensman Park number 2 singles player, closing that set out and that match 7-6, 7-5. Your thoughts, particularly in that second set, Robbie?
Oh, an absolute credit to Matt Burton. The way that he just applied pressure, you know, point after point, just kept that depth, kept it moving. He made Will sort of second guess the way that he was playing. And when Will looked like he was starting to get back on top, he found a way to make those balls and get those winners going, which made Will have to think about it again. So absolute credit to him. You know, we talked about the lineup, whether it was, you know, a little bit of a change up. So there's a bit of pressure put on the young fella to step out in the number 2 spot and actually get that win. And against a quality opponent, he stepped up and done that. So an absolute credit to him.
Certainly did. As we skip across to court number 2, Austin Voss serving from Hensman, closest to the camera, up against Sam English. English up a break in the second set after losing the first set 6-1. Austin Voss, great record so far in the Goods Property Service State League competition. Round number 7. Good athlete, rangy athlete, big serve. Again, we saw the serve then. Serve and volleying, one-handed. Very few one-handers still playing the game in the men's state league.
I think we'll start to see a generation of one-handers coming through now. There's, I don't know if you know of a player named Roger Federer, but there's definitely an influence out there, isn't it?
It certainly is.
And they're seeing it, and there's definitely a few more we could list as well.
Beautiful backhand from Sam English, hitting it with great confidence. Got off to a shaky start, Sam. He's starting to hit his straps at the moment, just going to the towel. Pretty warm out there. But Will Hann and Matty Burton, that match went for 2 hours and 20 minutes. Just a grueling slugfest out here on the number 1 court at Hensman Park Tennis Club in really trying conditions. Keep you updated with some of the results from around the other matches. Good scurry there from Austin Voss. Sam English played a magnificent point then. Good scurrying, good counter punching from the back of the court as we give you some updates from the other State League matches being played right across Perth Metro. The Men's State League at the moment. Outside of this match between Hensman Park and Cottesloe, we're seeing Kings Park Cup up against Alexander Park. Alexander Park currently lead 2 rubbers to love. Ashwin Sharman defeated Jaron Stafford 6-4, 6-2. And Luca Katsamanos defeated John Peachy 7-5, 7-6. And the match is on court at the moment. Jake Robinson's currently leading 5-3 for Kings Park against Dan Downey. And Darren Slater up 2-1 against Jerome Iaconi. The other match being played, UWA up against Mount Lawley. UWA currently leading 2 rubbers to 1. Tim Gray defeated Addy Mann 6-1, 6-2. Ethan Farley squared the ledger for Mount Lawley, defeating Jasper Pedersen 6-love, 6-3. Jury to Blank got the first set up against Marco Murdoch 6-4, but it's currently trailing 4-1. And Ethan Reid defeated Reese McDougall in straight sets. And you can hear the big come on from Austin Voss. The Women's State League that's being played right around Perth Metro this afternoon. Alexander Park currently playing Peppermint Grove, 1 rubber apiece. Sheridan Curry is playing Talia Gibson, the form player in Australia, particularly in the under-18s, losing the first set 6-2. Peyton Duckett from Alexander Park defeated Gay Leong 6-love, 6-3. We saw Ruby Broadbent from Peppermint Grove defeat Maddie Watson certainly hasn't defeated, won the first set 6-4. And Emma Black from Peppermint Grove defeated Katie O'Shea 6-1, 6-2. And the last match being played in the Women's State League at the moment, sponsored by Goods Property Services. Cottesloe playing Hensman Park. Hensman Park top of the table in the women's. Hensman Park currently lead 2 rubbers to love. Ella Nurkic from Hensman Park defeated Zeng 6-1, 6-3. Dwan Yum defeated Jessica Basilio in 3 sets, 17-15 in that super tiebreaker in the third set. Quite a remarkable feat there. Lauren Nikolowski up against Xenia Vukasic, and she's currently leading 6-love 4-3, with some other matches still to be played out. Hope you're enjoying today's broadcast, brought to you by Goods Property Service. Thanks to Scotty Walsh. Tomio Yamazaki, my name is Brett Patten, sitting alongside Robbie Kennedy, head of Tennis North for Tennis West, former touring pro, former coach, knows what he's talking about. Warm day here out at South Perth at Hensman Park Tennis Club. If you want to come on down, the bar is open. The festivities are high, the energy is through the roof. All the fans enjoying what they're seeing out here. Some of the best athletes in the men's game going around, the number 1 team and the number 2 team. I'm looking forward to the match that we're watching right now between Ethan Cook, closest to the camera from Hensman Park, up against the number 1 player in WA at the moment. Outside of Matty Ebden, who's touring around, is Scotty Jones, former WA Open winner, former Australian under-18s champion of a few seasons ago, undefeated so far this year. And what does Ethan Cook need to do against Scotty Jones?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? But no, I'm really excited to watch Ethan Cook play. Obviously, I haven't seen him play for quite a while, but as a junior, always up in the top ranked juniors coming up, and then to see him now starting to have some success in the AMTs that are going around is great to see, and to see him at this stature as well, stepping up. I've heard he wants to start travelling soon and start playing, which is great, and a credit to him as well. But I think he gets to step out on the court today. I know that he can have a little bit of a free swing. It's always a great opportunity to step up and play against quality players like Scott Jones, but he'll still see it as an opportunity. If I know anything that I've heard about this this young man, he's going to want to take the opportunity when it's given to him. So I think he's got to find his way into the match first. You know, don't try and do too much too soon. Sometimes when you go against somebody who, you know, on paper somebody might say you're the underdog, and that's how it is. Sometimes you think you've got to force the issue and try and hit some bigger winners than you might not normally go for in your match. So I just want to see him find his way into the match, get a feel for the speed of the game, get a feel for his game and what he wants to do, and start to see what Scott's going to do. And use that brain that he's got of his. I've heard he's got a smart head on his shoulders. I've heard he likes to get involved with the team and be a bit passionate out on court as well. So hopefully we'll see a little bit of that as well. But yeah, no, really looking forward to that match. I think we've been set up really well at the moment with a 1-1 situation, and he's been given that opportunity to step up in that number 1 match, and it's a credit for the way that he's been playing and the way that he comes into this match with a lot of form behind him. So I think we're in for a good one.
Words from Rob Kennedy, head of Tennis West. He's been incredibly blessed with the quality tennis we've been seeing out here in the top of the table clash between Hensman Park and Cottesloe Tennis Club. 1 rubber apiece. We saw Max Weir defeat Evan Manso in the number 4 singles position, and we just saw moments ago Matty Burton square the ledger for Hensman Park, defeating Will Hann 7-6, 7-5. 2 matches still to play. We can welcome Ben Cousins down to Hensman Park. He's down here to watch a bit of the tennis. Good to see him smiling and around.
Just chatting with Benny McLaughlin over there, coach at Robinson Park and Bustleton Tennis Club as well. Still a fine specimen, Benny Cousins. I tell you what, he's kept himself in good nick. I've heard his kids are playing at the moment. I'm trying to think who was coaching them at the moment. I did hear recently.
Getting coached out at Robinson Park.
Just sort of glanced over as well and seen Brenton Bacon down here for on the list at Cottesloe, and he has changed his shirt into his Cottesloe shirt, so I wonder if he might be stepping in for the doubles, or is just trying to be a good teamsman and get the spirit of the club behind him. I'm not sure.
Well, Brenton Bacon is certainly one of the colourful characters of WA tennis. He was travelling around with John Peers, supporting John Peers when he won the Australian Open doubles with Continent a couple of seasons ago.
I think one of the best laconic players in WA. The guy just makes it look like he's not trying, but he walks off the court with a 6-love victory against whoever he plays. He just makes the game look quite simple. So we might be blessed by seeing him step out on the doubles court today, and he's always been a very creditable doubles player. And as he said, travelling with John Peers, and I think he was with John Peers when he took out an Aussie Open. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Good to see some big names down here. Enjoying the best athletes going around. Across court number 2, watching Sam English just bending down, just clutching at his hamstring. Looks like he might have done himself a little bit of an injury here. No, he's fine. up against Austin Voss, furthest from the camera. Currently with the service break. Dropped the opening set 6 games to 1, but finds himself up 3 games to 2. Sam English from Cott.
Sam English finding his way into this match now. It always can be a little bit daunting when somebody comes out and they're just playing the way they're playing. You feel like there's nothing you can do, but it's amazing how quickly things can change when you step into a new set. So it's good to see him sort of get himself into this match. Hopefully can apply a little bit of pressure, and as we know, with the third set tiebreaker, anything can happen. Lovely play. His chip in charge from Austin Voss into the net there. It was a great shot by Sam English. Made him play a first little half volley there. But we talked about those long levers and that big body at the net. He just was able to get across to the other side and finish off. You see he's quite pumped with the way that he's going and looking to really turn this tie into a 2-1 lead for his team. Currently sitting 1-1 here, Hensman versus Cottesloe down at Hensman Park Tennis Club, with the 2 undefeated teams sitting first and second. Currently watching Austin Voss playing against Sam English out on court 2. Well played. As you can see that he's clearly looking to get himself to the net and be an imposing figure, and why not? We cut back now to court 1 as we're about to start the #1 match versus Ethan Cook and Scott Jones. Ethan Cook to serve. Just missing that ball in the net. That breeze is definitely picked up now, so Scotty Jones hitting with that breeze behind him is able to get a little bit flatter and deeper. Just catching Ethan Cook a little bit there on his feet. As I said, he's just going to want to feel himself out a little bit here, but he is serving. The last thing you want to do is get behind on the scoreboard, so you're going to have to find that speed of game quickly. We'll see what he does here at love 15. Lovely shot. Scotty Jones opening up with a great cross-court forehand and then opening up that down-the-line forehand. Love 30 early in this match. Goods Property Services. State-grade competition down at Hensman Park. My name's Rob Kennedy, sitting here with CEO Brett Patten. Love 30. Oh, great shot by Ethan Cook. Good serve, looking for that serve +1 out to his backhand, making Scotty run out wide. Just putting that one in the net, 15-30. Currently sitting 1-1, Hensman versus Cottesloe, top of the table clash. Matthew Burton just getting up against Will Hann in the #2's match, 7-6, 7-5, in what took over 2 hours and 23 minutes. Again, Scotty Jones hitting that strong forehand cross court, probably in a position that was, I don't think Ethan Cook knew that he'd be able to pull it from there, but lovely shot. And 15-40, so a bit of pressure early. A couple of break points here for Scott Jones in the first game.
See the weight of shot from Scotty Jones, such the telling, particularly early stages. Ethan Cook really finds himself on the back foot. He hits with great pace, Ethan Cook, but the timing and the consistency from Scotty Jones is causing him all sorts of problems. Again, overplaying that forehand. Beautiful depth from Scotty Jones. Composed, deep, consistent, nice early break. Currently leading 1 game to love. It's a must-win match here for Scotty Jones. He knows that. He wants to force the hand of Hensman Park at Hensman.
That's probably the one I don't want to see from Ethan Cook. That's the one where you're going, hold on, geez, Scotty Jones already come out, playing some shots that I didn't think he was going to. What do I need to do? where you've got to be very careful that you don't get a forehand that deep and trying to pull the trigger too early. And it's like what I talked about before the match, is that pressure of playing against someone who you know is at the top of their game. You've got to stay in your game, stay in your lane, and make Scotty Jones earn the match. Don't give away anyone.
Words from Robbie Kennedy, head of Tennis North, Tennis West. Hope you're enjoying today's broadcast. We're enjoying bringing it to you right across the West Australian newspaper live streaming. Thanks to Good Property Service, sponsoring the Men's and Women's State League competition throughout this summer. Looking forward to this summer of tennis commencing, culminating in the Australian Open back end of January. Get nice serve, consistent serve down the tee. See Scotty Jones just got the right ankle taped. Obviously a little bit concerned about the right ankle. Had some issues there throughout the season. Currently rocking the moustache, a little bit of the mullet as well. Beautiful play off forehand there from Ethan Cook.
That's what we want to see. Lovely tennis. Back yourself. Stick to the game plan. Make Scotty earn every run. Yeah, you definitely can tell, no doubt through Scotty Media cameras that we have down here, and the quality. You can see that Movember that he's rocking.
Oh yeah.
I'm hoping that it's not a regular thing for him and it's just a November thing for Scotty, because as much as he's a good-looking young lad, I don't think the Mo's working for him too much.
I don't think the Mo works for too many people.
Still rocking his University of Tennessee shorts as well after a great college career that he had, and he's brought that form back here to WA.
Beautiful backhand down the line. You can see Ethan Cook getting up and about, giving him a nice little fist pump there, and teammate Austin Voss from across the court just give him a come on. Good mates, Austin Voss and Ethan Cook, playing a lot of doubles together, particularly in the AMT tournaments, and they had great success. I don't think they've lost too many doubles together, not in state league and or tournaments.
Pretty comfortable in saying, you know, I did follow along with Ethan Cook a lot in his junior days, and no matter where his singles ranking was at or performances, he always performed well in doubles. He's always been a strong doubles player. A lot of junior nationals and good results in his doubles, which is great to see that he's got that ability to mix and match between his singles and his doubles. Got obviously a nice versatility in his game.
Yeah, no question about that. Just saw the slice just failing Scotty Jones on that occasion. One of the old player managers just enters into the commentary booth here. Brian Collins, well known for travelling throughout Europe with a number of players. One of the great player managers, unheralded, enjoying today's tennis. Smooth, graceful hitting from Scotty Jones, just like a cat around the court, just straight out of the middle. No violent swings in his game. It's just so controlled.
No, that was
beautiful to watch.
Beautiful, clean hitting from both the players out there. I mean, it was routine in each other's zone. I think it's, you know, as a cricketer, you're hitting that to mid-wicket straight out of cow corner. I think it's just right in the slot, and you could just see the two of them there, just back and forth, back and forth. It's what we want to see. It's what we talked about with the quality of this #1 match that we expected today.
No doubt about that. You don't mind. Pick the cross-court forehand for a little drop shot winner. Gee whiz, for anyone else, I think that was an outright winner from Ethan Cook, but such was the great stretch from Scotty Jones, just made something out of nothing.
Hey, anyone else, that's a Scotty Media highlight from Ethan Cook for sure, and we were all clicking like on that one. But
Good
he's got across
services.
there.
It's point of the day so far.
Oh, there we go, absolutely. So definitely with player managers around, we better mention the sponsors, and they have done a great job, and we thank them for their sponsorship. But wow, what a point.
Swinging wide. Gee whiz, we just saw a spectacular point, then we just see a miss-hit on the backhand wing of Scotty Jones. Back in your younger days, you would have given it to Boris Becker and really dived, took some skin off the knees, off the elbows to get that drop volley.
Oh, mate. Every point got to come off with a bit of blood, or did you even play? You know? Everybody knows I came off a football field without any mud on me. An outside midfielder, absolutely.
Just always calling for the hands.
Just the left foot out on the outside.
A lot of football players like that, although we do have the Prince of Perth in town watching this match today. Benny Cousins come down to Hensman Park watching the top of the table clash, enjoying his tennis, enjoying what he's seeing today. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Nice serve, just tightened up on the backhand wing for Ethan Cook.
I like that Ethan Cook has come out after getting broken and really made him earn this next game, taking it to juice now. Even a little fist pump from Scotty there just shows that this means something to him. As we said before, it's not a break until you hold. And he knows the importance of trying to get up to love and put the pressure right back on Ethan to find that first hold.
Overplaying the forehand long, Scotty Jones just found himself 2.5 metres back behind the baseline, trying to hit the outright winner tough from back there. Andre Agassi never stood anywhere but the baseline and really just took it up to their opponents. One of the great freaks of the men's game, being able to just counterpunch, hit the ball off his toes. Juice. Nice sliding serve, just called wide. Ball just coming across the court. Yeah, capturing that deep slice just to drop it into the bottom of the net. He's had a few problems on that slice wing. Ethan Cook finds himself with a break-back point opportunity.
You can see Scotty's definitely trusting his shots at the moment, keeping in that zone and maybe waiting to see when he's going to change it up a little bit, throw it a little bit higher. Ethan Cook's showing that if you put it in that slide, he's going to give it back to you just as good as you've given it to him. For those watching at home or wherever you are watching, that wind's definitely starting to pick up now from Ethan Cook and towards Scotty Jones, towards the camera. So it might be mixing up how they have to play a bit.
Great play, break back there. One game apiece. Good hustle there from Ethan Cook. Just had Scotty Jones moving corner to corner. Great little drop volley there, just clinched the game.
I think that's where we see the difference with the wind and what it's doing. At this end, when he was pushed out wide to that corner, he went for that big, hard forehand cross-court, which worked well for him from the other end. But this end, all it did was give him a short ball. That's the one we'd probably see a la Leighton Hewitt. Throw it up a bit high, get it back deep, get back into the point, change it out of that zone. I can't harp enough that Ethan's shown that talent and ability that if you put that ball in his zone, he's hitting it clean.
Voice of Rob Kennedy, head of Tennis West. Back on serve, one game apiece. Scotty Jones, Cottesloe Tennis Club, closest to the camera. Oh, beautiful big off forehand. Ethan Cook just leaned in on that forehand again. Nice little fist pump. He's up for this match, there's no question about that. Up against arguably the best player in the State League competition at the moment, Scotty Jones. Top of the table clash here in the Goods Property Services, round number 7, the Men's State League competition. Nice, just wrong footing Scotty Jones. High backhand volley, not an easy shot to play, but just deft hands hitting it back cross court.
Rocking the long-haired man bun. Your day, mate? Ever have the long hair? I put you down for a mullet, man. But what about what hairstyles have we rocked in our day?
Yeah, just the mullet. Yeah, never had the man bun. Wiry hair, Robbie. Couldn't do too much with it. Rite of passage for the young teenager, though, going for the long hair, the shoulder-length hair. Travelling throughout Europe with Brian Collins, Peter Garrett, Glenn Thompson, just trying to do me very best on and off the court. Robbie.
The voice of CEO Brett Patten.
Big crowd down here at Hensman Park Tennis Club, as Maid mentioned. Benny Cousins, the Prince of Perth, is around, enjoying what he's seeing. Big serve, just missing.
Word's definitely got around of who's down here playing, the quality of matches that we're seeing. It's great.
They were playing nice sliding serve down the tee from Ethan Cook. Holding serve there quite comfortably, leading 2-1. Opening stage of this first set.
Things heating up over on court 2, which we've cut across to now. As we said, Austin Voss getting out to a very comfortable 6-1 win in the first set, but things have tightened up. There's been a lot of fist pumps from the big boys over there, which we'd love to see. You've also got 2 of their teammates sitting out there courtside. So it's heating up. If this can get a set here and take it to a 10-point tiebreaker, anything can happen. Sam English just putting that one in the net. As I said, Austin Voss really imposing himself at the net with that big body.
Management still working for us. Just going to get some refreshments for us. We're burning up here in this commentary booth. Thanks to Scotty Walsh Media and Tomio Yamazaki. Hope you're enjoying today's broadcast, brought to you through the West Australian Newspaper live stream. Big serve down the tee and a nice fist pump there from Austin Voss. This is an important match. This third singles match, all important. They know the importance of capturing that and moving it to 2-2 potentially. They're thinking that Scotty Jones will get the win here today against Ethan Cook, so they desperately need that bottom court win to force it into a very live 2 doubles, which are yet to come.
You can't think as well that's that applied pressure that we've talked about today. They get up 2-1 going to this one. Ethan Cook's feeling a bit better about himself. Scotty Jones knows that he's got to do his job.
First serve fault. We'll stay with this top double singles, I should say. Cut across to the second court. Austin Voss is set and 5-4 up. Looking to close out that match on the bottom court. Beautiful forehand down the line, just off camera there, but incredible hitting from Ethan Cook. Really starting to find his groove and his rhythm.
There's that bit of pizzazz that I'm talking about, and can't help but get a little bit of a fizz up when I hear that. It's great to see, and it's a big match for him, and he's no doubt going to try and take it.
Coming in here as the underdog, I think he's got a fair bit of confidence on his side in the sense that he's nothing to lose. As we skip across to court number 2. Sam English serving down a set and 5-4. Austin Voss from Hensman Park, furthest from the camera. Stay with this match for the duration of this second set. His first serve, Sam English. Serving to stay in this match. Oh, chip and charge. Just didn't get the purchase on that return. Just snatching at the backhand volley and pushing it long. 15 love, Sam English.
Has been working for him, so it's good to see that he's backing himself and coming in. We don't see that often.
Move forward at every opportunity. Austin Voss just closing down the angles. A nice little fist pump there. Big point, context of this match. Sam English just taking a little extra time to pick up that ball.
Just long. Oh, wow, what a shot. Sam English cramming Austin Voss up with that serve. He just got that return back in play, and as he's approached, done everything correct. Austin Voss on the run, just pushing it out cross court. Fantastic shot. What a highlight. We've had a few nominations for shot of the day today, and that's definitely right up amongst them.
Good copy services, shot of the day. You can hear Ethan Cook on the other court just coming out with a big come on. Sam English serving. Big serve there, 30-40. There's another match point opportunity for Austin Voss, furthest from the camera. Beautiful passing shot off the forehand wing with the charging Austin Voss coming straight down the middle. Good composure, good maturity from young Sam English.
That's
showing
now. He just saved 2 match points.
Two match points.
To play the way that he has to save those 2 match points is an absolute credit to him as he's out there. And let's see what he can do now from Juice.
Simply outstanding. English serving. Juice trailing 4 games to 5. Oh, just didn't make the most of that beautiful approach shot. If he had that back again, he'd probably hit that 9 out of 10 times in. Another match point here for Austin Voss. Returning. Sam English just taking a little extra time, trying to compose himself. Evan Manso sitting courtside, the captain of Hensman Park, just giving Austin the big come on. Match point. Oh, wonderful point again, Sam English. Good court coverage, just forcing Austin Voss to miss that forehand cross court. Spread the court perfectly in that situation, Robbie.
No, we're absolutely being blessed with some great tennis out there. I think he saw the opportunity. Austin got a little bit hesitant on that one-handed backhand that we have talked about. He took the opportunity to come in off it. And then Austin's definitely exerted a bit of energy trying to win that point and stay in the match. Last thing he's going to want to see now is just go to a 3rd set tiebreak. Great serve, great serve. So he's got advantage now to take it to 5 all.
A little bit cooler conditions out here. The sun has just been hiding behind a few clouds. Just dropped the conditions here by a degree or 2. English serving. Beautiful serve and nice little come on then. 3 match points saved, 5 games apiece. As we move back to court number 1. Ethan Cook serving. Lovely play. Good court coverage from Scotty Jones. You can hear the appreciation by the crowd. He's a very smart player, Scotty Jones. Knows how to use the angles, the different speeds, the different shots.
Yeah, you don't get to where he's got to without that sort of smarts and that variety, and dare I say, sort of, Ash Barty kind of like, making sure you've got that variety at the right time, changing up what you're trying to do in the right situation at the right time, and he's just put that on display with that point there. Just long there, as we've seen some clean hitting from the 2 of them. It's an uncommon, unforced error that we've seen in this match today. They've been quite strong, both of them, from the back of the court. Good Property Services. State grade competition here. Hensman versus Cottesloe and Hensman Park Tennis Club. Top of the table clash, and we're sitting at 1-1 at the moment. As we're watching Ethan Cook serving against Scotty Jones.
Sliding ball wide. You've been very good on your calls today, Robbie. Haven't missed one yet. Hawkeye. Just beautiful cross court, and the big come on too from Scotty Jones, catching the outside edge of that single sideline.
It's a great shot. He's shown that forehand down that end with that little bit of breeze behind him. It's got a bit more sting on it. But,
breaking serve. Yep, holding out there against young Ethan Cook, leading 3 games to 2 as they change ends and sit down as we skip across to court number 2. Again, 5 games apiece on the number 2 court. Austin Voss serving from Hensman Park, leading by a set. 5-all. Big serve, just missing.
Just a bit of a hush in the crowd. I can assure you there's quite a large turnout here. I think everyone can understand the importance of this match that we're watching out here on court 2. Before you know it, this is where that 10-point super tiebreaker can play a big difference in a third set. 1 minute you're up 6-1 in that first set. You've had a couple of match points. Before you know it, you're having to play a tiebreaker to win the match in a 1-1 rubber against the other undefeated team in the Goods Property Services Group competition.
Beautiful play there from Austin Voss, just bouncing the overhead smash over the top of Sam English. Good levers, holding serve, leading 6 games to 5 as we cut back to court number 1. Scotty Jones, nice breaker serve in that 5th game against Ethan Cook. Ethan generally has been playing down the order throughout the summer of the Goods Property Services State League season and finds himself at the top of the order against arguably the best State League player in the game, is Scotty Jones. Just playing a little bit of cloak and dagger. Jones serving.
And given the opportunity, it looks like he's taking it at the moment. He's playing some good tennis out there and showing that he has some good form coming into today's match.
Nice deep backhand return again, catching Scotty Jones about 2.5 metres back on the back foot. Just didn't have enough on that second serve. Good sized crowds here. Moments ago, the Prince of Perth, Benny Cousins, was an interested spectator. Words getting around through the West Australian newspapers, the great publicity we've had, Robbie.
Oh, it's fantastic. I think everyone's been talking about the media coverage that we're getting with the newspapers, with this live stream and through Scotty Walsh Media. It's just incredible to the team at Tennis West as well for their write-ups and what they're doing. I think it just puts tennis back where it should be as the Tier 1 sport that it is. I've been thinking throughout the day today, though, as well. I wonder what players actually are thriving on being on the camera and those who are maybe not enjoying it as much.
Moving back across to court number 2.
I feel you would have thrived on a live stream match. Would you feel like, if you had a bit of a camera watching and you stepped up, you enjoyed a crowd?
Certainly would have made me call my lines a bit better. Held me accountable. I would have loved the opportunity to play in front of a big audience. Oh, nice chip and charge there. Austin Voss off to a nice start. Winning the first set 6-1, up 6-5 here. Love 15. Sam English serving from the far end of the court, furthest from the camera. I do like that pressure play, just making your opponent try to hit a winner. And moving forward, it's a tough shot, tough position to be in. Coming up with winner after winner. Nice return. Oh, just a flick of the wrist, a la Pat Cash, just couldn't bring it up and down. Good play by Sam English, again being the aggressor, moving forward. I suspect you would have loved to live feed and play in front of the live audience too, Robbie?
Oh, I think this is amazing. I think I said it before when I've been lucky enough to come and give some special comments here and there that what we're doing, it's great for the game. It's where it should be. It should be live streamed. We should be able to get some more coverage because, I mean, look at the matches that we're seeing out here and look at the quality of players in WA.
Yeah.
Hearing some of those results, from the women's side as well, we've got some quality players playing state grade tennis, and it's fantastic, and all the credit to everybody that's put it out there. And yeah, I would have loved to. I enjoyed my time in state grade and Divi 1, but any time to play in front of a crowd or have a bit of a live stream and a bit of banter on the social media, I think would have been a lot of fun back in our day, mate.
And you would have been rocking the Hollywood girlfriend at the time. You would have just rolled pretty deep back in your day. Big entourage.
All paid, of course.
Of course. Big serve, Sam English. Austin Voss just taking a little extra time, wiping a bit of sweat off the brow. Sam English serving. Crucial stage of this match. Jump that to the bottom part of the net, just snatched at that first serve. Again, no ball kids today, no linesmen. We do have a roving referee. All players call their own lines. Beautiful play, set up by that dipping little backhand passing shot, moving in, hitting that big down the line forehand. Just the style of play from Austin Voss gets me really excited, Rob.
Yeah, I think he really plays to his strength, doesn't he? And he has the confidence to do it as well, regardless of the situation. He goes, this is the way I play, regardless of what's happening. This is how I'm going to go about it, and I like to see it.
Beautiful off forehand, Sam English. You can hear the appreciation by the crowd. Just keeps going to the well and digging himself out of problems, Sam English. I really like his endeavour and his energy. He's a thinking man's tennis player, no doubt about that.
He's finding a way to hang on, and all the credit to him as well, because this match, you know, if he just holds on that little bit longer, it could very much swing in his favour in a quick time.
Nice serve, swinging wide. Just couldn't make the return of serve. Austin Voss spent some time at college, 4 years. Came from a great college system, good tennis program. Enjoyed his time over there, life experience. Come back a better player, there's no question about that. Bringing all that nous from a team sport back to his team here at Hensman Park. Just long. Oh, beautifully played, Sam English. And a big come on too. 6 games apiece. Second set tiebreaker here in this second match of the day on that bottom court. Number 3 singles between Austin Voss, closest to the camera from Hensman Park, up against Sam English, just toweling himself off.
I do love seeing 2 tall men with big serves going against each other in the tiebreaker, because you normally give them the favour going into it, but when they're up against each other, it's anyone's TB.
Here we go. Big serve, swinging wide. Gee whiz, that's coming down at such a height. Such an advantage to have a big first serve like we're seeing here today with Austin Voss and Sam English. We saw that before with Max Weir. All these boys, 6'4", 6'5". You compare that to the 2 boys on the top court, Nathan Cook and Scotty Jones. They're around about 5'10", 5'11".
Scotty will thank you for that, I reckon.
Giving him an inch or 2. Beautiful play. Again, set up by that big serve and the big off forehand. There's a lot of Juan Martin Del Potro about Sam English. He likes to hit that big looping forehand after the big serve. Giving out some serious compliments today.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of studies, and especially for as we harp on it a bit, the stature of the 2 boys out there about that serve +1. You know, and a lot of practicing of that serve +1. I think we've seen back in the day, too many practicing of hitting 1,000 balls, when I think on the men's tour, on average, it's 1.3 shots per point. So I think a lot of work goes into that serve +1, and you see there Sam with a huge inside-in forehand to show his strength, but a lot of coaches out there working on that serve +1 as a routine play.
The voice of Robbie Kennedy, head of tennis from Tennis West, former touring pro and coach down at North Beach Tennis Club. You enjoy your years coaching on court, hands-on, impacting people's lives for the better?
Absolutely. I still stand by. I think it's one of the best jobs in the world, especially high school days and coming out of going to university and even after it. I've really enjoyed my time as a coach. For me, myself, I just knew I always wanted to move into that sports administration phase. I studied business at university and I just knew that that's what I wanted to go into. But coaching, and I loved my time coaching in the States, coaching here at North Beach Tennis Club, and yeah, nothing but good things to say. I think the only thing that I'd put out there to future coaches is know what kind of coach you are. For me, I'd really still harp to the fact that, yes, I had an ability to do some sort of high performance or take kids to a certain level, but I was a game development coach, get a kid to a certain playing level, and be okay with handing over those good kids to those real top quality high performance coaches. I think we've got to have that handover period and really put the kids first. But club coaching, I loved it. Loved it.
Nice big serve from Austin Voss there. 3 points to 2. Midway through this second set tiebreak, Austin Voss winning the opening set 6-1 against Sam English from Cottesloe. Trying to consolidate, get a mini break here. Change ends after 6 points.
Yeah, no, we have some great coaches here in WA running some fantastic programs. I think those that are connecting with people like Artyom Fazliou, our schools development manager, and working on. I've got to cut myself off there.
Backhand down the line. Just give yourself a mini break, and he let the crowd know about it as well. 4 games to 2, changing ends after 6 points. Austin Voss.
That's an incredible shot for a big man running out there wide, and it definitely deserved me cutting off my story, but that was an amazing shot. But yeah, I can't stress enough that connection piece between getting those school kids into your programs, being an active coach, working closely with Tennis West and the team, and then making sure you put your flavour on it, working closely with Sheridan Adams, our coach development manager as well, to make sure we've got all the programs and just using those resources available to you. But a huge shout out to the coaches that we have here in WA and all the work that they're doing.
Of course, you need to be praised alongside your counterpart and Michelle Magny, and getting all the programs up and running, touching all clubs, all coaches, all schools, pushing tennis as the primary school sports right across WA.
Yeah, no, I don't think I'm saying anything out of order when we talk about, North being a very different situation from the South, and the things that Michelle has done with her team. You got Meg and Radu. And then Karina down in Regional South with Scott as well. Just the work they're doing is fantastic. Really developing some of those South clubs that are in those developing phases, along with the well-developed ones similar here at Hensman Park Tennis Club.
That's right, 4 points to 3. Nice hold of serve there from Sam English. Finds himself down 4-3. Mini break. Austin Voss serving furthest from the camera from Hensman Park.
Speaking of Michelle, I'm sure she's listening, and she very much wants to grab the microphone, mate. She said she wants to sit next to you, and we'll make sure we get her down here.
All overplaying.
Extra special comments.
Always looking for diversity amongst the commentators here. Love to welcome one of the great female voices in Tennis West, Michelle. Very powerful figure there. 4 points apiece. Pushing that long. Oh, just overplaying that forehand. Had the whole court to launch into. And unfortunately, you can see him there trying to replicate what he should have been doing. Just missed a big opportunity. 5 points to 4 from Austin Voss.
I think that's, again, his body and his figure at the net has made him force that a little bit wider, because he knows Austin can cover a big area at the net. So he's going, I've really got to get it out there. The problem is that there's only so much court to play with.
Beautiful backhand again. Down the line winner from Austin Voss, just creating another mini break. What a backhand, what a time to do it late in this second set tiebreaker. All the momentum starting to go Austin Voss's way, Robbie.
Mate, he's hit that one-hander down the line a couple of times now. It's fantastic to see, and I think he's set himself up for another 2 match points here for 4-6, if I'm correct. Already had 3 match points.
Let for serve. Sam English serving closer to the camera from Cottesloe. Overplaying, had the look at it, Robbie. Again, that's what pressure does to players. He had the fairly regulation cross-court forehand to go and claim this match, but now he finds himself with another match point, but it's on his serve now.
Caught the net there, which actually just popped it up for him and sat there, and he maybe just snatched at it a little bit.
Did snatch at it, a little nervousness. Yep. And that anxiety creeping in, trying to close matches out, Robbie. Austin Voss serving, 6 points to 5, match point. Big serve, missing long. His 5th match point, second serve. There it is, and you can hear what that meant to Austin Voss, putting away the match 6-1, 7 points to 6 to give Hensman Park a 2-1 lead. Wonderful play by 2 of the bigger men playing in the Goods Property Group, Goods Property Services State League competition. As we sneak back across to court number 1. Just missing that forehand wide. Scotty just having a good look at that. Overplaying the forehand. What a turnaround. What a great match for Austin Voss. Again, continues on his great mid-season form here. Winning that match against Sam English. Sam's first real year in State League, but gee whiz, I was very impressed with his game. What did you make of both of these athletes in that match?
Yeah, no, as I said, we've had some great matches right in front of us here, but it was hard actually not to watch that match across there. You could hear them getting excited. They both played to their strengths. As I said before, to see Austin Voss just have that confidence in the way that he wants to play, the way that he wants to impose himself on the court, didn't matter the situation of the match. He made sure he stuck to his game plan, and all the credit to him. 6-1, 7-6. Could have very easily turned on him there, and you could have felt the screws, that bit of tightness of pressure. As you know, you've come out and had a great first set, and you know that third set super tiebreak is there in case it gets there. So well done, and puts Hensman up 2-1 in this rubber.
Final singles match of the day on court. Scotty Jones up a break, 4 games to 3, serving furthest from the camera for Cottesloe. Looking to even the scores. Every game counts, every set counts. Just missing that wide double fault, Scotty Jones, as he punches his strings in disgust.
Pretty handy to have your actual coach sitting courtside as a teammate, and being able to sit there and give you some confidence out on the court, as James Connolly sitting courtside for Ethan Cook.
Coach down here at Hensman Park, as you made mention, high performance coach, looking after a lot of the great athletes being produced out of WA. James Connolly, Englishman. Very handy player. Again, just catching the top of the tape. Putting the pressure on. Looks like a breaker serve straight back. 4 games apiece. Good break back there from Ethan Cook. Again, as it currently stands, all matches have been won in straight sets. So even if Ethan Cook loses this match but can capture a set, Robbie, that'll give the advantage to Hensman Park.
Absolutely. I think that's one thing that people forget a lot. And as a teammate, you need to remind your team members of that, which sometimes that set can be the absolute difference. Never give up. Every game counts, every set counts. It's what makes our competition really exciting. Even just the rubbers at the end of the year, you get a point for your matches. You've got to make sure you get those point tallies, because everything counts and you want that home court advantage when it comes finals time.
Absolutely. Big serve there from Ethan Cook. Momentum swinging his way. You hear what that means to him? Beautiful serve and volley. Great change up there. He knows all the pressures on Scotty Jones. He knows Jones is coming to this match undefeated so far this year. Ethan stepped up into the #1 position for the first time in the Goods Property Service State League. We're round 7. He's got nothing to lose. Go out there and just swing, knowing the pressures on Scotty Jones. Slice backhand hasn't been his friend today, Scotty Jones. He's missed quite a number of those chip short backhands.
Yeah, and you see himself getting upset about it too. But what you're talking about that being that underdog, now you've put yourself in the situation that you can't accept honourable losses. So you've actually got to believe that you can win. So the last thing you want to do is get to 4-all and go, 6-4, 6-4, honourable loss, which it is. But right now he's got to trust himself and back himself that he can actually win this match. Putting that one in the net. He's coming to get it now. Really poised now for an amazing day that we talked about. Hensman leading 2-1 against Cottesloe down here at Hensman Park Tennis Club. The crowd's starting to pick up and they can understand the situation.
Oh, crisp volley. Gee whiz, that was very Pat Rafter-like. Stefan Edberg just picked it off out in front. Perfect, absolute perfect form on the forehand volley.
Yeah, we talked about his doubles ability, and he's starting to show it now with a couple of great serve and volleys in this game. And he's taking the 5-4 lead as they cross ends now in this first set. There's a lot of talk about their lineup today, and there was a write-up in the Western Australian today about the match and how it would go with Matty Burton versus Scotty Jones. But they've had the lineup change, and we talked heavily about it, but Ethan Cook has shown the form coming in with a 3K the Ripper AMT that he took out the win before he's come into today's match. He's bringing that form and he's bringing it to today's match. So cross ends now. He knows his team's up 2-1 and he's got all the confidence in the world to try and get this set for his team, and that's going to really even just boost him that little bit further.
Scotty Jones checking some of the balls. Balls are fuzzing up quite a bit out here.
He threw one away earlier. I think one flattened out on him, so I think they're trying to work out which one they might use as the third ball. He was going to be okay with 2, but I think Ethan Cook said, no, I'd like 3, thanks. So maybe that shows a bit of something. You know, if you're that person who wants 3 balls, you don't want the fluffy, you don't want the slow play. Maybe Ethan Cook's looking for the speed of play to be a bit quicker, and maybe giving Scotty Jones that confidence that he might be the stronger player from the back of the court. But as we just saw, Ethan Cook looking to want to be that one to come to the net and maybe speed things up, so it makes sense.
Scotty Jones serving down 5 games to 4. Yes, Ethan Cook. Just a little long, overplaying that. I want to give a shout out to Ellen Lynch and the Hensman Park Tennis Club for looking after us here as part of the broadcast through the West Australian Live stream. Giving us water, Powerade. Beautiful forehand, just the extra zing on that. Not a lot of arm speed, but gee whiz, the timing's impeccable by Scotty Jones. Just back to Ellen Lynch and the Hensman Park crew. They're giving us all we need here. Tommy Yamazaki and Scotty Walsh. Scotty Walsh's media bringing this broadcast through the West Australian live streaming.
No, it's been lovely down here, and I love a crowd. I've heard a lot of the voice we're hearing is the Cottesloe crowd here as well, which is great. I love when an away club comes and gives a bit of support to their team. They're picking up on how important this match is as well, which is great.
Absolutely. Seeing Dave Kelly, coach of Cottesloe, sitting outside the venue in his ute. Reconnaissance. He used to do that when he was playing. He'd sneak around in utes and hide in trees just to look at the opposition. Sitting alongside Timmy Weir, father of Max. Or just see him go down to his haunches there, Ethan Cook. He had that time again. Probably would have just taken a little bit of extra time on that. Scotty Jones, he got away with something.
Yeah, he just gave us a little wry little smile with that Mo and mullet combo. It made it even a little bit sneakier, I think. But
just speaking to the David Kelly, just doing some reconnaissance there. I mean, did you used to sneak around to opposition clubs and do a bit of reconnaissance during your time, Robbie? Damien Kestrel from Cottesloe Tennis Club during the 80s and 90s. He'd go to all the training practices during the finals of the opposition just to suss out who was playing.
Are we talking match-wise, are we? Match-wise? Oh, I think I was that focused on playing my own game and having to work on my own game, to be totally honest. But I did look at the lineups, absolutely. Who could play where? I think with the rating system, you always wanted to have a look at who could play where as well. But yeah, no, we've had a few interesting days in some semi-finals where some things happened. But yeah, you've got to do a little bit of homework, I think.
Beautiful touch, Scotty Jones. Gee whiz, such is the court craft. Oh, he didn't like that either. Ethan Cook just putting that ball into the back fence with some vigour, some force. And I think Jill Sheridan might just have a little quiet word to him to say, calm down, young fella. Don't do anything silly at this late stage of this first set. Of course, if you get a warning, you also potentially might get a code violation, which is a point. If you get another one, it's a game. And if you get another one after that, it's a match.
I think Jill's sensed the moment and maybe just giving him a little smile, and that's it for now. She's good at that.
That motherly figure. Again, beautiful touch from Scotty Jones. And again, comes up with the goods. You can see the frustration creeping in on the face of Ethan Cook. Love 35 games apiece. Good touch from Scotty Jones. Great hands, and again, just knows when to hit the right shot at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. And he executes it, which is nice. I mean, it makes it look a little bit simple when he's coming to that short ball and just that touch lob over the top. That's not easy, but he's made it look so.
Oh, on the run, 3 metres back behind the baseline, catching the top of the tape. That had winner written all over it.
He's giving us a little look, and he's close to us there. Yeah, there we go.
Scotty.
But yeah, talking about the work that Jill Sheridan and they do, we forget about the motherly figure comics that have just seen them from junior days. It must be, your Jill Sheridans, your Loretta Hugheses that have just seen them in their tournament days as young boys and young girls, and then to see them grow up and step out and play as a #1 player in a state grade comp. They must really get a kick out of it, I reckon.
No doubt about that. Catching that serve long. Let's see. Jill Sheridan just side of the court. Gee, powerful hitting by both players and just calling that a little wide. Robbie saw that wide as well. Ethan Cook let out a big come on when he hit that shot, but Scotty said, no, that's just a little wide.
What gives me confidence with that call that he's made there is, despite the clapping, the come on, the second that ball landed, he's called that ball out, which makes me have a lot of confidence that ball was out. It's very hard to make that call with people cheering, but he's backed himself. He's seen the ball bounce. He's called it out, and to Ethan's credit, he's accepted it.
Yep. So and you saw it wide.
Correct.
Your eyesight's better than me.
To all my previous opponents, never got a call wrong.
Correct. Rob Hawkeye Kennedy.
Hopefully we didn't lose just 5 listeners just then who said bollocks.
Break point opportunities. Oh, he's gone for the lob, just playing it long. If he had his chance again, probably would have gone after that with a bit more vigour and a bit more venom. As we see Evan Manso and Adam Kehane opposing clubs walking across. They're going to be setting up for doubles.
Looks like
Both boys look very similar. Red head, the man bun, jutting out the back of the cap. The undercut still alive and well, Robbie Kennedy.
There's a lot of fades around today. I think I see Will Hann getting ready, and as I said before, I've seen Brenton get in full uniform, mate, so I'm expecting to see him walk out for a doubles match today.
Double specialist in state league.
Interesting to see if they go left hand though, so I don't think we'll expect that.
Oh, wonderful point again. Guessed the right way. Ethan Cook, you hear the crowd go up. We're seeing, as you made mention, Brenton Bacon skipping across for Cottesloe. Looks like he's going to pair up with Adam Kehane. Evan Manso again, he's fronting up for doubles. He's a double specialist, a known double specialist. Waiting to see who's going to come out and join him on court for Hensman Park. Any ideas, Robbie Kennedy?
No one walking out at the moment, just having a little look around.
Juice in the main court here. Cook serving. First serve let.
The way Austin Voss played and the way he imposed himself in the net, would be hard to think that he wouldn't walk out there. But I'm not seeing any movement from him. As we cut back to this match right here, and it's in a very poised position at the moment. And what are you taking out of it so far?
Well, the pressure is certainly on Scotty Jones. There's no question about that. And Ethan Cook's just starting to really unshackle himself and trying to really take up to Scotty Jones. And Scotty was in a position to take this game, break serve and go up and serve for this first set. But gee whiz, let's just say that noose is tightening a little bit. The scoreboard pressure is really starting to play on Scotty Jones, but he's an experienced campaigner. There's no doubt he'll be able to think his way out of this. Just missing that backhand down the line. Pulled the trigger probably a little bit too soon there, Robbie.
The confidence of the kid, I don't mind it. Yeah, he's been hitting the ball well, but again, he's at the right shot at the right time. A millimetre one way or the other answers that question, I guess. But no, really loving this match out here, and you're not wrong. I think as a tennis nuffy and a neutral bystander today, I'd love to see if he could take this first set, because that really opens up this match.
Absolutely, sure does. Back on juice, 5 games apiece. Long matches today in the singles. Playing that first serve. All important this set. I think if Ethan can get this set, settle into the second, have a big telling on the day's play. Catching the top of the tape, moving away and out. Break point opportunity for Scotty Jones. Double fold at a crucial time. You could see the disgust. Ethan Cook just punching his strings. And another break point, I should say, to give an opportunity for Scotty to serve out this first set.
Yeah, to get them up 2-1 and 5 sets to 2 will really put them in a good place.
Yeah, lovely play, good aggressive play. Just took the bit between the teeth. Decided to be aggressive and move forward and came up with the goods, Ethan Cook.
And I really like it when he comes into that net. He picks that right ball, in he comes, and he looks very confident at the net as well.
Juice, 5 games apiece. Change of slice, the change of looks, the change of speed that Scotty Jones is giving Ethan, just taking him out of the rhythm, because the boys nowadays, particularly those younger kids, 19, 20, 21, they like the ball coming at pace and they don't get the variations all that often, Robbie.
Absolutely, and Scott does it in quite a subtle way as well, that I don't think he's picking up on it too much. I mean, the slice is not so subtle, but in the ways that he puts a little bit more height on the forehand or flats it out at different times, it's hard to pick up.
Overplaying that backhand, catching the frame and just pushing it wide. Back to Juice again. You can see Scotty down on the haunches, just frustrated where he is at this point in the match. He's had the match on his racket, a couple of early breaks, been broken back. Some break opportunities in this game. Back to Juice.
He definitely doesn't like giving away a free point. You know, the ball was there. The ball was there to be hit. He doesn't like giving away an unforced error. It's been his game since a young man.
Serving to this Juice court this game has really left Ethan. Another double fault. Finds himself down another break point. Another opportunity for Scotty Jones to put himself into commanding positions late stage of the first set. All important first set here for both these players. The slice just failing. You can hear the frustration coming through. Commentary mics here just saying laughable tennis. He's just not happy where he's at in his game at this stage of the match.
I think, you know, everyone's human. He knows the pressure that's on in this situation. He knows what he needs to do. And to Ethan Cook's credit at the same time, he's playing some good tennis. So he can't just put the ball in the court, is what I'm trying to say.
Again, failing to capitalise on that Juice court frustration, sneaking in, just smashing the ball to the back of the court. What do you say to the young charge? You just got to calm him down. He's in a good position here. He just needs to go back to the basics, let his technique speak for itself. He really just snatched that volley, didn't he?
Yeah, pressure's a funny thing, isn't it? And, you know, 9 times out of 10, as I've said a few times today, you're making that ball. So he knows where he's at in this match. He's just got to stay strong and back his technique.
Not being aggressive enough, Scotty Jones. You can see that on his face. Just the expression tells you that he needs to be a little bit more aggressive. Yes, he likes to chip and float and give different pace, but not on that occasion. I think he needs to go after.
That's not giving enough credit there, and I think he knows it too. He's got to get back to his confidence in his own game and play his shots. He's playing that cross-court forehand really strong before, and I think he's really taken a bit of pace off and just sort of putting the ball on the court now. He's got to back his talents.
Play. You can hear what that meant to Ethan Cook, just letting out a big roar of come on. Finally got a point on that Juice side to give himself a game point opportunity. Let's just see how Scotty Jones reacts. He was too passive, particularly when he had break point opportunities. Now he's down a game point. Let's see if he can be a little bit more aggressive. Beautiful big serve, and the biggest roar we've heard for today as that ball's gone 3 or 4 courts away. Someone needs to chase that down, and it comes back over for one of the social players, hitting a nice forehand back onto court. 6 games to 5 to Ethan Cook. Gee whiz, he just dug deep and really put himself in a commanding position late in this first set.
Absolutely. It's good to see he hasn't made me look silly with my emotional comment at the start of the match. It's good to see his junior emotions is continuing into his career that he is at the moment. But I like it. But what I liked about it was he's shown a bit of an emotion, but then he took a couple of seconds to just take a breath, get ready for that big point, understand the situation that he's in, and come back and execute. This is a big moment for this guy out in this court right now. And he's getting a calm down. Well, he's actually getting a calm down from Jill Sheridan at the moment, which is, you know, she's stepping in.
So just giving just a little bit of advice, just to say calm down. Although there looks to be a bit of tete-a-tete between the coach and Jill Sheridan. A few words to be exchanged. What do you think they'll be saying at the change of ends there?
From a coach perspective, I'll just be sitting there saying, mate, like we said before, just trust your technique, trust what you're trying to execute out there. Take a breath. Well done. You know, but we've got a lot still to go and do. Let's go back to the drawing board and where we're starting and go from there. But I don't think he has to say much because he's playing some good tennis. You don't need to fill in with too many ideas. You know, stick to your strength, stick to your technique, we knew that we could do this if we played our type of tennis today. You've got to back yourself.
So Sheridan, the head referee, just walking away. Obviously having an extended conversation with Ethan Cook and James Connolly at the change of ends, just trying to calm the young charger down, making sure he doesn't overstep the mark. Doesn't want to give any sort of point penalty or any warning. Smart play. A beautiful day here at Hensman Park Tennis Club. Thanks to the Hensman Park crew, Ellen Lynch, for providing us with all our hospitality, water, fans, ice box, keeping us nice and cool here, Robbie.
It's been a lovely day and we've been well taken care of, and I thank them very much for their hospitality. More importantly, just loving seeing a crowd come out and enjoy the tennis, and they're not being disappointed by what we're watching.
Change of ends. Ethan currently leading 6 games to 5 on serve, deep into this first set. Oh, bit of a spill there for Ethan. He's just clutching at the hamstring. Didn't look too good. He's getting up. Sort of landed awkwardly. Seems to be okay, shaking off that right leg and the arm as well. He fell quite heavily on that wrist. Seems like this late stage of the first set, it's not what you're after.
It was quite an awkward fall, the way that he sort of fell over the top of himself, not sort of a roll of the ankle, but just, yeah, hopefully he's all right. I think if anything, it looks like he's shaking his hand as well, so it got a bit stuck underneath him. Already got a bit of strapping behind that sort of Achilles, sort of lower calf area, so I think he's okay.
Just world-class hands from Scotty Jones. The fist pump too. The crowd's gone up. They're loving what they're seeing out here. Just controlled tennis.
Isn't that the difference, you know, when we talk about him being the #1 sort of state grade player here in WA, it's shots like that that just sort of make the difference between, you know, him and the rest of the pack. I mean, not many people, I mean, that's a great shot by Ethan Cook. Not many people are getting that volley back. Scott finds a way to do it, and he just looks quite poised at the back of the court, ready for that next point.
Scotty Jones, 30 love. Playing it long, 40 love. Demoralising when you have to work so hard to hang on to your serve, and then all of a sudden your opponent steps up and just breezes through his serve, looking to force it to a tiebreaker. There's been a few tiebreakers here today.
Yeah, it nearly plays its part in sort of putting that pressure on the break itself, holding your serve so comfortably after someone have to really working hard for them, and before they know it, they're back serving again, really mounts that pressure of trying to get the break.
Overplaying, second serve kicking it wide. 40-15, Scotty Jones. Again, shaking their head, frustrated with not closing this game out quicker. Ethan Cook seems to recover from that awkward spill in the opening point of this 12th game.
Strecky Babusic over there with Dave Kelly. It's great to see some of the coaches here.
The great players, former W Open winner, Strecky Babusic, played at the College, University of Georgia, alongside Johnny Isner, NCAAs. Overplaying that game, 6 games apiece. First set tiebreaker. Ethan Cook to serve first. Yes, Strecky Babusic, one of the great characters. Played his college tennis with Johnny Isner, great mates with Johnny Isner, former top 10 player in the world. And Johnny Isner, I think, certainly Stracky's influence on Johnny is, he's a big AFL fan as well.
Yeah, no, he was always #1 in my birth year. Great player, great guy as well. He always stepped down the court. He's, you know, competitor, but just a really nice guy on the court. I think he was one of the first, really, in sort of our sort of era to go to a great top college. I mean, the University of Georgia, as he talked about, and enjoy his time over there. And back now, pretty sure he's at Wesley College.
So he's a mathematician. He's a maths teacher at Wesley, coaching the first day. Doing a great job with the boys there.
I think I might be right in saying he's working with Matthew Burton. I think that might be why he's down here today.
First point of this tiebreaker in the first set. Just missing, but I do like that smooth flowing forehand of Scotty Jones. Didn't miss that by too much. 1 point to love. Ethan Cook, start of the tiebreaker.
Very impressed by both of them, actually. The way they're moving at the back of the court, the way they move around quite gracefully, their swings, their stroke pattern. There's not too much you can fault between the two of them in the way they hit a tennis ball and move around the court. Lovely chase, though, by Ethan Cook. I mean, that was fantastic tennis by Scotty Jones. We've talked about that. Make one more. And Ethan Cook getting across here, making Scotty make that one more ball, even actually chase down the next one. Sometimes that can play a part, and when you're next in that situation, thinking maybe I have to do a little bit more, it can force that error. So credit to him there.
Point apiece. Great to see a lot of the Tennis West staff down here today. Events and sponsorship lead, Julia Spazzelli, our new marketing coordinator, Emily. Come down to watch the tennis. Beautiful serve, wild. Good serve. Acknowledged by Ethan Cook, swinging wide. Great team you've got in the participation, media. Heads of operations.
Yeah, no, it's a great office and a great group. We're a very tight bunch, and I'm enjoying working with every single one of them and looking forward to what's to come.
1-2, Cook serving. Just slowing it up, making Cookie try to go through the court. Couldn't on that occasion. That extra slice, that slower ball, and just get the rhythm out of sync on that occasion, catching the top of the tape off that backhand wing for Ethan Cook.
For a non-tennis player, it's hard to understand what it does, but it's just that little bit of change of pace that all of a sudden you're in this great rhythm, hitting balls at the back of the court, and all of a sudden that little subtlety, you've got to wait that little bit longer, you don't have as much pace to work with, it can really make a difference.
Liken it to the slower delivery from the fast bowlers, just putting your timing out. Just holding up play here. Overplaying, just playing into Scotty's game. If he's giving him some slice, I think Scotty likes to play against the slice player because he can run around and dictate with the forehand. Just overplaying that forehand a little bit deep, foot and a half. 3 points to 2. Midway through this first set tiebreaker between Ethan Cook and Scotty Jones.
Still that slight hush from the crowd. They know where this match is poised and how important this game is in this tiebreaker. This tiebreaker could make a very big difference to today's outcome.
Second serve. Beautiful cross-court forehand. Another fist pump from Scotty Jones. 4 points to 2 with a mini break, changing ends. Just gives himself a little breather here. All important, as you made mention, Robbie. This is a very critical set in the context of today's tie. Might sneak across and watch the doubles on court number 2. Serving, Brenton Bacon, closest to the camera. One of the great doubles players in WA tennis. Beautiful left-hander.
Two lefties.
Two
Don't see that
lefties.
often, but obviously with having Will Hann in the team as well, they've got 3 to choose from in this situation if Will plays doubles. But yeah, you don't see the double lefty too often.
Very tricky to play against the double lefty. What are some of the great left-handed doubles combinations? Can you remember?
You always think of Mark Woodford.
Yep.
Mark Woodford's always the first one that came to my mind. Watching the Woodies grow up was something I loved. I loved my doubles. Still would be my #1 choice. Would be some doubles. But
What about a lefty-lefty combination?
you're going to have to fill me in here. I can't think of any lefties. Yeah, I still think of the.
McEnroe Fleming, but Peter Fleming was a righty. Just gives you a different look having lefty and a righty on the court, or even a lefty and a lefty will come up with some great lefty-lefty combinations. This Scotty Jones serving 4-2. Tee. Beautiful play. 1-2 punch. Big serve down the tee, just opening up the backhand wing. 5 points to 2 to Scotty Jones. Gives himself a little breather here.
Yeah, I can think of many doubles. Like obviously, I go to the Bryan brothers as well. Lucky enough to train with them a little while. They came up to the Wild Tennis Academy in Ojai, California, where we were.
Quite eccentric, Bryan brothers?
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the Jensen brothers.
Oh, you're thinking of the Jensen brothers? No, the Bryan brothers. Their father Wayne. Just a great family. Very welcoming. I really enjoyed my time doing a bit of hitting with them.
Beautiful. Ooh, that's a great lob and a big come on from Ethan Cook. 3 points to 5. Just back on the Bryan brothers, arguably the greatest doubles pairing we've ever seen.
Absolutely. They came up, they needed a bit of clay court training, and lucky enough to go to their father's house for a buck, and he's got a nice little shrine of all their tournament wins, and I can tell you it was very impressive from their college days at Stanford. Really well set up, but yeah, incredible doubles pair, and a great thing for US doubles tennis as well.
Nice little nugget there from Rob Kennedy. There's more to come, I can assure you of that. A bit reluctant to tell all his college stories, but we'll squeeze a few more out of him. 5 points to 3 to Scotty Jones here. Ethan Cook serving from Hensman Park. And again, 5-4, the big come on. Still up a mini break, Scotty Jones serving. 5-4 on his racket now to serve for this first set. Smart play there by Scotty, going back behind Ethan, but he was ready for it. Just couldn't control the heavy hitting low forehand volley.
I think he's definitely in control of what he's doing out there. He knows what he wants to do. He also knows he's got this mini break. His first point always important. You take this 5-4 and turn it to 6-4. Just gives a whole different demographic to the match.
There he goes. He knew the importance of that point. 6 points to 4. Just jamming up the backhand wing of Ethan Cook. Nice deep reply from Scotty Jones. 2 set points on his racket.
I think, like you mentioned earlier, there was a moment there where he was really taking a bit too much pace off the ball. I think he's trusting his shots now, especially on that forehand side. If he can get it to Ethan Cook's backhand, especially with that bit of pace, it it helps for that variety when he does go to the slice. But Ethan's just getting a bit caught out on that backhand and dumping it a couple of times. 6-4, set point.
There it is, first set, 7 points to 6, 7 points to 4 in that tiebreak. An all-important set for the Cottesloe Tennis Club. The importance of that set in this #1 singles for Cottesloe can't be understated, because it will come down to sets and potentially games, such as the closeness of today's tie.
Yeah, no, absolute credit to Ethan Cook and the way he played. As we said, we don't want to talk about honourable losses, and it's only been the one set, but he's really stepped up to the occasion. He's really put Scotty Jones into a bit of pressure. You could see as he was going through that set, that pressure was mounting on Scott, knowing the situation. When you're down 2-1, you're the favourite to win the match, and then that applied pressure from Ethan Cook really made Scotty Jones think about what he's doing out there. But again, that little bit of cream rises to the crop. It's only one set. Really looking forward to the second set here.
I see a bit of myself as we're watching the #2 doubles. Evan Manso serving from Hensman. Lovely passing shot there by Adam Kehane and Brenton Bacon. You see the come on. Currently on serve here in the opening stage of this first set. Matthew Burton and Evan Manso. Good combination for Cottesloe. It's Brenton Bacon and Adam Kehane from Cott. Yeah, nice first serve. Brenton Bacon, the left-handers, and Adam.
He's having a close look at it. I think it was a lot closer than it looks from here. We can't quite tell. We are looking across 2 courts. It was one of those ones that he maybe wanted to call, but they got excited by it. But
colourful character, Brenton Bacon. So he was coaching Johnny Pearce when he and Considine won the Australian Open a few years ago, sitting in their box. That's a great accolade to have on your CV. They won the Australian Open and out partying. He was saying that Considine from Finland is an absolute superstar in his hometown, in his country. We don't hear too much about Considine, but he's all the rage in Finland.
I thought you were nearly going to say he's a superstar with the partying. You know, the old Finnish want to get out there and have a bit of a party. But yeah, that's great. I love to hear that a doubles player. It doesn't matter, like, you know, where you come from. They're proud of them, and it's great to hear that, you know, some doubles players getting some recognition. I love how we really recognise John Pearce as our top doubles player in the country, and he deserves all the credit that he gets.
WA's own. We'll claim him living here. Lovely doubles here. Beautiful loose lefty from Brenton Bacon, that forehand. You can just see the power he can generate.
You could blacken out his face, and I couldn't tell who it is, but if I saw that forehand, I know exactly who it is. That was
Whipping
Brenton Bale-esque. Absolutely. You've got to be ready for that down-the-line drive every day of the week. Before you know it, he'll probably just roll the next one across and put it down at your toes.
Swinging serve, Manso, just a little wide. Evan querying the call. Just confirming it was out. Oh, lovely. Oh, yeah, Brenton Bacon letting out the come on, baby. Just loves to put on a show, Brenton Bacon.
Well, you can just tell he knows the game, doesn't he? I mean, that's routine doubles. Return's gone down to the feet, move across, play that first ball, but then still be in the position to finish it off. I mean, anybody who can pop their collar and wear some sunglasses and still play like that, the guy knows how to play doubles.
Those wristbands are out of the 80s as well. Not fair. Scotty Jones serving, opening stages of the second set. Can stay with the doubles here on the second court. Entertainment value is through the roof. Adam Kehane from Cottesloe serving, partnered up with Brenton Bacon.
The other thing to highlight with Johnny Pearce is that, you know, you can have a career and not have to be a singles player. You can be a specialised doubles player and have a great career, travel the world, and live a good life playing the sport you love.
Made a lot of money, Johnny Pearce.
That's it.
What I liked about John, I had a conversation with him a few years ago. He was still being managed by Sam Maxwell, Mosman Park coach, and he said to me that he made a conscious decision that if he wasn't a certain ranking in his singles by a certain age, he was looking to just, and he was doubles was going well, he was just going to give singles away. And he made a conscious commercial decision. This isn't for me, this is how I need to make my money, and this is what I'm going to concentrate on. I mean, great insight from, you know, one of the young athletes at the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I know many people that, you know, they could be a very good tennis player, but sometimes in doubles as well, you can get the right draw at the right time, pick up a point here or there, and I love that he's decided I'm going to go and focus on that and turn it into what's an amazing career and one that he should be extremely proud of.
Change of ends here. Let's get back to number 1 court. Scotty Jones serving. Entertainment value is through the roof here. Today's top of the table clash. The Goods Property Services Men's State League round 7 between Hensman Park and Cottesloe Tennis Club. Broadcast is brought to you by Scotty's Media, Scotty Walsh, Tomio Yamazaki, through the West Australian Live streaming. My name is Brett Patten, sitting alongside head of tennis for Tennis West, Robbie Kennedy. Beautiful down the line back. I know, I think just missed.
Yeah, I think he's just called that one out.
Lots of superstars around here today. The Prince of Perth, Benny Cousins, was down enjoying what he was witnessing. Strachey Babusik, David Cully, Tim Weir, Tim Sullivan, the husband of Alicia Mollick, better known for her antics on the court than her SAS TV program.
Saw Rob Kildare down here earlier as well.
Ashley Burton, former winner of Men's State League competition back in the 90s. Vanya Kelleher, represented WA on many occasions. Some great lineage, some great talent here watching top of the table clash between Hensman Park and Cottesloe Tennis Club. Pushing that wide. You see Scotty Jones just frustrated with missing that off forehand.
I'm sure Scotty Walsh has a photo of Dave Cully. He's definitely got the best seat in the house. For those playing at home, he's sitting in the back of his ute, looking across from court 3.
Dave Cully, the coach of Cottesloe Tennis Club, just in the back of the ute, sitting up there like he's the Pope almost, the Pope Mobile.
That's a great
Could call it the Cully Mobile. Outside the venue here, but peering in, supporting his charges for Cottesloe.
We thank our sponsor at Care, so we won't mention the car, but
we're trying to get a free plug in there. Never know what just come up for Christmas. Wrapped in a big ribbon, Robbie. Scotty Jones winning the first set, 7 games to 6, opening stages of this second set against Ethan Cook.
No doubt some tyre power tyres on that car though.
Thanks to Tyre Power, just come on board with Tennis West as another major sponsor. Part of our High Performance Tennis Academy sponsor. Powering tennis in WA, Tyre Power.
So we cut back to this court now. I'm really excited to see what Ethan Cook does in this second set. He really stepped up, took it to a tiebreaker. That's great. Let's now see what he can back up there with a long serve from Scotty. I think he's got the poise, and I actually think he's got the game to really continue to keep the pressure on Scott Jones here.
Just overplaying that backhand, catching the top of the table. See the frustration on Ethan Cook's face. Changing ends, down a set and 1 love. Number 2 doubles, Brenton Bacon serving, Cottesloe. You just see the wonderful hands at the net from Brenton Bacon. Been around a long time. Former Christchurch student, went away and played in Florida at college. Back now, one of the best coaches in WA, one of the best players, still honing his craft here in the Goods Property Services State League competition. Yeah, lovely play. Good doubles exponents, both left-handed, beautiful overhead. Just soft little hands there to win the point.
Scott Jones recognising the work over on that second court, knowing that every rubber is important right now. Giving a little bit of support as he's set and 1 love up in this second set on court 1.
Beautiful smash. Adam Kehane just enjoying what he just delivered. Stay with this doubles match. Enjoying what we're seeing out here. On serve in this doubles. Cottesloe duo lost the opening game on serve. Now they find themselves back on serve. Brenton Bacon, closest to the camera for Cottesloe serving. Just missing that forehand down the line. Changing ends as we move back to the number 1 court. Cook serving. Yeah, lovely little cross court. That's that taking the pace off it, using the angles, Robbie, that you spoke about before. Just the variety of stroke making. And very smart player, Scotty Jones. We've mentioned that quite a few times throughout today's broadcast.
Yeah, he's looking very confident on court now. You know, we talked heavily about that pressure that was applied in the first set. This is going to be a really important game right here. If Ethan can hold here, it just continues to mount that little bit of pressure. But right now, Scotty's looking a little bit comfortable. And if Ethan's going to push this match a bit further and keep it tight, he's going to really want to hold this game.
Just overplaying that fork backhand. Nice big strong down the tee service from Ethan Cook. No, too far back. We can see right back just off the fence line. Again, trying to hit the big whipping forehand from 3.5 metres back behind the baseline. Very difficult, Robbie. That's where the great Rafael Nadal plays. And Guillermo Vilas before him. Just like to stay right back, give himself plenty of time. But they had a lot of whip on the ball, a lot of strength on their left arms. Just missing a little wide. Good coverage, good wheels from Scotty Jones. Just couldn't bring that ball dipping down quick enough into court. It's a play from Ethan Cook.
Yeah, it was a great chase. Again, we've talked about Ethan Cook when he's at the net and he looks very composed and he's played a great volley. But absolutely great chase and a show of speed from Scott Jones there and nearly got that one more ball back. But again, it's in his mind. But credit to Ethan Cook for the way that he's playing at the moment. Hopefully he can keep it up. Again, just pulling that backhand down in the net. Scotty's still hitting a strong ball at the back of the court, but yeah, Ethan's not going to be happy at that one. He's going to be careful. He's got to keep that rhythm going on his backhand. But a couple of times now, he's just tugged that backhand down the line into the net. As we've talked about, he doesn't want to just give anything away. He's got to keep applying that pressure, keep putting that ball back in the court, but back himself in his shots. Maybe look to get forward to that net. Back to Juice.
Lovely composed to overhead. Really tough shot moving back deep into the backhand corner. Good athleticism. And Scotty Jones just talking about frustrations of the chip lob. Just toweling off Ethan Cook. Taking his time. Deep. He's still grinding. Frustration coming through from Scotty Jones into the court. And another come on from Ethan Cook. He's not going away. He wants to stay in this. He's going to fight right to the end. One game apiece, early stages of this second set. Scotty Jones leading by 1-0.
Absolutely. Scotty changed it up. He took that return a little bit earlier, but just sort of struggled to get a little bit back there. And as he said, you know, just that one extra step that he needed to take, a little bit caught flat-footed on that baseline. You want to make sure he rectifies that. It's 1-1 here as we move into this second set.
Stay with the service game. And we'll sneak across to the doubles. Played on court number 2 here at Hensman Park. That breeze just drifting that out. You can see Ethan just saying, this is why I need to play it. Just postulating with his hands. Exciting doubles on the second court. Just hearing the crowd just go up with, as one after a beautiful exchange, the net for the Cottesloe duo. Overplaying. About half a ball's length. Good call. Rob Kennedy Rob Hawkeye Kennedy, you've been spot on with your calls today, no question about that.
It's been very helpful down on this baseline right here. We've had a few tight ones just down on this baseline, but again, we've talked about the sportsmanship of all their players today, and I think everyone's been on the money, which is good to see.
Oh, smart play, the 1-2 punch, the big deep forehands, culminating in a nice little drop shot there.
Tell you what, don't know what they put in the chicken for these young fellas, but they've got a lot of confidence. That's a fantastic shot. You can't take anything away from that. To take the pace off just like that in this situation of the match, yeah, no, that's phenomenal.
A free range chicken or a chicken treat or chicken spot or
I saw a
Kentucky
few
Fried
of them,
chicken.
smashing down some chicken and chips. Those were the days when you could smash with the chicken and chips and still get out on the court and play.
I used to enjoy the chicken and corn from Chicken Treat back in the late 80s, early 90s, and the GST came in, Robbie, and because there were two different GST components, there was no more chicken and corn. You had to buy it separately. That threw me out for many years.
We're on court 2 now, 4-5 in the doubles, serving Matty Burton. It's been a very entertaining doubles match this one. A lot played at the net, which is what you want to see, but a lot of quick hands at the net. Change of pace, good lobs. The crowd's been enjoying it as well.
Certainly have. Wonderful game doubles, played at the highest level. Very tactical. Oh, nice. Cross-court backhand from Matty Burton, just forcing the error from Brenton Bacon. You see the both boys, Kehane and Bacon, just giving each other a bit of cheer. I'd love to see that real teammanship, teamwork, camaraderie.
I think we're going to see it more and more with a lot of, a lot of young fellas enjoying watching the NBA and the celebrations are there. I think we're seeing in the football more the celebrations, the NBA-like celebrations. So I think we get to see a bit of character in doubles as well, which is good.
Words from Robbie Kennedy, head of tennis for Tennis West, doing a wonderful job alongside his partner Michelle Magdy. We'll see an explosion of tennis, and it'll be because of the great work that Rob and Michelle's team will be doing over the next couple of years. Love to see a top 10 player come out of WA, such as the great pool of talent we have at the moment. Lovely body line from Evan Manso, just catching the foot of Adam Kehane.
I think we can comfortably see a lot of talent coming out of WA, which is great. Unfortunately, Pizzy Cup not going ahead this year, but look at the talent we had in that state team. You just run off national champion after national champion. I think on our girls' side, number 6, probably sitting number 6 in the state, which is a pity that the competition couldn't go ahead this year, because I think WA was poised for a very comfortable win, and that's a credit to our high-performance coaches, not only at the State Tennis Centre but also around the grounds at different clubs. Andrew Roberts, Tommy George, Emma Heyman, all the rest that have played a role in that group and how they've come together. But an absolute credit to the culture of that group as well. We love to see that, and hope it long continues in WA and WA tennis.
Absolutely, long may it continue. Good hands from Matty Burton, and a nice little fist pump too. All important service game here from Brenton Bacon.
Do you have the Pizzy Cup in your day, mate?
Did. Played a couple of Pizzy Cups, played one in Canberra, one in Brisbane, played I remember playing against Frydenberg, the current Australian treasurer, in the Pizzy Cup in Canberra back in '88. I'm sure he wouldn't remember me. Beautiful hands there from Brenton Bacon. If he did remember me, probably for the wrong reasons. Might have called a couple tight on him, Robbie.
It's Pizzy Cup, playing for the black and gold, mate.
Beautiful. Just off camera, beautiful cross-court backhand from Scotty Jones. Here we go, Brenton Bacon serving. beautiful doubles point by the
Nice.
Cottesloe duo. 3 overheads and put away with a beautiful little cross-court drop shot.
I'm glad we got that on camera because they're the definition of good doubles right there. I think it had a little bit of everything. Great serve, the return was down his feet, the half volley, the touch volleys, the smash, the great lobs. That's doubles 101, and that's what we want to see in our Good Property Services state grade competition. Team 1 versus Team 2, Cottesloe versus Hensman Park.
Beautiful hands again by Adam Kehane. Gee, these lefties, this duo, they're taking it up to their more fancied and probably highly credentialed players in Matty Burton, Evan Manso. I don't think they've lost a doubles together in this state league, this duo from Hensman Park. Hensman Park undefeated, so a Cottesloe in this top of the table clash, as you made mention, Robbie. Going right down to the wire. It's hard to split these two teams at the moment.
Absolutely. I think the quality of the net is really shown by Bacon and Kehane.
Beautiful little dipping backhand from Matty Burton.
Do you know much about Kehane? I can't say that I've seen him growing up. Do you know much about the young man out there? He's playing some great tennis and great hands at the net, and the two are really setting up for a great pair and putting it to this partnership down the other end.
Decent stater. He's been in WA for a couple of years now, played for Cottesloe last year. He's got quite the cult following. Nice left-hander. Oh, if you don't mind, Adam Kehane with a big come on from Brenton Bacon, just serving out that first set, 6 games to 4.
The reason I ask is I love to back a fellow lefty, and a lefty who looks like he loves a bit of doubles and has a bit of emotion to him as well.
And after your own heart.
I'm going to have to grow. Where's his following? I'm a part of the group. I'm on board. Let's get on going.
Get the hair red, mate, and grow the man bun out. Over the undercut.
Well past me.
Beautiful cross-court chipping again from Scotty Jones. I will say this, it's the most man buns I've seen in one state league tie. There's 3 man down buns out here today, Robbie.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see them more and more. There's a big influence out there. I don't know how I feel about it, whether I'm jealous, whether I don't know. I'm not quite sure what it is. They're all pulling it off, I'll give them that.
Yeah, I couldn't quite rock the man bun. I could certainly rock the mullet. Not too ashamed to say that I also had a bit of a perm back in the day. Robbie?
Oh, I'm going to have to go and find some of those photos. 6-5 over on the doubles. Back here on the singles match right now.
Big serve. Down the middle from Ethan Cook as we sneak across to the doubles combinations. Sorry, I made the wrong score. It's actually 6 games to 5 to Cottesloe. Returning against the Hensman Park duo of Evan Manso and Matty Burton. Inadvertently said they won the set. In fact, it is 5 games to 6 in favour of Cottesloe. Beautiful play, lovely hands there from Brenton Bacon.
There's that roller I'm talking about. As a lefty, we really love that one. You give it out to a forehand and we just try to dip it down to your backhand volley. He's used it as he's showing what he was doing out there, getting down on the one knee and still making a volley.
Overplayed, Kehane. Evan Manso striding back to the back of the court.
I still think it's what makes our Goods Property Services state grade competition so great, that ability to sub people in and out for doubles, get a bit tactical. To bring these two in, they clearly show they're a great doubles pair. It just sort of changes it up a little bit, and it makes it very exciting for everyone watching. Ooh, unlucky there, Matty Burton just putting a backhand volley into the net. A bit of pressure. Making them play. Doubles very big. You want to make that return, make that server play that next volley. Hopefully be able to set it up from there. It was a let. First serve again. Serving 5-6 in this first set. We've talked about how important rubbers are, but also sets. Currently Hensman leading 2-1. 4 sets to 3. Just push that one wide.
had a look at it, but they've accepted the call. It could be very poised this match to have the final doubles right here on the centre court and what could be very close in the rubbers and the matches. A big serve there from Evan Manso. Going out wide and getting that ace. He's very happy about it with that fist pump. Have a feeling they might have saved a couple of set points there. Great doubles, serve right into the body. Matty Burton poaching across and making that finishing off the volley. Nothing better as a server when your partner gets across and finishes off with the volley. We're off to a tiebreaker for the first set, 6-6. I think I'm right in saying this is our 4th tiebreak of the day, actually. So, as we expected, the 2 undefeated teams in Hensman Park and Cottesloe Tennis Club coming in today undefeated, sitting 1 and 2. A very tight tussle. Great return by Evan Manso, as Patten alluded to before. Normally known for his doubles, and he's really showing it out there on the court today. That was a good serve. He was able to get it down to the feet of Kehane, and he just pushed that volley wide. Mini break. Matty Burton to serve. Just long.
Gee whiz, I think Evan Manso hit an out ball, then that ball looked like it was going to fly off the racket of Brenton Bacon. He caught it late, catching the frame and pushing it long, 1 point apiece.
I think there's been a couple of those today when I've looked across. There's been a few that they just come to you so quickly, though. Sometimes when you're there, you've just got to react and make that ball, but you're right. Break the mini break taken back, 1-1.
Long. There we go, nice hold of serve. 2 games, 2 points to 1, I should say, on serve.
Oh, have you seen that one? I saw the hand signals there. The old, he's given the call for the direction. Then normally you say whether you're going to go or stay. But clearly they got a signal there for just do a little fake. It was a little, as if it was a mouse speaking with a hand there. So maybe a little bit of happy feet was what he's going for. And you can see the fake across, but come back. It's good to see them communicating and understanding what each of them are trying to achieve. We've got 2-1 over there now.
Voice of Robbie Kennedy, head of Tennis North, Tennis West. Oh, nice bodyline return there from Matty Burton, straight at that left hip of Adam Kehane. Finds himself a mini break up again, 3 points to 1. Gee whiz, he went after it at that time, Brenton Baker. He won't hold back.
I've had many of those balls come straight at me, if I'm being honest.
Yeah,
probably deserved.
Couldn't see his eyes, he's hidden behind the glasses, but they would have lit up. Opportunity to go through his opponent. He'll take that all day, every day, Brenton Bacon.
I enjoyed the little bit of banter over there. I think that first serve just whizzed past down as ear, and Evan Manso let him know about it. Is he the undercut, or is it just the ball whizzing by?
3 points to 2. Manso serving, mini break. First serve fault.
I guess that's an example of if you do play lets, something like that can happen, and it's interesting. It's always that back and forth. We talk about rule changes, speed up the game. That's one of those ones that can really hurt you if you do play lets.
Bacon just holding up play. played good hands there. The bounce of the racket from Kehane, 4 points to 2. Still a mini break with the Hensman Park boys, changing ends.
You know you're watching good doubles when you see a couple of volleys going back and forth. It's not that one serve, one return. You know, these guys are getting to the net, exchanging volleys, touch volleys, lob volleys. It's some really quality doubles out there, and it's very impressive.
No question about that. And change ends, taking a little extra time. Austin Voss walking across, going to sit courtside with his Hensman Park duo. I know he's going to fill some water up for the boys. Both teams, good on him. He's been sitting off court for a little while after his singles win. Some water in the esky there, provided by Hensman Park. They've been providing us with nourishment all day. A little bit of water, Powerade, Coke.
Love to see that. That's great service, and you know, for a state grade competition, hospitality from a home club is great to see. Bars open, the fans are quite happy. They look like they've got a couple of refreshments in their hands. I think we're in the right seat for a fanatical finish. I think we're going to get here.
Yep, great. Right down to the wire here, Robbie. Plenty of interest in this tiebreaker by the crowd. First serve fault, Evan Manso. Still a mini break, 4 points to 2. Ball catching that return, a little late, Kehane. Good serve, 5 points to 2. Just a nice little breather. See Evan Manso. Someone's yelling out to Evan. He's having a bit of a... Doesn't mind the chat, Evan Manso, with his teammate or with spectators. Likes to get involved. 2-5. Kehane to serve. Just a little long. Gee, it was a great return from Matty Burton too, but even better pickup from Adam Kehane. 3-5.
Great volley there. To be able to take that pace off and still put it back in the court is fantastic hands.
Kehane hitting that wide, and
I think the ball came on.
Ball came across. Play two.
Play two. There's a ripper cross-court forehand winner here from Scott Jones. It's sent that ball over there. Serving 3-5.
Good hands from the Kehane, the lefty brothers out there for Cottesloe Tennis Club. 4 points to 5 in favour of Hensman. Up a mini break. Matty Burton to serve. Chance to serve out this first set. 2 serves on his racket. We'll have to go to the sunset rule here. What time does sunset come into play today, Robbie?
Today, I'll have a look.
Yeah! 5 points all. The big come on from Brenton Bacon. Critical moment. Down the middle, forehand winner. 5 all. Of course, sunset rule. If sunset arise and it's still play, match is called off. Tally up matches won and lost at that stage. Too long. Matty Burton serving. Second serve for Hensman Park. 5 points apiece. Beautiful hands. Evan Manso cut across nicely there. Both boys enjoyed that. 5 points to 6 set point for the Hensman Park duo. And here, Brenton Bacon to serve. 5-6. Oh, good hands. Brenton Bacon just letting the opponents know as well. 6 points apiece. Changing ends. Not a lot in this match here. This late stage of this first set tiebreak. All important for both teams to make sure they can get and pocket sets. It's going to come down to sets and games by the look of it.
Yeah, So the unofficial sunset is 7:04 p.m. tonight. Don't quote me as the official status.
Okay, so
Might have
an hour and a half.
See if I can get a hold of Jill Sheridan to see what she's gone off for that rule today, because it has been a long day.
It's been a couple of long matches, no question about that. Of course, there's no opportunity to put the lights on. These matches are played between 1 a.m. and sunset. 1 p.m. I should say, and sunset.
New LEDs I can see up here, which would make for some great viewing, but unfortunately that's not a part of the rules.
6 points all. Bacon. Great doubles, Evan Manso, just with the fist pump too. Beautiful hands by the Hensman Park duo. Set point serving now off their own racket. A bit of frustration by Bacon and Kehane.
No, great doubles. It's one of those ones, it's the old, you can look down the line and think that was the place to go, but hindsight's a funny thing. He put the ball where he thought it needed to be. It was just a great read by Evan Manso. Put themselves up 6-5 and have a set point.
Set point number 1. Just long. Second serve.
Yeah.
Oh, a little long. Snatching that second serve. Oh, they're challenging the call. Brenton Bacon, he certainly is not going to back down from any calls that he makes. Evan's just asking some of the crowd what they thought, and they're saying no, it was out, definitely long.
I always love looking across, and the Cottesloe boys have got their finger up. It's definitely out. But
There you go.
Brenton saying a foot long. That's all right. 6-6.
A little bit of banter between the two players. Heat at the moment. Fault, first serve. So tighten up a little bit here, Evan Manso. Wonderful doubles, Brenton Bacon, beautiful hands. Adam Kehane, they go up as one. Set point now to the Cottesloe duo.
I'm pretty confident saying it's 7-6, which means they've forgotten the switch ends at 6-6.
I agree.
But again, no one out there's thinking about it. We could be wrong, but my count was 7-6 now to Cottesloe. No one's really reflecting on that, but it is what it is, and they'll keep playing.
Go to the action replay through Scotty's media. Tonight we'll go through it with fine-tooth comb, Robbie. Set point, Cottesloe. Beautiful hands, and Brenton Bacon just letting him know in your face, getting up and about, saving set point and closing that second set, our first set out 7 points to 6. And you can hear Brenton Bacon just letting the crowd know. Wonderful doubles exhibition as we cut across back to the first court. Scotty Jones serving.
Absolutely, had a little bit of everything, didn't it? Which is great for the crowd, and
beautiful. Just missing that forehand cross court from Ethan Cook.
It's what we asked for today, though, wasn't it? 2 undefeated teams coming into this competition, both sitting top of the table. We're very poised for what should be an amazing match, and we're getting it. We've had, I think, the 4 or 5 tiebreakers throughout today, and even the doubles is providing some massive highlights for us, which is what we want to see. Sunset rule could become an issue, but hopefully that doesn't dampen what's been a fantastic spectacle in our Goods Property Services state grade competition. So we're back now on the top court, the #1 match. Technically sitting 4 sets all, but 2-1 to Hensman over Cottesloe. So this match extremely important, as everyone is in every set. I think if we look over the scores from today as well, every game is going to be possibly very important in today's match. Scotty Jones here serving. So we get a bit of banter from the Hensman crowd up to Cottesloe. It just adds the variety, which we love. for the touch. Unlucky. Scotty Jones going for something a little bit different. We've talked heavily about his variety out on the court today, and he's tried to change it up again, but just not able to execute right there.
Certainly getting a little willing out here between the players and the fans, spectators.
I did tell you I had to leave at a certain point, but
You have.
hanging on a little bit longer.
We'd love to
because
hear that.
I'm
The
glued to the
commitment.
seat.
Love to see Robbie Kennedy. He's dialed in.
You always find me where there's a little bit of banter, mate. I'll always happily listen along. Don't get involved anymore.
Beautiful play. Yeah, the big come on too. Midway through the second set, you know, when there was a bit of banter going on, Robbie Kennedy was amongst it back in the playing days, Robbie.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to shy away from that. We can't come on the microphone of the line. We're here and we have critics listening along, but I think the number one person asked would be Deanne Maloney out at North Beach, who was our court supervisor a lot of the time. You and me had Dawn a lot as well as our referee.
Great referees.
I like to think I did it with a little bit of tongue-in-cheek. I never tried to get too serious, but I think it adds to a bit of the drama, a bit of fun.
Colour, absolutely.
Yeah, if I could have a chat with myself, my past self, maybe I'd pull my head in a little bit. I like to think we all mature and maybe just friendly banter now.
That's a great hands, beautiful hands, and the big come on too. Yeah, you don't beat yourself over your younger self, Robbie. I don't. If I thought about it too much, I'd drive myself crazy. Good hands from Scotty Jones. Beautiful little touch. Former Australian Open under-18 champion. University of Tennessee graduate. #1 state league player for Cottesloe Tennis Club. Former W Open winner. Great pedigree, Scotty Jones. Sliding serve, just wide. Just a little long. About a half a foot. Goes back to get his towel. The importance of this game right here. 7th game. It's all important. Second set. Scotty Jones leads by 7 games to 6. 3 all. Beautiful off forehand. Ethan Cook just showing the capability, particularly off that forehand wing. He's been putting a lot of time and effort and energy training out at the State Tennis Centre alongside Len Cannell, Tom George, alongside his coach James Connolly, with all the other top line men's State League players. Great camaraderie out there most days during the week. Ashwin Sharma, Tim Gray, Ethan Cook, Scotty Webster. A lot of the best players in WA out there training as part of the High Performance Academy.
Just had a look, and we've got some tight matches out there as well. The Sunset Rule might come in for a few places. Darren Slater and Jerome Iacone just gone a 7-6, 6-7 as they go into a third set tiebreaker.
Kings
So
Park versus Alexander Park in the men's.
every time it's a hot day, you get a long match.
That's right. Just beautiful hands, cross court dipping down. Frustration on the face of Ethan Cook. Good hands, Scotty Jones again, just showing the quality of player at critical times.
Tell you what, for those watching along, the way that he's able to still pull that ball cross court with it getting slightly behind him. Normally when you come to the net, you see that ball slightly get behind you, thinking it's down the line every time. He finds a way to pull it. His strength in his wrists and his forearms to get it there is quite phenomenal to watch.
Overplaying it.
Just long, I think.
Just long serve. Scotty missed the call. Game point. One-hander. Just world-class singles. What a point, overplaying that forehand cross court to be gifting the game to Scotty Jones. Now leading 4 games to 3 in this second set. You can see the frustration of Ethan Cook just hitting the top of the tape a few times as we sneak across to the doubles on court number 2. Adam Kehane serving for Cottesloe, winning the first set 7-6, opening stage of the second. Lovely hands, gee whiz, deft touch, beautiful.
I'll tell you what, those last 2 points that we've just watched, that one in the doubles and that one that we just watched in the singles, is a reason why people should be coming down and either watching it here live or getting on this live stream and watching. It is an absolute credit to the world-class tennis we are watching right now. There is not that much of a difference between what we're seeing out here and what we'd see at an ATP Cup.
I agree with you,
it's phenomenal.
Part of the Goods Property Services Tennis West State League competition, men's and women. Checking that serve in the doubles there. I think they played an out ball. Didn't call it. If you call it late, you generally have to give the benefit of the doubt to the server or your opponent. Little deft touch. Oh, nice little chip cross call from Matty Burton. Good wheels to get up to that and force it across in front of Adam Kehane. Great combinations out here on display. There's no question about that, as Robbie Kennedy said, world-class doubles. Playing that serve.
Sorry, Adam.
Oh, double faults thrown in for good measure. A little bit of frustration, you can hear that from Adam Kehane, just letting out a bit of a groan. Beautiful day here at Hensman Park Tennis Club. A little bit cooler than it was at the start of the day's play. You heard Robbie Kennedy mention the sunset rule at 7:04 today. That means if the matches are still in progress by 7:04, if they're not near completion, we will pull up stumps and look at the day's play. Frustration there from the Cottesloe duo. Dropping serve, Evan Manso to serve, up a break here in the second set. Yeah, good point. Ethan Cook, you can hear the crowd just letting out a nice collective groan of approval. So Ethan Cook really just struggling. He's used a lot of gas tickets today. A lot of heavy hitting from the baseline, a lot of court covered, trying conditions. A late start given the nature of these matches being played, duration being played today. Cook serving, Hensman Park, trailing by a set and 4-3.
Just had a chat with the official down here, Jill Sheridan, who has let me know that 7:05 is the time for sunset, although she does have the right to extend that a bit further if a result can be had, but it would have to be something quite close, like a tiebreaker or something like that. But that's the official word from our official Jill Sheridan down here.
Thank you, Robbie Kennedy, finding out all the good details. Still a long way to go in these matches. There's every possibility we may find ourselves at sunset without a result. They would split the points, add up the matches won on the day.
I know we've talked about it a little bit, but just another reason why that super tie for a third has come into it. It just really allows for, it really opens up the opportunity for a result, and we want a result. I think in every sport we look at the moment, cricket, all those sort of things, they want results. So everything that we can do to help that, I think we need to do.
Serve down the middle, just a little long. Chip taking that second, that top hand off the top of the racket, just couldn't control the pace. It's been working effectively, that certainly in the second set, Scotty Jones with that chip backhand, releasing the top hand. He's a double-hander by nature, but just likes to use that chip when he can, just to change the pace, the direction, throw his opponent off. Of course, Cottesloe is a grass court club. They play their state league on grass courts. Hensman Park play on hard. So if Hensman if Cottesloe, I should say, can get a win here away from home on hard court on their non-preferred surface, that gives them a bit of a leg up for the next time they play. In this home and away competition, the goods property service state league. Frustration again, just shipping that, not getting a full complement of ball on the strings.
Hit it through the microphone there. There was definitely a little bit more on that serve, which might have caught Scotty a little bit off on the timing. Still frustrated himself. Anytime you sort of go to that chip return, you're just telling yourself you want to put that in. As we've talked about before, he's a consistent player, doesn't like to give anything away, so that's one of those ones where he'll be a bit frustrated, and he showed it.
Oh no, he's calling it wide.
Calling that wide.
Big come on. Just letting him know it was wide. He'd already thought he'd won that point. Scotty Jones just saying no, a little wide.
Again, caught it as it landed. Didn't wait. Saw the ball, made the call.
And overplaying, and again the momentum has changed there. The frustration you can see from Ethan. Thought he had a point win there with the big ace, and overplays the second serve.
Got a feel for him there. It's one of those ones where, again, maybe step to the back of the court, take a couple of seconds, reset. You had your coach here on the corner, James Connolly, sort of saying, come on, let's move on. No different to what he's doing right now. Just take a couple of seconds, reset, start again. You're playing good tennis. Don't let something like that get in the way.
24-second shot clock between points. Used to be 30 seconds, but they've reduced that on the main tour, men's and women's, just to speed up play. It has caught a few of the players out. Rafa Nadal's been caught a few times, having to get time violations because of the length of time he takes between points. And the big come on. Good game to hold from Ethan Cook, and you see what that means to him.
Fortunately
4 games
there.
apiece, Robbie Kennedy, and you've just given me the note to all those listeners out there that you've got other duties you need to get back to.
I pushed this 45 minutes longer. The matches have been that good, and
Your phone's been blowing up from the wife telling you to get home.
No, she's done an amazing job taking care of our newborn at home, but it is time that I need to get home and relieve her of what she's doing so that she can go out. But Brett, thank you so much for having me along again. Scotty Walsh Media, you guys are doing a fantastic job, and I look forward to coming again and sitting in the booth with you. So thanks everyone, and enjoy what's going to finish off an incredible day of tennis.
Robbie Kennedy, thank you for your input today. 5.5, nearly 6 hours of online broadcasting. And wonderful to hear the dulcet tones, the insights, the experience from Robbie Kennedy, head of tennis for Tennis West. He'll be back, fans, I can assure you of that. You hear the excitement in Ethan, just digging deep. 15 love, 4 games all here in the second set. Critical set in the context of today's tie between Hensman Park and Cottesloe. Both vying for that top spot. Hensman currently sitting on top of the ladder. Cottesloe only points behind, both undefeated. We say goodbye to Rob Kennedy, done a fantastic job today. His insights brought great energy, perspective to the game of tennis. Rob Kennedy, Michelle Bagby, heads of Tennis North and South at Tennis West, doing all they can to build participation and support clubs to be thriving tennis and sustainable communities. You can hear the crowd really starting to get behind the doubles combinations on the far court. Scotty Jones serving, overplaying, big kick serve, and just letting a little bit of frustration out. He's frustrated by the fact that he's hadn't made too many first serves. Four games apiece here in the second set. Scotty Jones, 15 all. Taking a little extra time just to compose himself. All important 9th game. Jones serving, furthest from the camera. Cottesloe. Yes, Ethan Cook, Hensman Park, #1 singles. too long in the backhand. Jones, 30-15, 4 games apiece. Just going to the towel, composing, settling themselves down. Both players are taking extended breaks between points. 30-15. Just holding up, the ball's coming across from the doubles court. Hope you enjoyed today's broadcast, brought to you by Scotty's Media, Tomio Yamazaki, Scotty Walsh, live streaming through the West Australian newspaper. Beautiful hitting from Scotty, just opening up the court. Good wheels from Ethan Cook. Just overplaying that lunging backhand, 40-15. Lovely return to serve from Ethan Cook, 40-30. Right out the feet of the server, Scotty Jones. Again, you can start to see the shadows just creeping across the courts here. Number 1 court here at Hensman Park Tennis Club. Sunset Ripple creeps in at 7:05. Matches are in progress by the time the sun. Just a little while playing. Duet, all important 9th game of this second set, blown 2 game points. Super crowd here at Hensman Park Tennis, really enjoying what is class tennis. Big teams at the moment. Round 7 rounds. Scotty Jones serving. Second serve, Jones. Chipping backhand down the line, catching the tape. Big fist pump from Ethan Cook. Finds himself a break point opportunity here. 4 games apiece, deep into this second set. Advantage Cook. Opportunity here. Break. And serve for second set. Could be quite telling in the result of today's play. 1-2 punch, beautiful flat wide out to the backhand wing and then down the line for the outright winner. You can see Scotty Jones just clenching the fist, trying to rev himself up, push himself forward. It's been a long day on court. Beautiful serve out wide to the forehand wing. Cook couldn't control it. Advantage Cottesloe, Scotty Jones serving furthest from the camera. 4 games apiece, won the first set 7 games to 6. Miss hit there from Cookie. You can see the frustration bending over, giving himself a talking to. 5 games to 4 as we move across to the second court. Catching up with the doubles. Cottesloe versus Hensman. Hensman closest to the camera. Evan Manso, Matt Burton. Dropped the opening set 7 games to 6 against Adam Kehane and Brenton Bacon from Cottesloe serving. On serve, 2 games to 1 to the Hensman Park duo. Nice hands, Matty Burton, just really crashing that net and crowding it, I should say. Enjoying today's broadcast. We've enjoyed bringing it to you. across today's play. Men's and women's goods property service state league. Left-handed Adam Kehane. Furthest from the camera, serving. Nice little cross-court dipping backhand from Maddie Burton forced the forehand error from Kehane. Deep smash there from Adam Kehane. Beautiful hands there from Brenton Bacon net. Cook serving to stay in the second set, trailing 4 games to 5, losing the opening set 7 games to 6. That's Scotty Jones from Cottesloe returning. Beautiful overhead smash, had another opportunity. Scotty Jones to look at the passing shot. Awkward that it was. 15 love. Playing the chip backhand again. Hasn't been his friend today, Scotty Jones, that slice backhand. 30 love. Frustration in the voice there. Easy forehand, cross court, put away. Ethan Cook just snatching at it, catching the top of the tape. 30-15. Again, and here the come-ons from Scotty Jones, 30 all. Wrong shot to play at that time from Ethan Cook. Down a set and 4-5 to Scotty Jones, number 1 player from Cottesloe Tennis Club, former W Open winner. The noose is just starting to tighten a little bit of scoreboard pressure here. 30 all. Nice 1-2 punch. Big serve down the tee and open up the backhand wing. Off forehand winner from Ethan Cook. Good composure, good maturity from a young player. Just taking his time, walking back to serve. You see the shadows creep across number 1 court here at Hensman Park Tennis Club in South Perth. 40-30, game point. Push it to 5 games apiece if he holds here. And he does too, and that meant a lot. You can see with a fist shake, 5 games apiece. Incredible day's play here between the number 1 and number 2 Goods Property State League teams. Round number 7, both teams come into this round undefeated, trying to maintain that undefeated record. Sunset rule, 7:04. If we reach 7:04, matches are still in progress. We need to call it off, add up the day's play, split the points. Jones, 15 love. Deep backhand down to the forehand wing of Ethan Cook. Just couldn't run that ball down and give himself enough time to come over the ball. Just try to throw the racket at it. Catching the mid net. 30 love. A bit of breeze blowing back into the camera as you're watching. First serve fault, Scotty Jones. Second serve. Good deep recovery there. Good wheels from Scotty Jones. Good counter punching and overplaying on that forehand, catching the top of the tape. Ethan Cook, 40 love. Scotty Jones serving to take a 6-5 lead after winning the first set 7 games to 6. All important, these sets, in the context of today's match. Down the tee, beautiful serve, just holding out with an ace to close this game out. Currently leading 6 games to 5 as we cut across to the Melbourne, court number 2, I should say. Matty Burton and Evan Manso from Cottesloe serving for the second set. Currently leading 5 games to 3, losing the opening set 7 games to 6. We may mention the all-importance of winning sets and games. It will come down to potentially count back who's got the most sets if all matches are equal. If sets are equal, matches equal, and you go down to counting games. So this is an important set in the context of Hensman Park chances of remaining on top of the ladder today. 15 love. Overplaying, high backhand volley, one of the toughest shots in the game. Ball coming at pace, trying to control something above your shoulders, particularly on that high backhand wing, very, very difficult. And Brenton Baker, the wily journeyman, he understands that. He knows where to put the balls, put them out of the strength of your opponents. On occasion, the high backhand volley, just push wide from Matty Burton, 15 points apiece. Beautiful down the line, 15-30. Adam Kehane just coming up to Brenton, giving the nice high five. 15-30. Of course, doubles is sudden death juice. Gets to juice. The returning team choose which side they would rather return from. Serving, bit of playing, 15-30. Good stretch there from Adam Kehane, 15-40. In effect with the short juices, it gives 3 breakback points to the Cottesloe duo, 15-40. Down 5 games to 3. They did win the first set 7 games to 6. Again, every set counts. Every game matters.
Come on, here we go.
$15.40, break back point. Good serve down the tee, Matty Burton. Strong volley there from Evan Manso, 30-40, 1 break point saved. One more breakback opportunity for the Cottesloe duo, trailing 3 games to 5 in the second set. Overplaying it first by Matty Burton. A little bit frustrated, throwing his hands up. Evan Manso, just letting him know where he needs him to serve. Good hands, great serve, body serve. Again, juice, short juice. This is A set point and a B, a break point, hence the new rule, which is sudden death juices. The returners will choose which side they want, and they're opting to go to Brenton Bacon on the backhand wing. Feel he's the better returner. Here we go, set point and a break point. Matthew Burton serving. Great hands and the breakback point from the Cottesloe duo. 4 games to 5. So we sneak across back to the number 1 court here. 15-30. Ethan Cook serving, down 5 games to 6. Lovely touch. You can see what that meant to him. 30 all. Finding his way back from love 30 down. Beautiful touch from Ethan Cook. Late stage of this second set. Serving to get it to a tiebreaker. 30 all. Ethan Cook serving close to the camera from Hensman and Cottesloe. Overplaying that serve. Just a little wide. Gee, hit that back from about 3.5 metres back behind the baseline. 30-40, match point, first match point for Scotty Jones here for Cottesloe. Winning the first set 7 points to 6. He's up 6-5, 30-40. Ethan Cook serving. All important. 12th game of the second set. Taking time. Overplaying that first serve, second serve opportunity for Scotty Jones here. Just well played. Ethan Cook going after that forehand, didn't hold back, overplaying the lob there from Scotty Jones. Juice. First match point come and gone for the number 1 Cottesloe player. A little extra time taken by Ethan Cook. Posing himself. Overplaying that backhand, another match point number 2 for Scotty Jones. You can just see the frustration for Ethan. He's put his heart and soul in today's number 1 singles clash against arguably the best state league player in the competition. Scotty Jones finds himself down another match point. tee, missing wide. Jonesy just grabbing the ball, holding up play. Second serve, match point number 2 for the Cottesloe number 1 player. Furthest from the camera. There it is. Game, set, match. 7-6, 7-5 in a world-class singles in the number 1 spot between Scotty Jones and Ethan Cook. Ethan Cook gave it his best. What a match. This really does throw the cat amongst the pigeons between Cottesloe and Hensman Park, vying for the top of the table number 1 team in the Goods Property Service State League. Currently 2 rubbers apiece as we go across to watch the second doubles between Brenton Bacon and Adam Kehane from Cottesloe against Evan Manso and Matthew Burton. Burton and Manso lost and dropped the opening set 7 points to 6. Manso serving. A big point there to Kehane. Third set super tiebreaker. Mini break nice and early for the Cottesloe duo. Apparently 1 game to love, 1 point to love I should say. Overplaying the backhand, nice low volley from Brenton Bacon, 2 points to love, third set super tiebreaker, first 10 points. As we creep towards sunset, about 57 minutes away from the sunset rule, we need to get the number 1 doubles up and running. Going right down to the wire today, top of the table clash between Hensman and Cottesloe. Played at Hensman Park, South Perth. Bacon serving. Slower delivery, just catching Evan Manso off guard. 3 points to love. And 1 mini break to the Cottesloe duo. Matty Burton serve. A little wide. This return from Brenton Bacon, 3 points to 1. Still with a mini break. Cottesloe duo, furthest from the camera, 1-3. Nice high forehand volley from Matty Burton. Shout out to Scotty Webster, number 1 player for Dalkeith. They've got a bye today. Scotty Webster, good mates with Scotty Jones, vying for that number 1 big dog spot in the West Australian Goods Property Service State League competition. Scotty Webster off next week to play some UTRs on the East Coast. Wishing Scotty all the very best. Bring home some of the chocolates. 3-2, Bacon serving, Kehane serving. Oh, I think Evan Manso might have played an out ball there. The ball seemed to fly shoulder height. 4-2, change of ends, first to 10 points in super tiebreaker, third set. See Brenton Bacon just walking back towards camera. Kehane and Bacon forming a good duo out here. Bacon coming in as a double specialist, did not play singles today. The wily veteran. 4-2, Kehane serving. Beautiful serve, flat and wide. Catching Manso off guard, 5 points to 2. Bacon to return off the serving of Manso. Again, court number 2, not many shadows creeping across, unlike court number 1. It's bathed in shadows at the moment. See how that impacts this first doubles. 2-5. Overplaying. Court too close to the body, returning the forehand side. Brenton Bacon, nice serve from Evan Manso. 3-5. First to 10 points in the third set super tiebreaker. Overplayed. A lot of discussions around where Evan wants to serve. Catching the top of the tape. 4-5. On Bacon's racket, still with the mini break. 5 points to 4. Serving. Cottesloe, closest to the camera. Iconic service action of Brenton Bacon. Step up serve. Stands about a metre behind the baseline and steps into it. Great hands by all players. Good forehand. Matty Burton putting the pressure on Kehane at the net. Just couldn't come up with the backhand goods. 5 points apiece. Back on parity. Noose is starting to tighten a little bit around the Cottesloe duo's necks. 5-all. Overplaying. You can see the frustration from Kehane. Easy forehand put away. Such as the pressure. Overplaying. Trying to press for too much. 6-5 to the Hensman Park duo. Matty Burton serve, been the consistent player all day, had a good singles win. Number 2 against Will Hann. Serving 6-5. First to 10 points. Overplayed, just a little long. He's frustrated, just yelling out to his camp. First serve, can't buy one. Overplaying, frustration there. You can see the racket go up from Brenton Bacon, changing ends after 6 points and 12 points and 18 points. 7 points to 5 to the Hensman Park duo. Again, third set is a super tiebreaker, first to 10 points in the Goods Property Services Men's and Women's State League competition this year. They're on a real tear at the moment, the Hensman Park duo, leading 7 points to 5. Frustration creeping into the Cottesloe duo. All important match. Going to go right down to the wire. Arguably it'll come down to a count back on sets, potentially games. 7-5. Matt Burton serving. Hensman Park. Beautiful overhead smash. 8 points to 5. With a mini break, Cottesloe need to break back if there any chance to close this match out. Being treated by great service Ellen Lynch here from Hensman Park. Beautiful hands from Brenton Bacon. 8 points to 6. Every point counts. Make your opponents win the match rather than lose it. 6-8. Great hospitality all day here from Ellen Lynch, Hensman Park Tennis Club manager, providing us water and food. Couldn't thank her enough. Nice smash overhead, 7 points to 8. Just talking to Jill Sheridan, she's come in, just presented some balls to me that look a little bit worse for wear. Talking earlier today about the balls that have been used right across State League competition this year. Serve 8-7. Evan Manso potentially could serve the match out here if he was to hold both his serves. Great play, the big come on. Brenton Bacon, beautiful hands, 8 points apiece. Ebbs and flows. This particular second doubles, nice edge at the moment. critical in the context of today's tie between Hensman Park and Cottesloe, both vying for that top spot. Some of the heavyweights of the Good Property Services State League competition. 8 points apiece. First serve fault, Evan Manso, Hensman Park captain. Just overplaying that backhand wide. Match point number 1 for the Hensman Park duo, leading 9 points to 8. On the serve, Brenton Bacon. Bacon serving. Beautifully played. 10 points to 8 for the Hensman Park duo, closing this match out. The number 2 doubles to give a 3-2 lead to the Hensman Park team against Cottesloe, and vying for the number 1 spot in the Goods Property Service State League men's competition, as all players up at the net congratulating each other on a really high quality world-class doubles. As we switch across to court number 1, we're just watching the preparation of the number 1 doubles. Austin Voss closest to the camera, just hitting up with Will Hann. We're going to have a chat to Max Weir, the star of Cottesloe Tennis Club today. Second season in, I think, for State League. You're undefeated this year. I mean, your form out there today was simply magnificent. What are you putting it down to? You've grown about 1.5 foot since I've last seen you, Max, and you seem to be enjoying your tennis.
Oh, loving it at the moment, yeah. I mean, being taller is definitely helping my serve. So, I don't know, I'm just really enjoying tennis at the moment, so it's so good.
Now, your game, I mean, how tall are you? About 6'4", 6'5"?
Yeah, 6'4", I think.
6'4", so you're towering over your old man. There's no question about that. Your game is built on that big first serve and that big forehand. Do you prefer to play on the grass or the hard courts?
Before the season started, would have said hard, but right now I'm really feeling the grass, especially down at Cod. It's been treating me very nicely.
So what are your plans for the next 12 months? Are you still at school or you finished school? I know your sister's over playing college tennis. Aspirationally, what do you want to do with your tennis?
Just finished school, so kind of just going to keep this season going. Then I haven't really thought too far ahead. See how we go from there. Keep playing at Cot, definitely, and I don't know, hope we keep the winnings up. Well,
the camaraderie down at the Cottesloe is always, I mean, it's a great club in State League, rich tradition, great history. How do you think the team's going to go back half of the year? You're vying for the top spot today against Hensman Park, two great sides, but, you know, how do you feel across the season? Do you think you've got the great depth, you've got to keep the team together to really put a push together towards the finals in the back half of the year?
Yeah, I mean, we've started so strong, so if we can keep that going now, we've got, you know, going in with a six-man team would make such a difference, I reckon, especially with like Bacon and all that. So I'm looking pretty confident for the second half, definitely.
No question about that. And some of your idols, your game is a bit like Ivo Karlovic in a lot of ways. Big serve, big forehand. Is there someone that you've actually modelled your game on?
To be honest, not really. I've always looked up to, you know, usuals Nadal, Hewitt, but I don't know. I mean, Kyrgios has a good serve, but you don't really idolise him too much. But yeah.
Now, your mother was a star tennis player for WA for many, many years. Your father, not so good, but so I can take it that you've got all your genetics from your mother. I mean, is your mum still out on court practicing? Does she get out with you? And I know she was doing a lot of training with Lexi before she went away to college.
Yeah, I probably haven't hit with her for a few years now, but, you know, she's still playing a few times a week. She still enjoys it. Not matches though, but just training.
Now, looking forward to, will we see you out and playing the doubles on this first court, or are you sitting off the doubles after that big singles win of yours?
No, I won't be jumping in for the doubles this week, but maybe the weeks to come.
Enjoying partnering up with Sam English? I mean, two great, your two young guns playing together. Have you been brought up with Sam English? Is he new to the club this year?
Yeah, he's been playing at Cott for a few seasons now, and I've known him for ages, so we're good mates. So it just, the camaraderie, it just makes it so much better.
Now, Maxie Weir, we're looking forward to you continuing on the great form. We'd love to see Cottesloe win another one. You know the last time you actually won a state league?
Were you in that team?
Thanks, Maxie. Well done. Just led you into that nicely. Good luck, mate. Get out there and start cheering for your compatriots out there, and hopefully the Cottesloe boys can get over the line for you.
Yeah, will do. Appreciate it.
Maxie, you're one of the stars of the WA State League competition. Just saying goodbye. Look forward to seeing you next week or the week after. We're going to broadcast down at Cottesloe in a couple of coming weeks, and looking forward to seeing you on your grass courts too.
Yes, cheers. Thanks a lot.
Maxie Weir, looking forward to some wonderful tennis from the young champ over the many weeks to come and the years to come. 6'4" on the old scale. Big, tall lad. His old man's about 5'3". Great young kid, great young talent that we got coming out of WA. Sunset rule. About 40 minutes away. This match between Hensman and Cottesloe underway. Will Hann serving with Scotty Jones against Ethan Cook and Austin Voss. All important. Sixth match of the day. Big serve down the tee from Will Hann. We saw that throughout his singles today, going down in a couple of tight sets to Burton. A few shadows across the court here at Hensman Park. Overhead smash, Scotty Jones. Just stepped off only moments ago. And Ethan. Boys have been on court a bit over 2 hours. It's been a long day, hot day. A little bit cooler conditions at the moment. No breeze to mention. Looking forward to a really high quality, world-class doubles. What a pickup from Will Hann. Caught that ball behind himself. Half volley after it went by the racket of Scotty Jones. Beautiful return from Ethan Cook, but just couldn't get the chocolates. Big serve down the tee. Will Hann holding first serve for the Cottesloe duo. See Scotty Jones just stretching that back out. Clearly a little bit troubled by it. Long singles match against Ethan Cook. Both superbly fit athletes. Trying conditions out here today. Hensman Park Tennis Club, leafy suburb of South Perth. Hope you enjoyed today's broadcast. My name's Brett Patten. Rob Kennedy, head of tennis, was also sitting beside me all day. Production is brought to you by Scotty's Media. Scotty Walsh, Tomio Yamazaki, through the West Australian newspaper live streaming. Stay tuned for tomorrow, 2 o'clock on 6PR. I'll be on live with Mark Gibson talking about all things State League, all things club tennis, high performance. Tune in, 2 PM. Mark Gibson, former tennis player himself, played Pizzey Cup, a number of state teams as a junior. Looking forward to that being a mainstay right across this summer of tennis. Austin Voss ready to serve. Double fault. Ethan Cook. Austin Voss got a good doubles record throughout this summer season, winning a number of AMTs together. Haven't been beaten in doubles. The Goods Property Service State League. After 6 rounds, this is round 7. Nice put away, high forehand volley from Ethan Cook, continuing on from his great form from singles. Entertaining doubles. Crowds stuck around. Saw the Prince of Perth here early today. Ben Cousins is enjoying the State League. Beautiful low return by Will Hann. Dipping. Incoming feed of Austin Voss. Couldn't control the low volley. Good put away overhead from Ethan Cook. 1 game apiece here. 6:30 on a Saturday afternoon. Sunset rule, 7:05. 35 minutes to complete this doubles. If not, they'll call it a tie and they'll go to a count back. Count up how many matches are won. Get 2 points for every match. If you win on the day, you get 8 points. Beautiful serve down the middle from Scotty Jones, continuing on from the good form that he displayed in the singles. Keeping you updated with all the results right around this Goods Property Service round 7 Tennis West State League competition. Peppermint Grove Tennis Club defeated Alexander Park 5 rubbers to 1 in the Women's State League. Hensman Park defeated Cottesloe 5 rubbers to 1 in the Women's State League, and Royal Kings Park defeated Greenwood Tennis Club 5 rubbers to 1 in the Men's State League competition. Things are a little bit closer. Hensman Park and Cottesloe. Currently Hensman lead 3 rubbers to 2. Alexander Park up against Royal Kings Park. They're tied up 2 rubbers apiece. And UWA and Mount Lawley, they've just finished their last doubles. It's 3 rubbers apiece, and it's coming down to sets and games. So we'll soon give you some updates around who won that particular tie. Both those teams vying for their first win in this year's Goods Property Service State League competition. As we're watching the change of ends, Austin Voss, Ethan Cook from Hensman Park up against Will Hann and Scotty Jones from Cottesloe. Match poised in a very precarious position at the moment. So I might mention sunset rule is 7:05. Cook to serve. Kick serve there from Ethan Cook. Again, continuing on with his good form after his singles match today against Cottesloe's #1 player, Scotty Jones. Nice play from Will Hann. Good hands around the net. You'll see a lot of that today in the top #1 doubles. World class. This doubles is sure to be. Austin Voss serving. Hensman Park currently leading by 3 games to 2. Early break in this first set. Number 1 doubles. You hear the string just pop there by Scotty Jones as he walks up to get a new racket. Big serve, swinging wide. Ethan Cook and Austin Voss on fire in this summer season of tennis, winning a number of AMT doubles events, and also haven't had a loss yet in the Goods Property Service State League competition. Beautifully played down the line. Nice backhand return from Scotty Jones. You could hear him say, "That's good." Just giving himself a little bit of a pump up. Beautiful serve out to the forehand wing of Will Hann, overplaying the forehand. The close results from around the Goods Property Services Men's and Women's State League competition. I'll give you some of those updates shortly. Serve down the tee again. Tennis West Goods Property Service Women's State League results from today. Peppermint Grove defeated Alexander Park 5 rubbers to 1. Hensman Park defeated Cottesloe Tennis Club 5 rubbers to 1. And Royal Kings Park defeated Greenwood Tennis Club 5 rubbers to 1 in the Goods Property Services Women's State League. Catching the top of the tape, good half volley there from Austin Voss. And in the men's Goods Property Service State League results, Hensman Park up against Cottesloe here. Hensman Park currently lead 3 rubbers to 2, with this last doubles being decided. Alexander Park men defeated Royal Kings Park 3 rubbers all, but Alexander Park won by 1 set. And UWA defeated Mount Lawley Tennis Club by 3 games. Beautifully timed forehand lob, Scotty Jones. You can see that just teed up from the long way out, getting over top of the tallest man playing State League this year in Austin Voss. Very close competition amongst the best 7 teams in the Goods Property Service State League competition. Playing the backhand, nice hold of serve. 4 games to 2. Hensman Park. And the sunset rule at 7:05. Currently it's 6:43. 20 more minutes of play unless there is a result in sight. Just pushing that backhand wide, beautifully timed backhand, just a fraction wide of the double sideline. Scotty Jones nearest to the camera, Cottesloe serving. Beautiful serve, just jamming Austin Voss up with that right hip for the right-hander. Very hard to make some room. High formation, catching the top of the tape. He's looking to go tee. And Will Hann looking to cross back to his original side. Nicely played. Good communication between the two Cottesloe duo. Down the tee, missing wide. Change of ends. Still with the break of serve, the Hensman Park duo leading 4 games to 3. Number 1 singles here. Undefeated throughout the year. Austin Voss and Ethan Cook. Winning a number of AMT doubles events as well. Closest to the camera, coming out to court. Sunset is at 7:05. Whether we can get through this match is yet to be determined. The sun has gone down. Courts here are bathed in shadows. The sun is starting to set. One of the longest ties we've broadcast throughout this Goods Property Service State League competition, round number 7. Thank you for staying with us. Enjoyed the broadcast today. Thanks to Scotty Walsh and Tomio Yamazaki from Scotty's Media. Taking it live through the West Australian newspaper live streaming. My name is Brett Patten. I was joined throughout the day by Head of Tennis from Tennis West, Rob Kennedy. I want to thank Rob for all his efforts today, bringing some great insight, former touring player, former coach. Hope you've enjoyed today's broadcast, keeping you right up across all King's Tennis in the Goods Property Service State League competition, men's and women's, running right through till Easter 2022. Long season, very enjoyable season. Ethan Cook to serve. Swing and a miss. Beautifully played. Scotty Jones just leaning in on that forehand cross-court winner. Down a break. Cottesloe duo looking to break back here. Flat and wide. Good serve. Ethan Cook leaning into that first serve. Overplaying that backhand return, a little long. Beautifully played by the Cottesloe duo. Will Hann just dipping that backhand down to the forehand volley of Ethan, overplaying it long. Upper service break. Hensman Park currently leading the day 3 rubbers to 2. Beautiful overhead smash. Hard to get over the 6'5" Austin Voss. Good hold of serve from the Hensman Park duo, leading 5 games to 3. Closing stage of this first set. Beautiful backhand return. You could hear what that meant to Ethan Cook. Just leaning in on that backhand cross-court forehand, cross-court winner, I should say. Just going up as one. The crowd here, very generous, have stuck around throughout this day's play. All enjoying the festivities, the hospitality the Hensman Park Tennis Club have to offer here in the leafy suburb of South Perth. Hope you enjoyed today's podcast, brought to you by Scotty's Media. Scotty Walsh, Tommy Yamazaki, Rob Kennedy, myself. Beautiful smash. Nice timed, let it bounce instead of taking it out of the air. Just let it bounce, give yourself a little bit more time, set up for it. Punished cross court by Will Hann. 15 points apiece. Beautiful conditions out here in Hensman Park. Not a drop of breeze. Sun's down. Cooler conditions compared to earlier in the day. Overplaying that serve, just a little long. Beautiful high forehand cross by Scotty Jones. Good camaraderie, and Scotty Jones just giving it the chainsaw. Hann serving. Austin Voss returning from Cottesloe, from Hensman Park. Good stretch. Nice high backhand volley. Scotty Jones used every inch of his height and reach to drag that high backhand volley down into court. Can hear the murmurs courtside. The adoring crowd sticking around, enjoying today's world-class state league competition, round number 7. Wet, long. Beautiful hands, Will Hann. Holding serve, 4 games to 5 as they change ends. Hensman Park looking to serve for the very first set here. Again, every set is critical. Hensman Park currently lead 3 rubbers to 2. By my calculations, we've got another 14 minutes of play left before the sunset rule is invoked. We don't think they're going to get to the conclusion of this match. Fair to say Jill Sheridan, who's the referee for the day, will come out at 7:05 and have a talk to the captains and decide how they want to finish off this match. 7:05 sunset. James Connolly just exiting stage right, coach for Hensman Park Tennis Club. He's been sitting courtside with the boys, just talking them through some of the tactics. 5 games to 4, serving for the opening set. Austin Voss to serve. All important return of serve here from Scotty Jones and Will Hann. Overplaying, set up nicely for that overhead forehand. Lob just overplaying from Scotty Jones. All important service game here. If Austin Voss can hold this, we think the mathematics will support that Hensman can't be beat. They'll win the day on sets. Good hands, Will Hann. Snatched to that high backhand volley. Austin Voss, 15 points apiece, serving for this first set. Number 1 doubles here at Hensman Park Tennis Club. Again, we think the sunset rule is at 7:05, so there's another 10 or so minutes. Serve just a little long. Overplaying, pushing it long. Scotty Jones, set point. Hensman Park duo. Austin Voss, Ethan Cook, continuing on their fine form throughout the summer. Yet to lose the doubles in the Goods Property Service State League competition, winning a number of AMT events out at the State Tennis Centre across Perth. Set point number 1. Overplayed, a little long. There it is, first set to the Hensman Park duo. Have I miscalculated? I think I might have done. Gone a little bit early. Premature score. There's a little bit of light in this game. Hope you enjoyed today's broadcast, brought to you by Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patten. Been joined all day by Rob Kennedy, head of tennis for Tennis West. Of course, Scotty Walsh, Tomio Yamazaki put the production together, taken through the West Australian live streaming service. There it is, first set to the Hensman Park duo. Did go a little bit early, 6 games to 4 as both teams change in, sit down for a little bit of a break. Again, by my reckoning, we've only got about 9 more minutes of play left. It doesn't look like we're going to get a result. 6 games to 4 to the Hensman Park duo. Might ask Tomio Yamazaki to do the calculations here, the sums, if we don't get this match completed. Ultimately, what would be the outcome of today's match between the number 1 Hensman Park up against number 2 rated Cottesloe Tennis Club? Even though they don't finish this match out, there might be a mathematical impossibility for Cottesloe to get up on the day, given they've just lost the first set in this particular doubles. We'll give you those results. If not, you can certainly look at the results in the Sunday Times and the West Australian in the summary pages tomorrow and on Monday. Ellen Lynch, courtside, manager of the Hensman Park Tennis Club, just giving a fresh bottle of water over to Austin Voss. As they're talking about the possibilities of the sunset rule being invoked. I suspect that would be the case. I don't necessarily see that they're going to get through a set and potentially a super tiebreaker within 9 minutes. They'll play it out to 7:05. You can see Jill Sheridan sitting courtside having a number of discussions with the Hensman Park team regarding next steps. As we see Will Hann rejoin the court, just stepped off for a comfort break, joining Scotty Jones. And they're deciding right here and right now that that's it, match is over. Hensman Park looks like they will win on the day by a single set on the virtue of the sunset rule. It doesn't look like we can continue on with this match. Sunset rule is going to be 7:05. We are currently at 2 minutes to 7. We suspect, as you cut into shot here, that Hensman Park have won today's top of the table clash against Cottesloe Tennis Club 3-2 by virtue of winning that set in the number 1 doubles. They'll win by sets and sets alone. A couple of the other results right across the good Property Service State League competition. The women's Peppermint Grove Tennis Club defeated Alexander Park Tennis Club 5-1. Hensman Park Tennis Club defeated Cottesloe Tennis Club 5-1. And Royal Kings Park defeated Greenwood Tennis Club 5-1. Across the men's Goods Property State League round number 7, we see Hensman Park defeat Cottesloe 3-2, but on sets. We saw Alexander Park defeat Royal Kings Park by 1 set, and we saw UWA win its very first match in the Goods Property Service State League competition against Mount Lawley by virtue of 3 games. Been a long day. Let's hope you've enjoyed today's play. Top of the table clash, world-class tennis out here at Hensman Park Tennis Club in the heart of South Perth suburb. Looking forward to bringing you all the Goods Property Services State League men's and women's competition right across this summer of tennis. Stay tuned. Next week, another blockbuster match. Bye for now.